10 years ago, a group of gods twisted everyone on Earth into players of a truly sadistic game, one that forced them to kill monsters in real life or face a grim death themselves. Si-hoon Kim emerged as the sole survivor of this horrifying world, but after enduring until the bitter end of humanity, he met a tragic bad end. Yet, he was granted a miraculous chance to turn back time and begin a second, pivotal playthrough. Our MC is now fiercely determined to rewrite destiny itself and utterly dominate the gods at their own cruel game. He awakens to a crystal clear, sunny sky with birds cheerfully chirping all around him. Somehow, impossibly, he had been sent back to the exact moment before the game began. Even his status window remained mysteriously locked. As he stands in a daze, a woman approaches him. She playfully asks what's swirling through his mind. This girl is Jisoo Han, someone he was quite close with back in college. She's a year younger than him, and he recalls her kind nature, always looking out for others. She often came to talk to him when he was feeling isolated. They were definitely on good terms, but never truly opened up to each other, not even until the very end. She jokingly wonders if he's completely out of it, from playing video games all night long. Then she warns that his GPA will utterly tank this semester if he doesn't focus up. His GPA isn't a big deal, of course, since this semester won't even get a chance to properly begin. But she's blissfully unaware of that for now. Si-hoon, however, is far more focused on the chilling realization that the system was telling the truth. Despite everything, it truly sent him back to the very first day when all the chaos originally started. In their world, the current day is August 17th, and if his memory serves him right, that's precisely when the horrifying game is set to begin. Jisoo notices him spacing out once more and asks if he truly stayed up, playing video games through the entire night. She's not wrong, as he's just finished playing a nonstop, brutal game of life and death. She continues to earnestly warn him about their classes and the impending exams that will kick off soon. But instead of arguing back, he genuinely thanks her for her concern. This unexpected sincerity causes her to turn and blush. Jisoo always had his back, no matter what. Back in his previous life, he was incredibly grateful for her kindness, but he never truly got to express it. Meanwhile, Jisoo spots something, and it makes her want to bolt. It's Jong Yeon Lee of all people, that arrogant creep used to torment Saewon, and branded him a total video game addict. Our MC can't even recall what happened to him during his first playthrough. That probably means he didn't even clear the first stage. For someone so utterly insignificant, there's no reason for him to make a move. Our MC used to despise the sight of this guy, but after everything he's endured, there's no reason to even acknowledge a punk like that. To him, it's already been 10 years since he lived through those miserable days. Jisoo still feels incredibly uncomfortable here, and it would be utterly annoying if that jerk tried to talk to her. So she still insists they head somewhere else. Before they leave, though, she catches sight of something happening a short distance away from them. The very words she utters remind him of what happened 10 years ago, right before the game began. They were making small talk that day, just like now when Jisoo pointed out that something was going on in the distance. She thinks they're shooting a movie, but in reality, it's something else entirely. Little green hands burst from the ground as goblins claw their way into their world, shrieking and cackling with pure joy. The people around them initially don't take it seriously at all, and some even pull out their phones, thinking someone is filming a movie. They believe these are just kids in costumes. Jisoo also wants to check out what's happening, but Si-hoon tells her to hold on for a moment. 10 years ago, he followed her wishes exactly, and they both got a good look at those monsters. And they paid a horrible, horrible price. People gather around the goblins, eager to snap some photos. But it doesn't take long before someone gets brutally stabbed. The goblins immediately launch into a frenzied attack, hitting everything in sight. They cut down people indiscriminately, laughing maniacally as blood splatters everywhere. It doesn't take long for everyone to finally realize that these are in fact real, terrifying monsters. And that's when sheer panic erupts among them all. With the sudden appearance of these monstrous creatures, the entire crowd starts to flee in terror. But that's the worst possible decision they could have ever made. Goblins aren't significantly stronger than an adult male, so they love to prey on the weak to secure their kills. That means turning your back on a goblin is practically begging them to kill you. Goblins kill purely for sport, and when they slaughter humans, they do it with a cruel, twisted smile. Jisoo reacts in a flash, grabbing Sewon's hand, but a goblin lunges at them first, preparing to stab him. 10 years ago, he was nothing more than a weakling and a coward. And when a goblin came to stab them, just like now, Jisoo put her life on the line to save him. In his first playthrough, he stood frozen behind her as the goblin spilled her blood all over him and the ground. Back then, he abandoned Jisoo to die, running for his own life. But now, he's a player who has witnessed the world's end. Things are drastically different than they were 10 years ago, and he won't let Jisoo's life be wasted a second time. His settings are still synchronizing from his first playthrough, so he's not quite as strong as he was back then yet. But there's absolutely no time to waste. He rushes headfirst towards the goblin, narrowly dodging a wild swing from the creature's blade. Then, he sends the monster flying with a brutal uppercut, causing the shocked monster to drop its knife. Before it can even pick itself back up, Sehun snatches the knife before it hits the ground and uses it to stab the goblin down. The system dings with a clear notification, informing him that he's the very first player to defeat a goblin in this stage. It also informs him that the products from the DLC store are now officially available for purchase, and all his remaining points have been successfully transferred over. From his first playthrough, he also has access to the forums, a service that will prove incredibly useful to him. And with that, the synchronization of his abilities is complete, and his second playthrough truly begins. When a player completes a quest, they earn points depending on their performance. They can then spend those points to boost their stats, or purchase special items of their choice. Most video games follow these fundamental rules, and the same rules apply to this world. That's been transformed into a game. That means since he carried over 700,000 points from his first playthrough, he has exclusive access to all the pay-to-win items. Compared to the newbies, meanwhile, multiple orbs now hover over the campus grounds, watching over everyone in the vicinity. A booming voice calls out from the sky, welcoming the unwilling players to the game of the gods. From now on, everyone present will be forced to complete quests just to survive, and failure will come with severe penalties for failing their quests. As the people struggle to comprehend that their lives have become a twisted video game, Sehun ponders his next move going forward. If he were to suddenly power up his stats or upgrade his gear, he would definitely draw some serious, unwanted attention. For now, caution is key. Now that they have started spying on them in public, the orbs are observers, and they act as the eyes of the gods and the Grandmaster. Their appearance can vary depending on the user, but they all generally look quite similar. If the observers grow suspicious, it would drastically affect the quest's difficulty. They wouldn't let him off easy for just being stronger. They'd make things significantly more difficult as a result. To avoid such a grim outcome, he has to try his best not to stand out too much. Suddenly, a goblin charges at him, and he swiftly grabs it before it can attack. But instead of instantly dispatching it, he feigns a struggle, hoping they'll think he's not that powerful. On the other hand, Jisoo dives into the system and pores over the player instructions and begins grasping the gravity of their situation. She quickly comprehends that their current reality is unlike anything they've known. The grotesque monsters and strange notification windows are undeniable proof of this terrifying shift. Surprisingly, she remains incredibly calm about everything, even though life, as they knew it, has been utterly upended. But Sewon, too, is disturbingly calm about the situation. He's also been effortlessly dispatching monsters, which raises a bit of suspicion in her mind. Before they can delve deeper into it, the main quest suddenly pops up in a notification window. Their mission: escape the college campus. And they've got a 2-day time limit to do it. A massive horde of goblins will soon begin attacking them. They'll need to either defeat them or cleverly avoid them as they attempt to flee the campus grounds. Rewards will differ for each player, based on their achievements throughout the quest. So, active participation is highly encouraged by the GM. This quest only poses an E-level difficulty, with a mere 2-day time limit. It should be a walk in the park for Si-hoon to complete. Regardless, he can't waste time chatting with Jisoo. They have to get moving as fast as humanly possible before the goblins descend upon them. The monsters spot their chatter and immediately give chase. Si-hoon reacts instantly, grabbing Jisoo's hand and making a desperate break for it before the monstrous horde can close in. As they bolt away, Jisoo spots goblins savagely attacking others, who are also desperately trying to flee. But there's absolutely nothing she can do to help them. Eventually, they reach a momentary point of safety, and she asks about the fate of the others. But Si-hoon assures her there won't be many casualties. Yet, a goblin is only as strong as a fully grown man, at best, which means once people start to group together, they should be able to handle them quite easily. That is, until the hobgoblin makes its terrifying appearance. Meanwhile, Si-hoon finally reaches his intended destination, the safe zone he'd been aiming for from the start. He remembers it clearly from his previous life. Back then, he was utterly broken and weak when he'd stumbled upon this safe zone by accident. This is a safe zone completely inaccessible to monsters, a perfect spot for them to finally rest. The goblins hot on their heels manage to catch up, slamming their swords against the barrier. It surrounds the safe zone, but they can't even make a dent. Eventually, they give up and turn away, unable to breach it. This is one of the rare places where they can finally let their guard down. Si-hoon advises they spend some time here. Before moving on for now, he needs to find a way to properly arm Jis, or at least to a point where she can handle a goblin solo. Elsewhere, some students are running for their lives from a group of insane-looking goblins. All of a sudden, someone lands right behind them and takes them all out with a single hit, each in a matter of seconds. The goblins chasing them down are all dead. On the ground, Joyeon recognizes the powerful newcomer as Jisoo, barely able to process what just happened. It all started 3 hours earlier, when Jisoo was still resting in the safe zone, with Si-hoon as she scrolls through her phone, trying to figure out the world's current state. Si-hoon, however, is more worried about the eyes watching them. The gods monitor players through an observer, purely for their own entertainment. When they find a player they consider particularly interesting, they choose them as their avatar and master. As game masters, they carry out quests. The GM also manages the servers and assigns quests. The observer currently watching him and Jisoo is the private observer of Korea, Arcadis, the GM of Korea. For now, all he can do is act as boring as possible, hoping Arcadis will lose interest and eventually leave them alone. The observer flies away, finally leaving them alone. He only waited for half an hour, which just shows how impatient he is. Even in the first round, this impatience was the very reason he didn't become a top-tier GM. He doesn't have an ounce of patience in him, which is good for Si-hoon, all things considered. For now, he decides to check out the forums. Let's see what's going on in there. A brilliant flash of light greets him. The instant he clicks the button, but with no response from Jisoo. It's clear he's the only one who can see this. The forum itself looks just like a web browser, complete with a floating monitor and keyboard from what he can tell. It's packed with general discussions and guides. It's essentially a direct copy of Earth's internet forums, even boasting a chat room. But he jumps into the chat room, where the system introduces him as Anonymous User 48. The moment he enters, a user named Greek Boss demands he introduce himself immediately. Luckily for him, it's not actually required in the other users' lecture, the older chatter, on the importance of an anonymous chat. The gods in the chat room discuss their servers and the people they've been observing. The conversation then shifts to the Korean server and how Arcadius is the GM of that realm. From what they're discussing, it seems they consider his quests quite bland. One user in particular gripes about how he was about to choose a cute girl as his avatar, but she got whisked into a safe zone by some guy. They're most likely talking about him and Jisoo. The chat room will prove essential for him later, when he decides to start fishing for information. Next time, he might even try to make a post himself. He'll have to check it periodically later. But right now, he's more interested in the DLC store. The interface opens, revealing a large store shelf. Some items are locked behind quests. But from what he's seeing, everything there is incredibly high quality. The item locked behind the main quest seems to be the most important, and it looks like it's a player transfer object. He scans through the other items on the digital shelf, and one in particular catches his eye. It's a multiplayer package for people who played their first playthrough on single-player mode. Now, they can enjoy their second playthrough with friends. The cube will allow him to form parties with people of his choosing, and party members will have special benefits. It was exclusive to them and cost a hefty 20,000 points. But for someone who's already saved up 700,000 points, that's an absolute steal. But if every item in the store costs this much, then he'll have to spend his points very carefully. A voice suddenly catches his attention, and he turns to find someone, rallying a group of people together. It looks like people are finally starting to group up, which means the goblins won't be as big an issue anymore. The people band together and begin using makeshift weapons to push the monsters back. Although their group isn't perfect yet, as they start fighting together, they slowly start figuring out how to take down the little monsters. Jisoo calls out to him, snapping him out of his trance of watching them take out the goblins. It looks like she's ready to join in on the action, and he agrees it's about time they get going. She's getting used to their new environment incredibly fast, and although it makes life easy for him, it would be really weird if he told her everything he knows in an instant. For now, he needs to focus on his initial goal, arming her. He hands her the worn dagger that he snagged from the goblin he killed earlier. She accepts it, but she's also worried about how he's going to fight if he doesn't have a weapon himself. Seon assures her he'll get another one later, and she's more vulnerable than she is right now. His calm attitude and confidence are truly surprising to her. He was always unusual in the way he acts, but right now, he's like a completely different person. That aside, the dagger isn't very durable, since it's incredibly rusty. It won't last too long for her, but it should be good enough for self-defense. Then he hands her a VIP brooch, an item that allows her to recover her wounds faster and also gain points 20% faster than the base rate. He obviously can't tell her he bought it from the DLC store, so he lies and says it was a drop from the goblin he killed. She accepts his explanation incredibly quickly, already familiar with how in-game items function. In reality, though, he'd had to spend 20,000 points to buy two identical brooches, one for each of them. The DLC store sells vastly different items than the regular shop, but they come with a much heftier price tag. Even so, they're significantly worth it considering their effects. If a player dies in this game, it's just like reality. They're gone forever. In that regard, spending 20,000 points to recover from wounds faster is more than justified, and since it also boosts the rate at which they acquire points, it's an incredible deal. With that done, they exit the safe zone and continue their journey. Video games are usually all about equipment. The better the tools you have, the stronger you become. If they can acquire powerful tools, they'll have a much higher chance of survival. The two stealthily walk through campus, and Sewon reminds her to stay calm and primarily focus on defense. Elsewhere, the GMs of multiple regions gather to monitor and discuss their players. One GM complains that the people in his area simply died off while praying to God. Meanwhile, everyone in another GM's area went absolutely nuts, and thanks to widespread gun ownership, they ended up shooting every monster in sight. Arcadius, on the other hand, isn't interested in most of the players in his region. There's one in particular that truly interests him, a celestial slayer. The two students continue to make their way through the campus, trying their best not to get spotted by the monsters, running wild through the area. Sehun has given a lot of items to Jisoo, with a certain plan in mind, to take out the major threat to their lives. Once they're sure that Jisoo remembers the plan, and has properly packed everything up, they move out. The two hide on the roof of a building. As the monsters continue their rampage, they give each other a signal, and Jisoo takes off, running towards the monsters. So, the plan's pretty simple. Once a large group of goblins gathers, there's always a goblin leader in charge. Jisoo asks how he knows all this, but he just brushes it off by reminding her he's a video game addict. Folks like him always know these sorts of things when they're constantly gaming. Goblins are just like the animals in wildlife documentaries. When there's a herd, they usually have a leader. That leader is most likely this quest boss, and until that boss is defeated, escaping will be nearly impossible. Sion's plan is to defeat the boss, making their escape from the area much easier. Her goal is to lead all the goblins out of the area, making it easier for him. First, she uses the perfume of temptation Sion gave her to lure all the low-level monsters their way. The perfume of temptation is a potion that attracts weak monsters in the area. Once all the goblins are lured to one area, then she will use a potion of invisibility, which completely hides all traces of the user for 5 minutes after consumption. With that, the area will be clear of goblins, and she'll be safe from danger, allowing Sahan to take out the boss monster without a worry. So, she's essentially the bait, but she couldn't help asking him, "I got all these potions." Regardless, the plan is in motion, and she successfully lured a good number of the goblins in her direction. It's time for her to use the stealth potion to escape danger. Before she could do so, though, she sees Jong Hyun and another girl fleeing from a massive goblin horde. He's calling for help, and even though she should prioritize her safety and a plan first, she can't ignore her compassion for others. She also remembers that Sahan said that the reward would be massive if there are many survivors. Because of this, she jumps down and quickly slays all the goblins, saving Jong-yun and the girl in mere seconds. But she also notices her body feels surprisingly light as she fights. Jong-yun, however, gives her no time to ponder this, as his annoying yelling immediately grates on her nerves. She starts to wonder if she should have even bothered saving him in the first place. After all, he should be thanking her, not being an absolute nuisance. As she glares at him, something suddenly takes control of her body. She begins to feel lightheaded and struggles to breathe, and no matter what she tries, she can't seem to calm her body down. Jisoo desperately struggles against the strange feeling, overtaking her completely, so she can grab the potion before it's too late. But the feelings are simply too strong. She ends up dropping the precious potion on the ground, and the only thought she can muster is stopping the goblins before they can hurt Si-hoon. The monsters gather around her, and a menacing aura now surrounds her. But instead of looking scared or afraid, with all these monsters surrounding them, she is eerily calm, even sporting a smile on her face. Elsewhere, Si-hoon idly wonders if Jisoo is doing all right. Despite his worries for her, though, he has a far more dangerous threat to deal with. It's the hidden boss of the entire area, and Si-hoon takes a moment to formally greet it. After all, it's been a decade since he last saw this hobgoblin, who decimated the student body population of his campus. The monster clearly doesn't understand a word our MC is saying, and immediately goes in for the kill with a roar. It lunges with a mighty punch. Si-hoon decides to join its wordless aggression, and begins distributing points to his skills. He starts with agility, allowing him to easily dodge the massive strike, and leap high above the hobgoblin's head. The monster looks around, searching for its vanished prey, not realizing Si-hoon is directly above it, with a devious smirk already plastered on his face. He then lands hard on the monster's head, and quickly delivers a devastating punch to its eye. Before it can even react, the hobgoblin shrieks in agony, clutching its eye. Meanwhile, Sahan deftly leaps clear, landing safely out of harm's way. He recalls that many lives were lost to the boss monsters. Mighty Sword 10 years ago. But this time, he vows it won't repeat. Our MC snatches a hefty rock from the ground, instantly allocating 10 points to his strength. Then, he hurls the rock straight at the monster, who's still reeling from the devastating shot. This blow sends the sword It was clutching, soaring high into the air. Sahan leaps up, snatching it mid-flight. Then, with one fluid, swift motion, he swiftly finishes the monster with a powerful, clean cut, cleanly severing its head. A system notification dings, informing him he's successfully defeated the stage's hidden boss. He also receives a reward, the Hobgoblin's Girdle, along with 500 points. This reward is certainly worth it, especially for a hidden boss battle. The Hobgoblin's Girdle is an item that boosts his strength by 10 points and isn't affected by the main quest stat limit. This will definitely prove incredibly useful in the future. For now, he'll just have to focus on boosting his stats later when the time is right. Once the gods discover the hidden boss's demise, they will undoubtedly come for him. So for now, he must hurry and leave before an observer shows up to investigate the scene. Now he just needs to focus on finding Jisoo and praying she's alright. He leaves the area, frantically searching for her, but surprisingly, there's no trace of anything. No Jisoo, not even the goblins. After she used the stealth potion, the goblins should have returned to their original positions, but the entire place is utterly deserted. The stealth potion should have only lasted 5 minutes, but it's also possible she didn't make it out. Or perhaps he finished the boss monster fight way too quickly. A loud cry from somewhere further ahead jolts him from his thoughts, and he notices a horde of goblins running away from something unseen. They look utterly terrified of whatever lies ahead. Sahan, he rushes towards where the goblins are fleeing, and what he notices is this. The heavy, metallic scent of blood hangs everywhere, coming from the exact direction he's running. He races towards where she should be, desperate, determined not to let her die a second time because of him. But when he finally gets there, he finds Jisoo standing tall, surrounded by gruesome piles of dead monsters. Just before he arrived, Jisoo had unleashed an absolute killing spree against all the monsters. At first, the goblins relentlessly charged at her, even as she relentlessly sliced their heads off. But after a while, even these mindless monsters began to realize they stood absolutely no chance in this fight. All the while, as she cut down countless goblins, her eyes glowed with a terrifying, menacing red light, almost as if she were utterly possessed. When Saewon finally catches up to her, she suddenly drops to her knees, and that menacing glow in her eyes slowly fades away. Goblins are usually complete pushovers, but our MC here can barely believe she took on so many alone. She then explains to him that she came across 2 students running for their lives as she was luring in the monsters and decided to help them out. The 2 are unconscious on the ground, but it's more likely they passed out for shock. They thankfully weren't dead, as Saewon initially suspected, although Jisoo thinks they must have fainted. Because of the goblins, it's more likely Jisoo herself made them faint. He can't figure out what's truly up with her, so he asked her to share her status window with him, so he could directly look into her stats. Her numbers are certainly better than average, but there's nothing really out of the ordinary about them. But there's one trait that immediately catches his eye. In the status window, it looks like a red skill and represents a passive ability called Celestial Slayer. It's an ultra-rare ability, which activates without any player interaction. Once they've mastered it, he only witnessed it once during his initial playthrough. A man known as the Blood Demon, a figure from another world, named Jean. He possessed the Celestial Slayer trait. In his world, that is, mystical martial arts techniques exist, which he used to dispatch fearsome monsters. Their first encounter was incredibly memorable, and he was an almighty fighting master from another dimension. The Celestial Slayer effect is a devastating passive ability. It all makes sense now. Why those goblins bolted in sheer terror. However, the user also risks losing themselves and succumbing to madness if the Celestial Slayer's immense powers aren't fully controlled, that is. Jisoo isn't exhibiting any signs of madness just yet, but he absolutely must keep an eye on her, in case it rears its ugly head in the future. For now, he has to explain what this trait truly is, since it feels completely wrong to conceal such vital information. He opts to only tell her the absolute essentials, summarizing it simply as, an ability that amplifies her strength, depending on how much blood she's witnessed. She tests this by gazing at her bloodstained dagger, and the effects manifest immediately. Her eyes begin to shift to a terrifying blood-red hue, and the bloodlust from earlier violently reappears. Sehun snatches the dagger from her grasp before she can embark on another rampage, and warns her that overusing this skill could plunge her into grave danger, even though it's a terrifying talent. Starting out with an ability like that definitely has its serious perks. Based on the complete lack of wounds on her body, despite the absolutely intense battle, he can tell the Celestial Slayer's passive healing is also actively stacking with a brooch's effect, granting her an incredible recovery rate. Jisoo truly is a special breed indeed, and with all these incredible talents combined, he decides to ask her to form a contract with him. She initially takes it the wrong way, even blushing adorably for a moment. But he swiftly clarifies that he simply means he wants to form a party alongside her. She, at the very least, understands party systems for video games, and she's absolutely thrilled to team up with him. Now that he has his first party member, he picks up the multiplayer package from the DLC shop and activates it to invite her to the party. As their new connection comes online, he notices a significant perk of forming a party with someone is the valuable ability to share traits. If he plays his cards right, he might even become stronger than he was even in his previous life. He quickly pulls up the ability screen, but he sees he doesn't possess any abilities currently available for skill sharing. It seems like he also needs to possess an ability he can give out in order to enable skill sharing. It appears that it's clearly more of an exchange than a simple transfer, and it would be mutually beneficial for both of them if he offers a valuable skill for her to use. He remembers a perfect ability he had in his first playthrough. That would be an absolutely perfect fit for her. But for now, he'll have to defer skill sharing until later. It would simply be an inconvenience for him to possess the Celestial Slayer ability this early. Regardless, the observers finally arrive, most likely because the gods have caught wind that the hobgoblin had been vanquished. Fortunately, no one saw him defeat it. Otherwise, things would have gotten complicated. Now, it's time for them to proceed and complete the quests. Jong Hyun finally wakes up, and just like before, he's predictably whining annoyingly and immediately pointing an accusatory finger at Jisoo. She would, surprisingly, prefer it this way than to endure him staring at her and making unwelcome advances toward her. Sehun cuts straight to the point and demands to know what in the world they are doing, roaming around campus during such perilous times. John Yin attempts to insult Sehun for asking such odd questions, but a blade to his throat swiftly silences him. Too far out of line, and it's none other than Jisoo. And the grim look on her face makes it clear that if he misbehaves, she won't hesitate to dispatch him. John Yan's attitude instantly shifts, with the knife still firmly pressed to his throat, and he's much more at ease answering Sewon's questions now. It seems this intimidating personality is actually Jisoo's true self. Jong Hyun reveals that he was out in the open because he and the girl with him were supposed to be scouting the area. If one of them got into trouble, the other was meant to escape and alert the others. With such detailed plans in place, it means someone else, someone far more organized, is giving the orders. There's no way Jong Hyun would have gone scouting all by himself. Jong Hyun tries to object, but with the knife back at his throat, he's forced to admit he was picked because they drew his name from a lottery. This means someone is actively gathering people to fight against these monstrous goblins, and they're also capable of leading a group of people who are currently in a state of utter panic. This person must possess a sharp mind and exceptional leadership skills to pull off something like that, considering everyone else was wiped out. In his first playthrough, the best choice here is to escape rather than confront them head-on. He tells Jong Yun to lead him to their leader, the one gathering all the others. Once again, Jong Yun tries to argue with Sewon, but another knife is pointed his way. Except this time, the one holding the knife isn't Jisoo, but a goblin that lunges at him Si-hoon effortlessly grabs the monster by its arm and instantly kills it, much to Jong-yoon's utter shock. A key characteristic of goblins is that they tend to aim for and attack the weakest one first. So the fact that they came after him should tell Jong-yoon everything he needs to know. With this in mind, Si-hoon asks him again, does he want to lead the way to the leader or stay out here all alone? As Jong-yoon leads them toward his group, Si-hoon gets a glimpse of the carnage and death that has swept across the entire campus. In his previous life, he was also busy trying to run. His only salvation was the safe zone he'd miraculously stumbled upon. After quite some time walking, Si-hoon demands to know where Jong-hyun is leading them. He's guiding them to the evacuated gym. And inside, many students and faculty members are still alive, though a significant number are injured, likely from the initial attack. A leader had rescued and evacuated the others, while just as confused as everyone else. Whoever managed this feat must be someone calm and utterly trustworthy, and boasts an excellent reputation. Only a handful of people on campus can think and act with such foresight, but one person immediately springs to mind. Si-hoon correctly deduces that it's none other than the student council president, who's currently in charge, and dispatched Jong-hyun on that scouting mission. That president is Hyung Yun-yun. He's intelligent, handsome, and has proven himself a natural leader. The gods will undoubtedly fixate their attention on him, and with the sheer number of observers already surrounding him, it's clear they already have. They'll consider him a rare avatar. Yet he most likely perished by a hobgoblin in his past life. The fact that he hasn't left, however, means he's unaware that remaining in the school spells certain death. In other words, he's not a true god's avatar yet, but with the multitude of observers trailing him, he must have received a mountain of requests by now. He seems wary of them for now, and isn't sure who exactly to trust. Hyung-yin spots Jong-hyun and his new group, and rushes immediately over to them. He also instantly recognizes Jisoo, and tries to greet her, but Si-hoon abruptly cuts him off. For now, they must escape the campus immediately. Unlike Jisoo, Hyung-yin doesn't recognize Si-hoon, and doesn't instantly trust his urgent warning. Si-hoon reveals that the monster leader is dead, and they all should have received a system notification announcing the hobgoblin's defeat. Due to this, all nearby goblins are currently in a daze, with their leader suddenly gone. So this is the perfect time to make their escape. After all, the quest objective was simply to escape, not just survive, but that's only the surface level truth. But he can't spill any more details, not with all those observers scrutinizing them. To really drive his point home, he reminds them about the countdown in their quest window, which is currently at a tense 37 hours. If they don't get out of here before that timer runs out, they'll face some truly grave consequences. From their discussion, he can tell that Hyun-yin only knows as much about the game as a beginner. He's practically clueless, really. This means the president still hasn't become an avatar yet. If he can just persuade the guy to lead everyone out of here, it would ultimately be better for him. With the hobgoblin gone, people have started to die less, which means the gods will soon start getting bored. Unexpected events might start to occur, and the gods will quickly begin to lose interest once the situation becomes too comfortable for the players. Their reactions are the top priority in this ridiculous game, and since the gods have realized that the hobgoblin is dead, that means there's nothing more to entertain them. For now, Hyun-yin decides that they need to take some sort of action. Since they can't contact anyone from outside, it's possible to learn some things from the internet, but so far, they haven't been able to call for help or communicate with anyone. And with his quick decision-making skills, it's strange that someone as competent as Hyun-yin died so early in his first playthrough. There was no escape plan or counterattack made in the gym during his first run, which means everything is completely different now. Last time, the hobgoblin killed them all after they tried to defend themselves. But that was it. So this entire time, he thought the leader was indecisive and timid, but that's clearly not the case. Another voice joins in on their conversation, while Si-hoon is still thinking about what to do. He tells them that Their best bet is to simply wait for rescue. Si-hoon instantly recognizes the person joining their conversation. He knows him all too well. His name is Dongwon Park, and he's someone Si-hoon could never forget. In his past life, Dongwon had screwed him over countless times. He seems to be convincing Hyunjin not to escape, but to sit tight and wait. But the leader isn't buying it anymore. There's no good reason for them to just wait around. Dongwon doesn't back down, telling the leader that he's gambling with everyone's lives. That makes the leader pause for a moment and rethink things. Now that Dongwon's here, it's easy to guess what happened. In the first playthrough, this guy already knows the game's rules and how to play. Dongwon then turns and introduces himself as the student council's vice president. To Si-hoon, he brings up valid points, like half of them being injured. Because of that, it wouldn't be a good idea to just run out into the open. He wrongly assumes Si-hoon has probably gone a bit fearless after a few lucky monster kills. Because of that, he repeats that their best option is to sit tight and wait for the police to intervene. That's a valid opinion for anyone to have. And if it were a normal person making these assumptions, Si-hoon would almost agree. But he already knows what kind of person Dongwon is. There's no way he'd think about the good of others above his own self-interest. In the first playthrough, he was a psychopath who enjoyed joining different groups and watching them crumble from the inside out. He doesn't care about others' deaths as long as things end well for him. A monster like that would never think of the majority. This time, though, Si-hoon is determined not to let him get his way, like he did in his previous life. Jisoo, on the other hand, who'd been pretty quiet until now, takes serious offense when Dongwon suggests their kills were just a few lucky breaks. Dongwon flat out denies they've killed any monsters, and so Jisoo offers to take him outside and show him exactly how she got the job done. When Dongwon doesn't respond right away, she pulls out her phone and provides more proof. She argues it'd be utterly foolish to just sit back and wait for rescue, simply because they're scared. The military and police are out of commission, and there's no telling when or if help will ever arrive. Dongwon still tries to argue that the others would most likely never accept the decision to just get up and leave. But then Sewon coolly suggests they simply leave. The few who argue behind, they don't need to convince everyone in the first place. If anyone chooses to ignore the warnings and stay, then that's entirely their problem. But if Dongwon truly knows the truth about their situation, there's no way he'd actually choose to stay put. His real goal is most likely to get everyone in the auditorium slaughtered for an extra reward from his kill count. That's the exact opposite of Sewon's plan, which is to gain even greater rewards by saving everyone else. If he remained behind while everyone else escaped, he'd raise a lot of suspicions as the sole survivor, which would definitely outweigh the benefits of getting a few more people killed. After listening to all their compelling points, Hyunjin decides to follow Sewon's lead and attempt to escape the campus. Dongwon has no choice but to follow them too. This confirms he was most likely just pretending, while being fully aware of how the game system truly works. It's likely that Dongwon has already been chosen as a god's avatar. Hyunjin immediately starts trying to convince people to escape with him, armed with information from the scout team and Sewon. Even though there are still tons of monsters outside, they're unable to think clearly, since their leader has been taken down. Some people loudly oppose the idea, and one of the teachers even threatens Hyunjin, burdened with a failing grade, if he keeps acting so irresponsibly. As if grades and semester scores even matter right now. It's a wonder how someone like that even became a professor in the first place. After a slow start, eventually everyone is armed with makeshift weapons and ready to make their escape from campus. Jisoo asks Si-hoon if they really have to leave this way, but he's confident they'll be fine, as long as nothing special happens. She doesn't immediately grasp what he means by something special, but the goblins, at least, won't be a problem without their leader. The real problem is Dongwon, a god's avatar. Unfortunately, too many eyes are on them. Otherwise, he'd have tried to take him out immediately. As they make their way through the campus, Goblins start to swarm around them. But Yang Yin advises everyone to stick together. They won't attack anyone unless they're separated from the group. Thanks to his leadership skills, the group progresses smoothly towards the main entrance. Their worries aren't over yet, however. Even though they're at the exit, a system notification abruptly pops up, informing them that the quest's difficulty has been raised from E rank to D rank, and sentinels will start appearing on the stage. In an instant, the ground starts to shake as if an earthquake has struck. Then suddenly, a giant minotaur appears right in front of the students. It doesn't move at first, but its overwhelming presence is enough to terrify the people who were so happy just a moment ago. The GM has released a monster you normally wouldn't see until the 15th quest, right into a crowd of noobs. Hidden bosses like the Hobgoblin can be managed in one way or another, but they've spawned a monster that regular players could never hope to defeat. Even if they team up, Sentinels are unwinnable scenarios, often found in single-player games. The fact they've released one here means they definitely want more people killed. However, since this is only the first quest, there has to be a limit to the Sentinel's power. Despite the fact it's a C-class monster, the Sentinel stats don't even pass F-rank limits. The other students aren't quite as level-headed, and they start to wonder what they should do against a monster like this. Dongwon prepares to tell them all to run, but Jisoo slaps a hand over his mouth before he can give the order. If they all start running away, the monster would immediately charge at them. Unfortunately for them, he's not the only one with the idea, and another student takes the initiative by sprinting away and calling for the others to do the same. A few of the students run, but some realize they can barely move. It looks like the monster's roar has some sort of fear effect. That's better, since it stops some people from running away aimlessly. But the few who do manage to run away can't be saved anymore. In a matter of seconds, the Minotaur catches up to them and smashes them away with ease. Even the professor from earlier, who was more focused on semester scores, isn't left behind. He immediately gets blown to pieces by the monster's massive fist. The Minotaur is huge, well over 5 meters. It also has the ability to blow people to pieces without using any weapons. A beast like that is something they can't even hope to run from. And it's clear running isn't even the right choice. As Hyunyin tries to figure out what to do, Sehun steps up to take charge. Someone is going to have to act as a distraction while everyone else escapes. He offers himself as bait so they can run away, although Hyungyun initially tells him there's no need for him to do something so crazy. It's obvious no one else would volunteer to do it anyway, and they can't just wait for the thing to annihilate them. It's surprising that even in a situation like this, Sehun shows no sign of nervousness. He's reacting to the situation optimally and making incredibly rational decisions, especially compared to Hyungyun's usual level-headedness. Sewon operates on a completely different plane. Jisoo continues to clamp down on Dongwon's mouth, her gaze fixed. As Sewon fearlessly approaches the Minotaur, a wave of concern washes over her for a moment, but he gives her a dismissive wave, indicating he's got it all figured out. She trusts him without question and releases the annoying vice president from his pathetic, squirming struggles. Dongwon takes a moment to collect himself and soothe his stinging face. He had originally envisioned taking all the rewards, but with things having turned out like this, there's not much he can do now. They had warned him about the Minotaur before, so he wisely decides to back off. There will be plenty more quests for him to conquer later on anyway. Sewon steels himself for the impending fight, even grabbing a red cloth to use and lure the beast away. Hyunyin doesn't even know how much time this will buy them, but at this point, they have no other option. He takes a moment to bow towards Sewon and thank him for his incredible sacrifice, which makes our MC squirm from the sudden attention. Sewon then leaps on a higher ground and prepares to fully capture the Minotaur's attention by waving the red cloth around wildly. Once it's fully fixated on him, he roars for the others to make a break for the main entrance, with Hyunyin shouting urgent commands at them. They all obey without question, and successfully reach the exit without a hitch. He even gains a new ability called Commanding Shout, which allows him to powerfully convey orders. Seiwon, meanwhile, is confidently leading the Minotaur on a wild chase, expertly dodging its massive, enraged attacks, and causing it to slam itself repeatedly into the wall and the ground. Eventually, everyone manages to make it out of the campus, and they successfully complete the quest just in time. They all take a moment to check on each other, and although some are certainly in rough shape, they all made it out alive and well, with the others safe and sound. Hyung-yin turns to rush back and help Si-hoon, but a shimmering barrier stands in his way, blocking his return to the previous stage. He is unable to directly intervene. He shouts for Si-hoon to escape, while he still has a chance. Si-hoon notices their calls and turns to respond, but the Minotaur seizes the moment, landing a brutal hit that sends Si-hoon crashing into a wall. Then, the monstrous beast lunges, instantly slamming into Si-hoon with devastating force. The others stare in stunned horror at the sight, and it's safe to assume our MC is toast. As they watch, the barrier begins to seal itself, cutting off their view of the desperate battle. Hyung-yin apologizes to Jisoo, who also witnessed the entire ordeal. But she simply stares at the fight's last glimpse, with a strangely blank expression. Despite their profound worries, however, Si-hoon is actually still alive, hidden beneath the collapsed debris, biding his time for them to leave. He wasn't exactly a good guy in his previous life. In fact, it would be more accurate to say he was incredibly selfish. That's why he felt so strange when Hyung-yin thanked him with such fervor. He was weak, and there were countless players who were far more talented than him. Back then, all he wanted was to survive, and to do that, he had to be cold and utterly selfish. But now that he's returned to the very beginning, with a fresh perspective on life, he wants to carve out a different path. Maybe this time, he can actually try being a hero, now that he's certain all observers have departed, and no one is left to monitor his actions. He taunts the Minotaur, provoking it for one more attack. The Minotaur appears, genuinely surprised he survived that fatal blow. But here's the kicker. Just before he was blasted away by that massive punch, he maxed out his health stats for his current level, allowing him to survive. Since he absorbed that blow head-on, Si-hoon is absolutely certain, with his original theory now confirmed. The Minotaur stats are completely maxed out, reaching the F rank level of 100 points. Sentinels are usually designed to be impossible to defeat by an ordinary player. In his previous life, he avoided facing one at all costs. And when he was forced to fight one, he always prioritized his own survival, by any means necessary. He cared nothing for the lives of others, as long as it meant his own survival. However, he refuses to let things be that way this time. He braces himself as a Minotaur charges at him with incredible speed, tearing up the ground as it barrels toward him. Just before it lands its blow, though, Si-hoon spends some more points to upgrade his strength to the maximum level as well. But thanks to an item he got, he can even go beyond that. As he's literally holding the bull by the horns, he equips the Hobgoblin's Girdle, which increases his strength by 10 points, above the main quest limit. Since he's now past the main quest limit, that also means he's currently stronger than the Minotaur. He proves it instantly, breaking off the beast's horn, causing it to stagger back in pain. Our MC then seizes the opportunity by leaping into the air and kicking the Minotaur straight in the face, sending it flying. In his past life, he was a selfish player who always played alone, and just an ordinary guy who barely had any special traits to speak of. What he's accomplishing right now would have been impossible for him in his past life. But now, he yearns to be a hero. With the Minotaur defeated, he officially clears the main quest and achieves the platinum tier. That's honestly a bit underwhelming, since he helped everyone escape, and even volunteered as bait. He then defeated the hidden boss and the Sentinel, all by himself. Platinum is the highest rank a player can achieve, but it's still disappointing that this is his sole reward. But alas, there's nothing he can do to change that now. All he can do is wait for his well-deserved rewards. Ideally, he's hoping for a powerful weapon, or some truly useful ability. Anything but those pesky consumables or boring experience points will be fantastic. As he heads out, the barrier effortlessly opens for him, and to his surprise, he spots Jisoo, waiting right outside just for him. He thought she'd already joined the others, but she patiently waited for him to emerge. Perhaps she was worried sick about his safety, but she actually knew he was perfectly fine, even though everyone else assumed he was long gone. Ever since they formed their party together, she's been able to monitor the status of other party members directly from her stats window. She could clearly see he was still doing great, even after that brutal Minotaur hit. So she figured he was simply putting on an act, pretending to be defeated. He seems to prefer staying under the radar, so she decided not to blow his cover. She asked what rank he managed to achieve, and while he snagged platinum, she earned gold, the impressive second highest ranking. Silver is third, and bronze is the very bottom. Gold rank is typically considered one of the highest tiers, but platinum? That's on a whole different level. Now that all competitors have finished the quest, the rewards for the survivors are finally distributed. He receives the self-sacrifice achievement, along with a generous amount of bonus points for defeating the very first sentinel, and even a hidden boss. This grants him adaptive orichalcum as a reward, plus 2 fantastic new upgradable abilities. The first is Final Hour, and the second ability is Regeneration. These abilities must be bonuses for his monster hunting prowess, and being the world's first to take down a sentinel. Upgradable abilities boast immense late-game potential, since they grow more powerful as time goes on. But it's a real shame he didn't snag an S-tier ability, like Jisoo's incredible Celestial Slayer. He doesn't even have time to dwell on that, because the message for the second quest has already blared to life. This quest requires them to journey to the Lomiai World Tower and defeat its boss monster. The difficulty level for this quest is C, and they only have 2 weeks to complete it. It's the exact same quest as the one from his previous playthrough, which makes it much easier to predict. For now, players from the same stage will most likely share the same quest for a certain period of time. This should also apply to Jisoo and Dongwon's group. While everyone else headed to the Lomiai World Tower, Jisoo didn't go along. She planned to wait for him instead. She also disliked being around Dongwon, finding his vibe incredibly creepy. It's possible she's already figured out his ulterior motives, given her incredibly sharp intuition and an ability as powerful as the Celestial Slayer. It's possible she could have become a renowned player. If she hadn't died so early in her previous life, she might have been a famous hero or even a villain. In any case, she would have stood out quite a bit. But surprisingly, there aren't any observers watching her. He asks if she's become a chosen avatar yet, and she says she hasn't, which is odd. Gods would have explained the benefits of becoming an avatar in the request they sent. But Jisoo explains she doesn't want to serve someone she can't even see. That just sounds way too creepy for her liking. Jisoo seems to have a really cool head, and it's hard to tell if the Celestial Slayer's influence has taken over, since she's not showing any signs of madness. Even the blood demon from his last life had a hard time getting rid of the Celestial Slayer's madness. Despite her refusal, though, she received up to 12 avatar requests, which just shows she's worth the effort. But she declined all of them. Despite that, she's part of his party now, and since they're now bound together, he absolutely has to train her, or she'll risk becoming a god's avatar. The very first ability she'll learn is a specialized killing technique that only Celestial Slayers can master. The Crimson Asura. This incredible skill is something that Sahan himself never managed to master in his previous life, since he wasn't a Celestial Slayer back then. He initially learned about these mystical martial arts through an encounter with the terrifying blood demon. Martial arts aren't upgradable by nature, making them incredibly tough to obtain or master. That's precisely why he never even tried to get them in his past life. But unlike him, Jisoo has completely blown past his wildest expectations. With his guidance, Jisoo has instantly mastered this incredible martial art right away. While this is great for him in the long run, the sheer speed at which she picks up New Things is completely off the charts. Just a few hours earlier, they were roaming through the now ruined streets of their ravaged city. Sehen wanted to practice the new abilities he acquired from his first quest. The first of these is Final Hour. It's an ability that significantly boosts attack, power, and survivability. And since it's an upgradable ability, it'll only grow more powerful moving forward. Next up is the Regeneration ability, which, unlike Final Hour, is a passive skill. That ability, combined with the effects of the VIP and Celestial Slayer, means almost all wounds will be instantly healed. Both Jisoo and Sehen equipped the brooch, and they had managed to clear out a majority of the area, while also stacking up an insane amount of points. That's when Sehen decided to take her to a private area to share abilities. The two found an abandoned cafe and sat down to share their skills. Through their status windows, Sehen shared his regeneration ability, while Jisoo shared the Celestial Slayer. Though Final Hour wouldn't be a bad option for her either, regeneration would be far more effective for her. Unfortunately, since they're merely sharing abilities, the effectiveness of their shared abilities gets a significant 30% reduction. This reduction can reach up to 80% maximum, depending on their current friendship level. A shared ability, however, doesn't carry over its usual penalties either. While that means he won't get the full buff from the Celestial Slayer, he also won't suffer its madness penalty. Jisoo isn't exactly thrilled about receiving a simple regeneration ability. She'd much rather have something more offensive. Sehen disagrees, though, believing regeneration is actually fantastic for offense. With excellent survivability, she can focus entirely on fighting instead of constantly worrying about injuries. Dodging won't be crucial anymore, since she can regenerate injuries incredibly fast. She can then spend all the time she would have otherwise spent dodging to attack with full force. Hearing that definitely makes her rethink her thoughts on the regeneration ability, and she starts to appreciate it a whole lot more. Now, the next thing they need to figure out is where to head next. The second quest has a generous time limit, so he wants to use this free time to learn new abilities and teach Jisoo some as well. Jisoo is thankful, but also baffled by Sehen's sudden generosity. The Sehen she knew was always more self-serving, only ever caring about himself. But even with her concerns, she can't deny that learning new abilities is always a good thing. That's how he ended up teaching her the Crimson Asura, and she mastered it terrifyingly quickly while she's busy training with it. Sehen decides to take another peek into the gods' forums. It's a lot more active than last time, and there's one name in particular that immediately catches his eye. As soon as he opens the chat room, it's a god named An Honest Life. And this particular god is someone he knew extremely well from his previous playthrough. This god is also Dongwon Park's god, which is quite fitting, since they're both equally insufferable to our MC. From what Sewon can see, it looks like Hyung Yin has been keeping a close eye on Dongwon, and it looks like because of that, he won't be rewarded as much as in his first playthrough. Other than that, the rest of the chat seems to be filled with idle small talk. Someone named Young Jester complains about how their avatar is a loser who's wasting their potential by robbing a bank. Sewon plays dumb and manages to convince Young Jester to allow him to take a view. Through her observer, she invites him over, and he's physically teleported there to meet her. Thankfully, his appearance is still anonymous, since he set his profile to private. In this weird room, he meets Young Jester, and she invites him over to come and watch. Through her observer on the screen. On the screen, a young man who looks to be a police officer bends down to talk to a girl, hiding in a dangerous place. Although he's trying to be gentle with her, she screams and tries to run away from him. This is exactly what Sewon wanted to see, and one of the people on screen is the person that he needed for Lomi Tower, and the key to defeating the monster living there. Sewon returns to the real world to meet Jisoo, and the two of them start heading towards where he saw, through Young Jester's observer. It's in the opposite direction from Lomi Tower, and thankfully, there are no observers around the area. That also means there are fewer survivors around the area. On the way, Jisoo realizes that the streets are a lot messier than she expected. She thinks that destruction must have been caused by the monsters. But the truth is, it was mostly caused by humans. It was a similar sight for Sewon in his first life. But the truth is monsters don't have a reason to lay their hands on human structures because the laws are useless and the police and military are nowhere in sight. People are taking the opportunity to loot and ravage everything within their power. However, despite the chaos of the gods game, civilization hasn't completely crumbled just yet. Surprisingly, the news channels are still broadcasting, reporting on the strange and unusual events unfolding worldwide. Even so, there's no chance the gods or the system will leave human authorities untouched. While they're speaking, a goblin attempts to ambush Jisoo from behind. She reacts swiftly, enough to stop it before it can strike. But due to her dull blade, she ends up getting some blood on herself. Because of this, she wants a new weapon that can deal additional damage. Even though she killed the goblin with a single hit, she still desires something superior. The Celestial Slayer trait is only a 30% increase for Sehun, while it's a 100% boost for Jisoo. This means she must be incredibly powerful, even though they've only just completed the first stage. Since she's keen on acquiring a new weapon, Sahan offers to help her find a better one. After they track down the person he's searching for, they finally arrive at his intended destination, which is of course a bank. They aren't here for the money, since currency is practically worthless in their world now, and there's nothing to buy with it. Instead, there's someone in this place they desperately need for the second stage. Inside the bank, there's absolute chaos as people attempt to raid the vaults. The officer Sehun saw in the young gestures observer tries his best to protect the innocent civilians while directly confronting the robbers. As the civilians flee to safety, the officer leaps toward an unsuspecting robber who attempts to counterattack with a knife. The blade is easily slapped out of the robber's hand before he's sent flying by a powerful bash from the cop's knee. Another robber tries to attack from behind, but a straight punch to his gut sends him flying as well. With that, all the robbers have been successfully neutralized, and that wasn't even much of a problem for him, despite some of them being players themselves. Outside, Sehun and Jisoo watch the entire scene unfold. Our MC quickly confirms that this officer is the exact person they're looking for. He managed to easily overwhelm the robbers, so it's possible he's using a special item. However, it's far more likely this officer is incredibly strong because he's another chosen avatar. The man finally notices Sehun and Jisoo watching him from afar and calls them over to talk. He warns them to get as far away from the bank as quickly as they can if they don't have any business there, since it's incredibly dangerous. Sehun gets straight to the point, though, and tells the officer that he doesn't have business with the bank itself, but he actually has business with him. Mina Lee. The officer is completely shocked Sehun knows their name and flinches back in surprise. He tries to argue, claiming his name is actually Jayang Cheol Nam. But Sehun isn't fooled, and neither is Jisoo. She grabs his arm and immediately notices his heart rate has quickened, and he's clearly flustered. That's enough to convince her he's lying about his name, and that Sehun's words genuinely surprised him. Although it's more surprising that Jisoo's senses are sharp enough to pick up these incredibly subtle details. The officer drops his pretenses and demands to know who they are, but Sehun only reveals that they are people who are fully aware of his true identity. He gets so freaked out that his speech pattern changes, and at this point, the cop has no way of hiding their identity anymore. As they're talking, an observer comes over to watch them, and it seems like it belongs to young Jester. It looks strange, however, and it's different from other observers that Sehun has seen so far. Now that the secret is out of the bag, the officer drops the fake identity and reveals their secret ability. But upon turning around, it's revealed that Mina Lee isn't a middle-aged cop at all, but is, in fact, a teenage girl. She went to incredible lengths to pose as a helpless little kid. Then she knocked the actual cop unconscious before stealing his uniform. It was meant to be the perfect plan, but it looks like Sewon has completely spoiled it. She impatiently rushes them to get to the point, asking why they're looking for her, claiming she's a very busy person. But the only thing she's actually busy with is robbing a bank. Her true ability? It's the power to transform into anyone, or even an object. He obviously can't tell them how he knows this, but thankfully Jisoo doesn't ask. The more obvious question, however, is how he knows she was robbing a bank. After all, from what they saw, it looked like she was going around, trying to help people in need. She even disguised herself as a cop, so people would readily trust her. On the outside, it looked like she had righteous intentions. But the truth is, she was the one who brought the robbers there in the first place, since everyone had evacuated to the bank. Because of the monsters, she couldn't just rob the place as she wanted. Instead, she manipulated the robbers into coming to the bank. If the robbers raided the place a few times, people would stop coming there, because it was no longer safe. Once the place was empty, and she got rid of a few pesky robbers, she could then loot all the money for herself. In his past life, Mina and Dongwon were the best manipulators he had ever known, and he'd seen their tricks way too many times to not instantly recognize it. Now that the plan has been foiled, Mina accepts her fate and asks if they're going to report her to the police. But any form of authority is practically gone at this point, and besides, she'd be able to escape easily from jail anyway. For now, he wants her to tag along with them for a bit, until they can finally complete their second quest. Mina is absolutely stunned they're still on their second quest, especially since she's already breezed through hers. Her attitude completely shifts towards them, now perceiving them as far weaker than herself. And it seems this is her true, unfiltered personality. There's no benefit to Sahan if she looks down on him, so he decides to employ some intimidation tactics to quickly put her in her place. First, he flicks her on the forehead, with enough force to send her flying backward. That's certainly enough to instill a healthy dose of fear. After all, with his stats currently above F rank, he's easily the strongest person in the world right now. Mina doesn't just take the hit, though. She refuses to stay down and tries to go on the offensive, launching an attack right back at Sahan. But in an instant, Jisoo is by his side, easily blocking her punch. Just like Sahan, she also possesses monstrous levels of strength, effortlessly holding the younger girl down. To escape, Mina tries to transform into something, but Jisoo squeezes her wrist, shattering her concentration and halting her transformation midway. With Jisoo's swift intervention, Mina is a lot less eager to try and run away. And thanks to their potent intimidation, she actually agrees to join their group. They leave the bank together, heading towards their next location, with young Jester's observer secretly following along. Now that she's seen just how powerful they are, Mina's tone shifts to something far too formal and polite, so Sahan tells her to just speak normally. Then she finds out they aren't even avatars, and wonders how they can possibly be so strong. She's missing the crucial fact that being an avatar doesn't always guarantee you're stronger than a player. What's far more important is equipment. Good stats aren't everything, and it's truly good items that truly back up a person's power. Although everything's a mess, making it hard to find a proper store for equipment. But Sahan already has a brilliant solution for that. He leads the two girls straight to a safe zone, and Mina's immediately suspicious of how he even knew this was a safe zone in the first place. That's because there's only evidence of theft here, but not a single monster in sight. Monsters wouldn't go for human food, so it's safe to say no monsters can get in here. Now that they're in a safe zone, Sahan introduces them to a game mechanic that even a god's avatar wouldn't know about yet. It's a chosen store, and for Mina's surprise, it's clear she had no idea it existed. The young jester could have told her, since as a god, she should know how crucial items are, but she's notorious for being a sadist, so it's likely she wouldn't allow an easy path. Even for her own avatar, Sahan then lies, claiming he only discovered it by accident. Anyway, so there's no reason for her to be upset. Next up, now that they've found the place, it's time for them to pick the most useful items they can find from a shop full of equipment. Most of the items are common weapons and gear, so it's not like there's anything too overpowered here. There are also no potions either, making people less likely to survive. This is most likely the doing of the game masters, who want to make the game as hard as possible for the players. Eventually, though, players will learn how to craft their own weapons, so it won't even matter. Right now, though, it's currently impossible to acquire better equipment, so he decides to be thankful for this basic loot. He picks out a decent set of armor and some essential equipment for himself. Then, he buys some more armor for Jisoo. He gives her a chest strap that's supposed to protect her heart if she wraps it around her body. Since she doesn't have any points to spend for herself, he's decided to buy her things to increase her stats. Next up, it's time for her to pick her weapon. There are 4 types of weapons to pick from: swords, spears, bows, and blunt weapons. After looking through the list of options, she decides to buy a mace, which is a blunt weapon. The Crimson Asura goes well with any weapon, so it doesn't matter what she picks. And for a beginner, a mace is way easier to wield compared to a sword or spear, right? Meanwhile, Si-hoon, Mina subtly watches the two of them choose their weapons, keeping her thoughts to herself. She's totally hoping our MC will hook her up with some gear, but he has absolutely no intention of doing that. After all, she scoffed at his offer of points earlier, completely looking down on him at the time. Now, she can't even buy equipment for herself. Even if she wanted to, each item costs a whopping 200 points, far more than she could ever hope to afford. Once they got their hands on the right gear, the 3 of them set off toward the location of their second quest. And of course, they slay monsters as they go. One of Sahan's formidable weapons is a sword. He's enhanced with the legendary orichalcum aura that he actually received as a premium reward from his very first quest. This special, is incredibly versatile. It can be used as a solid material, or even as a liquid to coat equipment. When the coating is removed, it instantly reverts to its original form. It can also change shape and is completely reusable, too. This means his weapons can become significantly more powerful than they initially were. Orichalcum is known as the strongest metal, and even though it boosts the sword's strength immensely, its weight remains exactly the same. As they continue their journey, they eventually arrive at the Lomiai Tower, where their second quest is supposedly taking place. The area looks surprisingly normal, and if not for the system's guidance, there'd be no indication of a quest whatsoever. Their quest to defeat the second stage boss, which is quite different from what Mina had to face. Her quest was a brutal battle royale, where a group of people are forced to fight to the death until only one person remains standing. In comparison, this simple escape quest they had to complete felt relatively peaceful. But even that would have ended in total annihilation without Sewon's crucial intervention. Right in front of the tower, 2 figures appear to be guarding the entrance. The trio quickly hides behind a wall, observing the 2 as they patrol the area. It looks like they're on high alert. Even though there are no monsters lurking in the area, they're probably patrolling for other people instead. They're trying to stop any outsiders from getting in. If this quest is a competitive one, like Mina's battle royale, this level of caution totally makes sense. Now that they've reached the tower, it's time for Mina to prove her worth. They want her to use her transformation ability to try and gather some crucial intel and find out exactly what their plans are. Mina tries to argue her way out of it, but it's obvious that saying no isn't an option here. Mina sneaks away from the 2 guards and heads towards an unguarded wall. Then she waits until they're distracted and not paying attention. Then she grabs one of them and swiftly knocks him out. Before he can even react, with the guy taken out, she immediately uses her transformation ability to perfectly mimic the guard. Just as the other guard notices his partner is missing, Mina emerges from her hiding place, hands up, trying not to arouse too much suspicion. But she's way too stiff and awkward about it. Despite her awkwardness, though, she still manages to make her way into the building without any problems. Inside the tower, other players are climbing the endless stairs towards the very top of the tower. They've been climbing for what feels like ages now, heading straight for the boss's room. The players finally open the door and are met with a colossal, terrifying monster that's definitely way too big for them to take on. At their current level, the monster awakens as soon as the players fully enter the room and immediately goes on the aggressive offensive. the players quickly realize that they won't be able to survive a battle. With this monstrosity, they try to run off and escape, but the monster starts taking them out one by agonizing one, making sure not a single one of them can escape. One by one, each player begins to fall, and not a single one is able to escape. The massive jaws of the boss. The last remaining 5 players. They just barely manage to reach the exit. But before they can even open the door and escape, the monster's massive body surrounds them instantly, blocking their sole path to freedom. Then, in a matter of mere seconds, the last survivors are tragically cut down, ending this swift boss encounter in a crushing defeat. El Severa, Mina, has successfully gathered all the intel she needed after tailing the guard. The boss stage is located right at the very top of the building, and while the boss itself is terrifying, the true problem lies in the quest requirements. Only players who began in the same starting location can enter the boss room as a group. Because of this crucial detail, 2 separate teams are now vying to defeat the boss, yet only one team can ultimately complete the quest. There's also a hefty penalty for failing, so neither side is willing to forfeit this opportunity. Unfortunately, since one team arrived at the site earlier, the team that showed up late ended up occupying the subway instead. One of the key figures guarding the subway entrance is none other than Jong Yong-lee. He's utterly surprised that Saewon is somehow still alive. He leads them deeper through the subway, towards the rest of their waiting group. Jong Hyun also seems unusually humble, but it's completely understandable. After witnessing how Saewon single-handedly fought that sentinel, for now, Saewon wants to meet the student council president so they can properly discuss their options. They enter the base, and the crowd instantly starts buzzing about Saewon, recognizing him as the one who bravely fought the Minotaur. There are also many observers in the area. The crowd is huge, and from the looks of it, even these observers are keenly interested in Saewon. Mina can barely believe that he actually took down a sentinel, all by himself. At first, she genuinely can't believe it, but from his earnest reaction, she realizes he's completely serious. As they're talking, Hyungyun rushes right up to them and gives Saewon a hearty, brotherly hug. After a brief, heartfelt chat, they begin discussing the pressing situation in Lomi-I Tower, and the reason they're held up in the subway now is because they arrived late to the tower itself after the first quest, just as Mina reported. This also means they need to beat the boss before the team above them can even try. They also have to defeat other players along the way. Right now, though, they're no match for the opposing team. Even they couldn't defeat the boss, so hope seems incredibly dim. But Sehun has an idea that could drag the other team down from the top. There's only one stage boss, and with 2 teams trying to defeat it, the losing team will face harsh penalties. And the punishment for failing a quest, it's death. So, to make sure they're chasing after the right target, Sehun asks if the other team truly knows about the stage boss, and if they're the ones who claimed. It's at the top of the tower. Hyungyun confirms that the other team really did discover the boss first, and reported it was at the tower's peak. Now that he has this information, Sehun suggests they just let the other team have it. If the other team is at the top of the tower, then they can go ahead and defeat it, if they can. That doesn't mean Sehun wants him and his teammates to simply accept death, though. The truth is the monster on the rooftop might not actually be the boss at all. The monster is definitely way too powerful to be just a regular mob. The other team showed Hyungyun the video earlier, and it was definitely a horrific beast. What's more, as soon as they entered Lomi-I Tower, they got a notification mentioning the boss stage. They then searched through every single floor and found no trace of any other monster, much less another boss. But despite searching through every part of the tower, they failed to search the underground level as well. One big difference between a boss monster and a regular monster is that a boss will always build its own pack and keep them around itself. Elsewhere, a player from the other team races off to inform their chief of something important. Hyungyun and his team have arrived to negotiate, and this time, Saehan and his party are with them. It was decided earlier that Hyungyun, Saehan, and a few trusted individuals would venture out to speak directly with the opposing team. One person following them is Dongwon, which is highly suspicious, especially since he previously distrusted Sehon's decisions. It's obvious, from his rapid change of allegiance to favor himself, that Dongwon possesses a sharp mind, despite his terrible personality. This makes Sehon consider using him in the future to further his own goals. But before the plan is agreed upon, Hyung-Yun raises his concerns. Is it truly alright to attempt communication with these people? After all, most of them have criminal backgrounds, and their team includes women and children. In Sehon's first playthrough, there were many guilds across Korea, and one stood out in particular for its sheer strength, the infamous guild, formed by a band of criminals who escaped from prison as soon as the world transformed. This group slaughtered people like insects and didn't hesitate to cross any line, as long as it benefited them. They were known as the Sins. The man famous for creating this guild is the top dog, Joo Kim, and that very man is currently staring down Sehon and his group as they arrive to strike a deal. Hyung-Yun kicks off the negotiations, telling them he has come to make a suggestion to their group. It was discussed earlier that cooperation between the two teams would not be an option, but Hyung-Yun isn't there to ask for cooperation. Instead, he wants to suggest that the criminal group go ahead and defeat the boss on the rooftop. With their consent, Joo doesn't need consent, and he was going to take on the boss regardless. So Hyung-Yun doesn't have any authority in this negotiation for him to just allow them to take on the boss without opposition. That's as good as him running away and preparing for death. Hyung-Yun tells them they stand no chance when fighting the criminal group, let alone their boss. So, their logic was, it'd be better to wait for them to defeat the boss. Then, they'd hope another boss spawns for them to take out. That's an obvious lie, and it's shocking how the student council president can lie with such an honest expression. Joo is rightfully suspicious and warns them that if they're lying, they will all die. But Hyung-In continues to lie, despite the unpleasant aura Joo releases to intimidate them. Sehon can recognize an avatar's aura when he sees it, so Joo must be the avatar of one of the highest gods, Hades. Joo asks the rest of his team what they think about Hyung-In's offer, and they're all in favor. After all, if the college students try to fight them, they'll just get murdered anyway. Since there's no opposition, Joo accepts their suggestion, but on one condition: they want someone to stay with them as collateral for the criminals. At first, Hyung-In tries to offer himself up, but Dongwon steps up instead. Since Hyung-In is the class leader, he shouldn't have to stay there when the rest of his team needs him. Joo, on the other hand, isn't satisfied. He wants the entire team to stay locked up. Then he sets his sights on Jisoo in the back, demanding she stay specifically. Then, without provocation, he rushes in, trying to attack her. But Sehun easily parries his blade. The two face off for a moment, and Joo can barely believe someone dares to face off against him. Joo must have been wary of Jisoo, even though he doesn't know she's a celestial slayer. It's obvious he felt something from her presence. Alone, Hyung-In tries to ask why Joo would attack one of his teammates, but he's completely brushed aside. Instead, he walks straight up to Sehwan, and the two face off directly against each other. The other criminals start yelling, hoping to intimidate the group, but Sehun doesn't back down and advises Joo to accept their offer if the criminals don't want to go up against them. Joo can tell Sehun isn't an ordinary guy, and he tells his group to quiet down for a while. His main issue isn't Joo, though, and he feels a chill going up his spine, all thanks to the aura of the woman next to him. Jisoo's deadly glare causes the criminal boss to freeze up in fear, and he can only describe her power as something similar to a man-eating flower. The other criminals continue to encourage the man to fight, but Joo is completely paralyzed by fear, and he can barely control his breathing. While facing Jisoo, Sehun places a hand on her shoulder to stop her from releasing the paralyzing aura, and she finally calms down. She was just so angry from the way Juwin was talking to our MC, that she couldn't control herself. It was a relatively small aura for a celestial slayer, but it was still enough to completely petrify the criminal boss. No matter how much of a psycho Juwin is, he's no match for a celestial slayer. With the aura removed, Juwin can finally move again, and he shakily accepts their terms. For only one person to remain with them, as they previously agreed. That person will be Dongwon. As the group turns to leave, Juwin is left angry at the fact that they dared to do something like this. To him, he swears that he will complete the quest and make sure that all of them die. They return to the subway and regroup, and Hyungyun was a bit worried towards the end there. But thankfully, they all made it out all right. Dongwon decided to stay voluntarily, though, so there's no need to worry about him at all. For now, they should focus on preparing to face the actual boss. Sehun takes them back to the safe zone from earlier and unveils the legendary item shop to everyone, the very same one he'd previously revealed to Jisoo and Mina. And just like those two before them, the group was utterly stunned. They'd never imagined such a place existed, but they wasted no time eagerly diving into the vast array of items and weapons scattered throughout the shop. As the group geared up, ready for battle, Hyunyin questioned Sehun, asking if the other team would truly leave them be after they vanquished the boss. There's absolutely no chance they'd do that, especially since they were practically thirsting for their blood earlier. However, for now, Sehun reassures them that worrying is utterly pointless, though he cryptically refuses to elaborate on his reasons. For the other group, there will be no such thing as an after it all once Sehun is truly finished with them. Sehun then steps away from the group to make a private phone call, and as he's wrapping things up, Jisoo stealthily sneaks up on him, completely unnoticed. She possesses an uncanny ability to move around without giving off any discernible presence, a trait Sehun is still far from used to. He doesn't reveal who he was speaking with on the phone, and instead, he proudly displays the new items he snagged from the item shop. Among them is a formidable sharp spear, and also a set of special training bracelets with fully adjustable weight settings. All of these are crucial components for his future plans, but he still steadfastly refuses to elaborate on his exact intentions. As the two make their way back to rejoin the group, Jisoo asks Sehun when exactly he decided to learn how to use a spear. He can hardly tell her that. He acquired the skill from his previous life. So instead, he cleverly lies, claiming he had a little practice before the game even began. Back in his last life, he wasn't particularly good at anything, as all the weapons he tried felt rather mediocre. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when it came to winning and simply surviving, talent wasn't a necessity for him. After all, in the end, the one who outlasted the best of the best and survived until humanity's bitter end was none other than him. This time, he's determined to become the strongest in the world. Whatever it takes, they regroup with Hyungyun, who managed to snag some seriously good equipment with the points he earned from completing their first quest. It also looks like he's become an avatar as well. And considering Hyungyun's personality, it's probably not an evil god pulling the strings. Only time will tell, though. For now, all he can do is watch and see what unfolds. But now that everyone is fully geared up, it's time for Tim to head out and take on the boss. Before they leave, though, Sehun tells them that he and Jisoo will be moving separately from a main group. Then, he hands Hyungyun a newly purchased spear, coated in orichalcum. He instructs the leader to stick the spear right in the center of the room when they find the boss stage. Thanks to the orichalcum, it should pierce the ground easily. As soon as they stick it into the floor, they just have to make sure the tip is facing upwards. Then, he tells Hyungyun that once the time is right, he'll give them a signal through their cell phones, so they can lure the boss towards the spear. These seem like very unrelated things, but it's once again part of Sehun's master plan, which he refuses to elaborate on. Now that everything has been set up, it's time for the group to make their move. Hyungyun throws out a message through their group chat, and Dongwon also catches wind of it. It's been a while since he's been locked up, and since then, the criminal group has challenged the boss 3 times, with no progress. There's a good chance that Si-hoon is right about what he's saying, but it's still a mystery how he has so much information. Even Dongwon's god warned him to be wary of Si-hoon, since he must have something big up his sleeve, instead of just sitting quietly and waiting for everything to unfold. Dongwon decides to make his move. He calls out to the guard watching over him and tells him that he has some information, eager to share their quest details with their boss. He insists on speaking directly to the leader to deliver some absolutely vital information, info that could greatly aid their quest. Si-hoon Kim might pose a massive threat, but Ju-won's strength is on a whole different level. If Dongwon had to choose a side, he'd undeniably pick Ju-won every time. The guard cautiously agrees, but warns that if this proves to be baseless, there will be dire consequences elsewhere. Meanwhile, Hyunjin and his group venture deep into Lomi Tower's underground. The only monsters they encounter in the area are merely a few mutant rats, which they easily dispatch without a hitch. Since these monsters dwell in darkness, they're highly susceptible to light, making it even simpler for the group to systematically take them down and press deeper into the unknown. Si-hoon, in particular, makes quick work of the rats, obliterating them far more efficiently than anyone else. They've been steadily progressing for a while now. They've already made it halfway into the basement, deep within the building. This area plunges 6 floors underground, and they're currently on the 3rd. As they strategize to go even deeper, Si-hoon receives a text from Mina, informing him that her group is heading down into the sewers, back up on the surface. Back on the surface, Jaiwan is grappling with the realization that the monster they've been fiercely fighting was never truly meant for them to defeat. It's a basilisk cursed with a petrifying gaze, and it has effortlessly frozen and killed all his men so far, decimating their numbers. He's trying desperately, yet failing, to devise a way to bring the creature down. The guard from earlier leads Dangwon into Ju-won's private chamber to discuss whatever he needs to reveal. He then tells the criminal leader about his group's true intentions, to locate the real boss monster underground, and reveals how the creature on the rooftop isn't the true boss at all. It was all just a deceptive trap, using reverse psychology to completely trick them. Won, furious, vows to make them pay dearly for this. Dongwon couldn't care less about their petty squabble or who wins. At the end of the day, he'll simply side with whichever team manages to come out on top. Even if his current team wins, his god should easily negate any penalty. As they prepare to head into the underground, the guard from earlier starts audibly laughing at Dongwon for his contribution to their team. Dongwon decides not to dwell too much on the guard's strange behavior and follows them to track down Hyungyun's team. They finally reach the entrance to the basement, and surprisingly, the area is completely deserted. Won dispatches his team to search the entire place and locate them as fast as humanly possible, but there's absolutely no sign of them. The guard then cunningly suggests that they might have already fled to the basement to finish the stage and make their escape. Won agrees with this notion, and the team starts to descend into the murky basement to confront Hyungyun and his elusive group. The area is oppressively dark and utterly unwelcoming, unlike Hyungyun, who thoughtfully equipped everyone with flashlights. Thanks to Saewon's incredible foresight, this group has absolutely nothing to use to properly see where they're going. But then they spot 2 figures, calmly watching them stumble helplessly through the dark. It's Saewon and Jisoo, and both of them were fully aware that the criminals would inevitably come after them. So they strategically waited at the entrance to stop them. Saewon then pointedly addresses Dongwon, since it was his blatant betrayal that led them all into this trap in the first place, and his backstabbing nature was, frankly, far too predictable. Dongwon, still deluded, thinks he's on the winning side, and warns Saewon that he is utterly done for, since they're about to face off against this entire group of dangerous psychopaths. Saewon isn't bothered in the slightest, and calmly asks the guard standing right next to Dongwon if he agrees with Dongwon's assessment. It turns out this guard was actually Mina the entire time, and she was secretly working with Saewon to lead these guys right here. In the first place, Seiwon wanted them all gathered in one convenient place. He'd been meticulously planning to wipe them all out, every single one of them, criminals included, Dongwon, and the lurking monster atop the building. With everyone now primed for a brutal brawl, Sehun steels himself for the fight, but he's seriously pressed for time, needing to rush to confront the basilisk at the very top of the building. As he frets about juggling everything, Jisoo steps forward, wondering how he'll manage it all. She tells him to go on ahead. With her formidable strength, she can handle these guys with ease, with Jisoo volunteering to tackle them solo. So Sehun grabs Mina and makes his exit. He'll need her for the ultimate boss showdown. But before he vanishes, he orders Jisoo to keep Dongwon alive for later. That's a major bummer for Jisoo, who desperately wanted to personally annihilate him. Still, she obliges. It's an order from Sehun, after all. With that settled, our MC turns to depart. But Blade suddenly flashes toward him in a split second, still cradling Mina. He dodges the strike and lunges at Juin, sending him and half his crew soaring with a single devastating punch. With no more immediate obstacles, he turns to leave once more, letting Jisoo take charge of the brutal beatdown. He notices something's shifted in her personality, but he can't quite pinpoint it. Regardless, he decides to trust her with everything for now. Juin, slowly picking himself up from the ground, orders his subordinates to stop gawking and attack. After all, it's just one girl against a whole horde of criminals. The first idiot to rush her is also the first to realize that you should never judge a book by its cover. She wields her weapon, slicing his body clean in half, killing him instantly, before he could even dream of attacking. Jisoo issues a chilling warning to them all. None of them are leaving this area without her express permission. As she braces for her next strike, Juin notices the terrifying glint in her eyes, that she views them, much like one would view an insect. It's as if she's utterly looking down on every single one of them. He barks orders again, telling his men to rush her, and they all charge forward, weapons drawn. But Jisoo seems more concerned about how much blood she might accidentally splatter everywhere. The first man to even attempt an attack gets his head smashed in before he can land a single hit. The poor soul behind him doesn't even have time to register what just happened before Jisoo rushes over and takes him out with a clean, brutal uppercut. Another man tries to take advantage of her blind spot to stab her from behind, but she shrugs off the attack like it's absolutely nothing and punches him square in the forehead, killing him instantly. The stab wound heals itself in an instant, and thanks to her celestial slayer abilities, the sight of her own blood starts to make her even more formidable than before. Meanwhile, 3 other men try to attack her all at once, and she effortlessly dodges all their attacks before one shot rips through every single one of them before they can even react. Jisoo's rampage continues unabated, and she easily takes out all the men with single, precise strikes. Not a single one of them can even land a hit on her. There are at least 30 of them, all fighting together, and she's easily overwhelming them without even breaking a sweat. Juin watches all of this unfold in utter shock, but he still believes he can handle her. After all, he's stronger and larger than her too, so he should be able to turn the tide of battle. Jisoo finally turns her attention to him and hurls the extendable part of her mace right at him, but Juin blocks the attack by grabbing one of his teammates and using him as a human shield. Now that it's come to this, it's time for him to show off why. He's a chosen avatar of Hades, the god of death. He activates a special ability granted by his god, called Death Sentence, which allows his attacks to have a guaranteed chance of killing an opponent with one hit for an entire minute. His weapon begins to charge up. With a surge of energy, he activates his attack. He's absolutely certain he can take her down and finish this whole mess once and for all. As he prepares to launch his devastating attack, Jisoo spares him a glance for less than a second, and suddenly his head is no longer attached to his body. In that mere split second, she even noticed him. She killed him instantly without a single second thought, despite his overwhelming confidence. He couldn't even make a tiny difference fighting her. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tower, Sehun and Mina are rushing toward the top of the tower. Mina is still deeply concerned about them, especially leaving Jisoo behind like that. But Sehun, however, is mostly confident that she can totally take care of herself. He looks strong on the outside, sure, but in reality, he only has one truly powerful ability, and it takes a very long time to activate. For now, they should be much more focused on Sehun's plan for taking on the Basilisk. Mina doesn't believe our MC actually wants to fight, something that dozens of men have already failed to bring down. Sehun himself isn't completely sure they can even win, but that's exactly why he brought Mina as his trump card. Her transformation ability might be her only power, yes, but that's exactly what he needs from her. After a few more minutes of intense climbing, the two finally manage to reach the top floor, and it's time to face the final boss. But before they enter, he needs her to transform into a certain animal first. It will be hard for her, but Sehun promises to give her 2,000 points worth of gear later, if she does what he wants. With the powerful motivation of points, Mina is a lot more willing to transform for Sehun, and she expertly turns into a weasel, though she still doesn't know exactly how that will help him. Now that all the preparations are complete, Sehun dramatically opens the door to the boss room, so they can finally start the final battle. The place is a complete mess, filled with statues of people who were turned to stone as they were trying to escape. This is the terrifying effect of the basilisk's petrifying gaze. Now that they've successfully made it in, and didn't immediately die on the spot, it's time for Mina to head in and go find the boss. But that won't be necessary, though, because this thing is absolutely massive. She barely even needs to glance to spot it. The colossal monster is the size of the entire room, and every bit as terrifying as it is huge. This is clearly the Sentinel guarding this stage, a monster specifically designed to be unbeatable. As Sehun steps closer to the beast, it awakens and introduces itself as Orga. It kindly informs Sehun his life will be spared if he departs quietly and without causing a fuss. Sehun, however, has no intention of backing down, even though the odds are completely stacked against him. Unlike the Minotaur from the first stage, this Sentinel is a named boss, a true boss, specifically engineered to be unbeatable. The biggest challenge when facing a monster like Orga is its petrifying gaze the moment it opens its eyes. Anything it perceives is instantly turned to stone. That's usually the case. But Sehun has a plan, and his trump card is Mina. It's her time to shine. He tells the girl, who's still in her weasel form, to go and attempt to fight the boss, just as he'd instructed her earlier. When she tries to refuse, he grabs her by the stomach and promptly hurls her towards the colossal beast. Orga opens its eyes, focusing its gaze on her, and Sehun seizes this distraction as his chance to rush in and attempt to deal some damage. Since the monster wasted its petrifying gaze on Mina, it now has a cooldown before it can attack again. During this window, Sehun plans to neutralize its eyes, while it's still preoccupied. He hurls his blade directly at the monster's head, striking it squarely in the eye, before quickly ducking behind a nearby wall. Unfortunately, it appears an ordinary sword isn't enough to truly harm a sentinel. But now that Orga's attention is fixed on Sehun, Mina seizes her own opportunity to rush towards Orga and attempt an attack of her own. Although Orga's petrifying gaze hit her directly, according to ancient folklore, the basilisk possesses a peculiar weakness to weasels. So as long as Mina remains in her weasel form, the creature's petrifying gaze cannot affect her. While that certainly makes things a bit easier, a mere weasel is hardly enough to battle a giant monster, and yet somehow, Mina miraculously survives its relentless attacks, swiftly scaling its massive body. Before it can crush her flat, Orga unleashes its petrifying gaze once more, but it once again proves utterly futile against Mina, as she keeps it thoroughly distracted. While the two are locked in battle, Sehun seizes the chance to dart underneath the beast, aiming to launch another devastating attack. Orga catches sight of his attempt and attempts to block him with its colossal body, but that gives Mina just enough time to scramble up to its eye and attack it. The basilisk screams in agony as Mina's devastating blow blinds its eye. That single blow stops it from activating its petrifying gaze ability, which will make the fight significantly easier, even though things should be simpler now. That doesn't mean the battle is won just yet. For Si-hoon, even a single scratch from the basilisk could prove fatal, but thanks to its immense size, its attacks are surprisingly easy to predict and dodge. The monster continues its relentless attack, as Si-hoon gets a crucial notification on his phone. Now that he's finished stalling, it's time for the final phase of his plan to finally be put into action. He separates from Mina for a brief moment, and the two spread out, circling the massive room, as the monster continues its assault. Finally, after a bit more intense fighting, the monster manages to land a devastating attack that Si-hoon isn't able to properly dodge. It then prepares itself to deliver the finishing blow, but just before it can land the fatal hit, Si-hoon snaps his fingers. This is the precise signal for Mina to rejoin the fray. She instantly transforms into a chicken and lets out the loudest squawk she can muster, which causes the basilisk to shriek back in agonizing pain. Just like with the weasel before, the basilisk is also inexplicably vulnerable to the piercing sound of a chicken's call. Si-hoon immediately takes to the offensive and uses his dagger to furiously attack the beast. But they don't even leave a single scratch on its heart. He can't pierce its outer scales, but his attacks are certainly landing. Yet, every attack that's connected so far is weakening it exponentially. However, things are quickly turning perilous, and Si-hoon must give his absolute best to end this battle as quickly as humanly possible. The tricks and weaknesses he's prepared, though, aren't enough to bridge the massive gap in their power. The monster confidently closes in on our MC, convinced it can finish things quickly. Now, that Si-hoon seems to be out of tricks, but Si-hoon notices the basilisk has stepped right into his trap. He tries to keep it busy by rambling on. He admits the power gap between them is absolutely immense, and he knew from the start that he couldn't win this fight head-on. That's why he had to painstakingly strategize exactly how he would take down the basilisk. In his previous life, he was used to battling impossible odds, having done so countless times to defeat an opponent who is superior to him. In every way, he doesn't need the power of gods, overwhelming stats, or any of the usual advantages that make other players overwhelmingly powerful. What he needs is simply experience and patience. And those two qualities are what allowed him to become the last survivor of the gods game. Orga is completely done with this pointless rambling and finally prepares to launch its ultimate attack. But it's already too late. Si-hoon's plan is complete, and he smirks as multiple explosions rock the entire building. The walls and pillars start to crumble around them, as Si-hoon reveals he had someone install bombs all throughout the building over the course of a whole week. These bombs can be remotely detonated, but they rarely work on powerful monsters or players. Of course, that means they won't work on this colossal monster, but that was never his plan at all. All his running around wasn't for nothing. His real goal was to secretly attach the weight bracelets he bought from the store earlier onto the monster without it even noticing, with all the weight still fixed on. Si-hoon cranks the weight setting to its absolute maximum, making the monster collapse to the ground, crushed by the immense weight on its limbs. Then, with one final decisive kick, Si-hoon sends the beast plummeting through the floor, crashing down through the newly ravaged building. But even after all that, the monstrous fall isn't enough to finish the beast. Once it recovers its strength, it intends to rise and immediately obliterate Si-hoon. However, lying in wait on the basement floor, exactly where Si-hoon commanded it to be placed, is the gleaming golden spear coated with orichalcum. Ordinarily, a simple spear wouldn't stand a chance against it, especially since this is only the second main quest, meaning there are no items powerful enough to truly wound a sentinel. But a spear coated with the strongest metal in existence? That's an entirely different story. Meanwhile, just before the monster crashed through the ceiling, Hyun-yun and his party were locked in combat with the actual boss of this quest. Trapped in a losing battle, the players could barely land a hit on the formidable foe, and it's glaringly obvious. They stand no chance of winning on their own. Luckily for Hyun-yun, though, He'd plunged the spear into the ground and successfully lured the boss near it, just as Sahan had commanded. Just as things were looking their bleakest, explosions ripped through the building, and not long after, a massive monster they'd never seen before came crashing through the ceiling. It was the basilisk. It had plummeted from the very top floor of the tall building, through every floor below it, all the way down to the basement, landing directly on top of the boss monster. Both creatures died instantly on impact. With that, a system message immediately pops up, informing them they had successfully cleared the second main quest. Hyun-Yun is utterly astonished that the main quest ended, and that he received a silver ranking, despite barely lifting a finger. He has absolutely no idea what just transpired. Then, the system displays yet another message. It's announced that the next main quest will kick off after a set period of time, once specific requirements are met. This means they'll have plenty of free time before their next objective. While the group tries to piece together what just happened, Si-hoon casually joins them in the basement. He's completely unscathed, and the proud look on his face makes it clear. It's easy to tell he had something to do with finishing the quest. Even though he doesn't have a single scratch on him, Hyun-Yun can't really say anything, though. He knows there's no way they could have defeated those monsters without Si-hoon's help. The Sins, on the other hand, were a different story. They were definitely strong enough to take down the boss monster. Both they and Si-hoon completely outclassed them in raw strength and power. Hyun-Yun is utterly frustrated by the obvious power gap between them all, and he vows to get stronger. Si-hoon, meanwhile, heads down to pick up his spear, now that the quest is over. The next question is where to go from here. Si-hoon says he wants to travel anywhere the road takes him, but he tells Hyun-Yun to give him a call if anything happens. The two separate, and Si-hoon walks off to start his next adventure. However, he knows Hyun-Yun must have realized his current strength isn't enough. Si-hoon hopes he can at least survive until the 7th quest. That shouldn't be a problem for him, since he's a chosen avatar, but our MC still doesn't know what God chose him. Si-hoon and Mina meet back up with Jisoo in an unoccupied store. She's casually cleaning her weapon, and it seems like she even changed her armor after the fight. That means the battle she had must have been at least slightly intense. Just as they agreed, Jisoo spared Dangwon's life and locked him in a closet to wait for Si-hoon. Our MC heads over to check on him, and the former vice president instantly leaps up, attempting to attack Saewon before he can utter a single word. Not only did Jisoo imprison him against his will, she also fastened one of the dreaded weight bracelets around his neck, which Saewon quickly activates, slamming Dongwon straight into the ground from its crushing weight. Once it seems Dongwon has learned his painful lesson, Saewon deactivates the intense weight, allowing him to move once more. This device won't come off easily, and because of it, he's now completely under Saewon's absolute control. This whole ordeal is a consequence of his multiple attempts to kill everyone, dating all the way back to when he tried to trap them in the gym during the very first quest. He was so determined to betray them this time that he didn't even notice Mina standing right beside him. It only worked out because Si-hoon was there. In any other scenario, their entire school would have been wiped out. Because of him, this is Si-hoon's physical punishment for Dongwon, but his psychological punishment is something far more devious. Si-hoon presents him with an absolute contract and demands he sign it. It's a contract that can never be violated by the person who signs it. It explicitly states the contractor must be altruistic, caring, and sincere, or they will die by an implosion from their choker. At first, Dongwon tries to argue, but Jisoo approaches them, standing menacingly behind him with her weapon, making it chillingly clear that refusal is not an option. Dongwon frantically signs it, and as soon as he does, he turns and tries to leave as fast as humanly possible to escape Jisoo. He can go anywhere he wants now, anyway, since, thanks to the bracelet, Si-hoon can track him wherever he goes. Thanks to that, Dongwon is now forced to obey him no matter what, and he would instantly die if he ever dares to go against any of Saewon's orders. He then approaches Jisoo, who is checking the status of her last quest. She achieved gold tier again, but also must have gained a massive amount of points because of the shared rewards among party members, with their vital quests complete. However, it's time to decide their next destination. Jisoo has a personal errand to run, which means they must part ways for now. But as party members, they can easily track each other's location and reunite later on. With that, the duo plans their separation, so Jisoo can embark on her personal quest. The only remaining person to reward is Mina, who proved most helpful during their journey. Sehun decides to give her a reward for everything she has done for him. She's thrilled, hoping it's something powerful. Sehun reaches into his inventory and pulls out a stealth ring. This item allows the user to become completely invisible. It's a B-rank item and incredibly rare. The item is so exceptional that Mina is almost hesitant to accept it from Sehun. Jisoo glares at Mina with a touch of jealousy, and Sehun assures her he'll find something for her next time too. With all their shared matters sorted, it's time for them to get moving on their personal quests as Sehun treks through the deserted roads. Without Jisoo by his side, he notices far more observers than usual. It's only natural, though, after what he pulled off during the second quest. He's more concerned that Mina is following him, even though he no longer needs her help for anything. What's more, her observer is the absolute worst. But that won't make a huge difference anyway, since the gods likely already know about his appearance. The question still stands. Why is Mina following him, anyway? That's because she can tell he's quite strong. So she's decided to stick with him a bit longer, to see what she can gain. She's incredibly honest about her intentions, which is definitely better than Dong-il's sneaky tactics. She also plans to help him, so it's not like she's just freeloading his immense power as the two continue their journey. They soon encounter a group of hostile individuals who appear to be guarding a mysterious entrance leading to a dungeon. Sehun raises his hands in surrender, seemingly turning to leave, a move that utterly baffles Mina. He seems so set on farming that very dungeon, but Sehun plans to enter it through his own clever methods, and Mina is more than ready to help him stir up trouble, if necessary. However, he has an even better idea. Since the main entrance is completely blocked by these guards, Sehun decides to create his own entrance. Meanwhile, the gods continue their heated debate about the game's current state. On the real-life forums, Dongwon, a frustrated god, complains that his avatar has been completely shackled by some random player. Because of this, he's utterly useless in the game. Young Jester, on the other hand, finds the whole situation absolutely hilarious and mercilessly teases Dongwon for his blunders. While these two bicker, the other gods mention there are several prime dungeons in the vicinity ripe for raiding. Sehun observes their entire discussion, and thanks to their chatter, he's able to pinpoint the exact location of the dungeon those hostile individuals were guarding earlier. They walk through the bustling city and halt at a seemingly random street, which Sehun believes hides the dungeon. He then places his hand on the ground, scanning the area with a brand new ability. This power lets him search a 50-meter radius, using just his hand, detecting hidden items. It's a platinum reward he earned for triumphing over the basilisk. Thanks to this skill, they successfully locate the boss room of the dungeon those men were guarding earlier. However, it's 20 meters underground, meaning they would normally be unable to reach it. Dungeon walls are fortified with special magic, making it impossible to breach the room without traversing the entire dungeon. For a normal player, that would be absolutely true. But Sehun is no normal player. He's a pay-to-win legend. And thanks to the exclusive DLC store, he possesses the exact tool needed. He absolutely needs to get into that boss room. It's a dungeon destroyer's excavation drill. This powerful tool can dig through any dungeon terrain. He fabricates a story to Mina, claiming it's a quest reward. Then, he immediately gets down to business. He starts drilling into the ground, aiming for the dungeon. 5 grueling hours of relentless digging later, they finally manage to breach the boss room. They've reached the very heart of the dungeon. A massive mantis boss awaits them in the chamber, along with a terrifying horde of lesser mantises. The monsters instantly surge forward, rushing to attack. Our two heroes brace themselves for battle. Sahan instructs Mina to take on the lesser mantises, and to keep an eye on his back, while he focuses on eliminating the massive boss mantis. He wields his orichalcum-coated spear, the very same one he used to defeat the basilisk, to carve a path through the swarming mantis monsters that are defending their leader. Fortunately, these insects possess incredibly exposed, weak spots, making them incredibly easy for Sahan to dispatch. He finally carves his way through to confront the boss. The main mantis boss proves to be an even easier target, thanks to its immense size. This makes it far slower than the smaller mantises. Sahan quickly calculates his move and unleashes a devastating attack that obliterates the mantis's midsection, killing it instantly. With that, they conquer the dungeon and become the first players in the entire world to ever clear a dungeon. They earn a whopping 1,000 extra points as a reward. And the prestigious achievement, First Experience Hunter, it's certainly a bizarre name, but he tries not to dwell on it too much. Instead, his focus shifts to the exciting fact that more achievements obtained will also boost the rewards he receives. Moving forward, next up is checking out the rewards. From the Mantis boss, he snags an F-level magic stone and an E-rank skill called Precise Strike. They're admittedly not the most impressive rewards, but it's certainly better than nothing. However, these are just the boss drops. The rest of the dungeon's treasures are conveniently tucked away in the corner of the room. It's a huge haul of loot and gold, all of which can be sold in the store for a substantial amount of points. Sihun and Mina meticulously pack up all their belongings, preparing to depart roughly 4 days later. Meanwhile, the original dungeon clearing party finally arrives at the long-awaited boss room. They're beyond thrilled, believing they could be the very first in the entire world to successfully conquer a dungeon. After nearly a week of relentless fighting against endless hordes of grotesque insects, it's finally time for them to claim their well-deserved rewards. But when they finally push open the boss room door, they're met with a completely empty chamber, littered only with decaying monster corpses and a suspiciously gaping hole in the ceiling. To add insult to injury, there's even mocking graffiti scrawled on the wall, taunting the adventurers for their tardiness. Later, Sahan logs into the infamous God's Chat forum, landing right in the middle of a heated argument between young Jester, who seems far too pleased with herself, and a furious god, likely affiliated with the party whose dungeon was just shamelessly snatched away. It looks like everyone's having the time of their lives. So Sahan cleverly seizes the moment to throw in another juicy piece of bait. He tells the assembled gods he's discovered a rather promising dungeon nearby, and that definitely piques their interest. He then reveals a map with a glowing marker, pointing directly to the Seoul National University of Education Station. He confidently states there should be a C-rank item waiting in that very area. Young Jester immediately vouches for his claim's validity, since Sahan has provided them with valuable information several times in the past. But the other gods aren't so trusting, and one even demands Sahan reveal his true identity. Luckily for him, there's a general forum rule, protecting those who wish to remain anonymous. With this exciting new intel in hand, the gods eagerly begin to gather their avatars to head straight for the dungeon, completely trusting Sahan's words. Thanks to this, every single avatar in the vicinity will be drawn to one spot. Even young Jester informs Mina that she absolutely must head to the university, but Sahan declines. According to his memories, there are indeed high-ranking items there, but they're all useless, only good for bait. Instead, Sahan wants them to tackle the next main quest, although there's no time limit for this third quest. Sahan aims to finish it before the fourth main quest pops up, so they don't miss out on its rewards. From the third quest, before heading there though, Sahan wants to acquire an ability first. And while he doesn't tell Mina right away, he mutters to himself about needing a constellation. They head over to another nearby dungeon. But this time Sahan can't just dig his way into the boss room like he did before. That's because it's significantly deeper than the last one. Because of that, they'll have to enter the dungeon from the main entrance and clear it out normally. But first, he gives Mina a scarf that has the ability to block ranged attacks. The two then head into the dungeon, and the first thing Mina notices is how eerily quiet it is. It's almost hard to believe this place is even a dungeon. It's also pitch black, which makes it nearly impossible for them to see. The two of them continue walking through the dungeon, and after a while, it starts to feel like they've been circling around the same place for quite some time. Sahan already knew this, but there's a specific reason they've been walking in circles for so long, and that reason is about to reveal itself to them in a moment. A sharp gust of air blows through the cramped subway, and something heads straight for Mina. Thankfully, the scarf Sahan gave her comes in handy and blocks the attack before it can reach her. The scarf is actually an item called a cloth of protection, and it's guaranteed to block 5 ranged attacks. It will then be destroyed once it's fully used. Thanks to that attack, Mina only has 4 blocks left, so they can't afford to be too careless. The arrow that tried to attack Mina proves Sahan came to exactly the right place. He takes a quick peek into the forums, and it looks like other avatars are having the same problem, as some monster in the shadows keeps killing them before they can even fight back. Mina then brings up an idea that she could transform into something tiny, but whatever she transforms into will still be struck no matter how small she is. Only one creature can truly evade these attacks. Si-hoon reveals what that animal is, then gives her specific instructions to follow. Once he gives the signal, another arrow streaks right for Si-hoon, and his protective cloth shields him, leaving him with just 4 uses remaining. He then wraps a special item around the arrow, called the tracking threads. Once the thread is wrapped around an object and launched, it automatically tracks back to the object's owner. The arrow cuts through the oppressive darkness and eventually lands right next to a stealthy archer who had been perfectly hidden in the shadows. This monster is known as a Ranger of the Night, a creature that gains enhanced movement speed when navigating dark environments. Si-hoon sprints toward it, desperate to stop its escape, and in self-defense, it unleashes an arrow at our MC, devouring another use of his mystical scarf. With only 3 uses left, Si-hoon must find a way to end this fight fast, as swiftly as he can. The Ranger attempts to vanish into the shadows, firing multiple shots at his pursuer as it backs away. 2 of them manage to connect, leaving Si-hoon with only 1 more protection before he's completely vulnerable. The Ranger draws its bow and fires 1 more arrow, consuming the very last protection from the scarf, causing it to vanish into nothingness. But it's already far too late. Si-hoon has completely closed the distance, and it's just moments before their inevitable clash. But the Ranger cracks a devious smile, as it has 1 last trick hidden up its sleeve. With Si-hoon so close, he makes for an easy, open target, and the Ranger draws its bow once more, firing a shot that's absolutely guaranteed to hit. But Si-hoon has already won this battle, and he expertly dodges the arrow. Just then, a bat flies down from the ceiling, clutching a small, glowing orb in its tiny hands. In video games, there are usually small, unassuming creatures that creep around. In dungeons, they are usually set to be non-interactive to characters and monsters alike. Thanks to this, they usually fly under the radar, no matter how much they flit across the stage. And that's exactly what Si-hoon was banking on when he instructed Mina to transform into a bat and seamlessly blend in with the other bats, clinging to the stage's roof. Then, when the moment was perfectly ripe, she would swoop down, clutching an orb of light. This special item emits a blinding flash, temporarily blinding all players and monsters in its radius for a full 10 seconds, with everyone in the vicinity disoriented. Si-hoon seizes the opportunity, plunging his weapon into the monster's chest, right through its chest before it can escape again. The strategy works flawlessly, and the monster collapses, lifeless at their feet. After a truly grueling battle, it seems there aren't any special rewards here, unlike in the Mantis dungeon. This was a raid dungeon, and these particular kinds of dungeons typically don't shower you with many rewards, as there are no monsters aside from the main boss. However, never fear, The rewards for defeating the boss are still absolutely incredible. From this epic battle, he scored a B-rank Code of the Night and C-ranked Knight's Gloves, along with a powerful new skill called Shadow Rush. This is the very skill the boss monster used multiple times to expertly blend into the shadows and make its escapes. Finally, he also acquired an amazing ability called Guaranteed Shot, which lets him throw or shoot towards any target with pinpoint, perfect precision. With all these fantastic rewards, Sehun's stats are incredibly potent, if not yet fully stacked, and he boasts an incredible array of abilities. At this very moment, he should easily be the strongest player in the world, but it's still not enough to defeat his target. For his ultimate target, that is, clearing the next main quest, will certainly be no problem, but his true goal is 100% completion of the entire game. He also possesses a first playthrough transfer package, which he's set to unlock eventually, after he finally completes the main quest. Once he activates it and reclaims his original abilities, he will finally be able to defeat that monstrous foe from the third quest. His very next target is the monstrous crow that utterly devastated him in his last playthrough. Meanwhile, let's check in with another member of his team. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Jisoo rings the doorbell of her old home. Many monsters had blocked her path to get here, but none of them posed a serious problem. After several more knocks, Jisoo is forced to use her superhuman strength to forcefully break open the door. Inside the house, more monsters await, but they're more of an annoyance than a true threat. She quickly dispatches them all in a matter of seconds, crushing some with her bare hands, as if they were simple bugs. Venturing deeper inside her house, she finally finds one of the people she was searching for. Her father lies on the ground, a pool of his own blood, clearly long dead. Jisoo takes a moment to mourn her lost parent, but her tears are interrupted by a ringing phone on the table. Shakily, she picks up the call, and it's her mom on the other side. Meanwhile, back with Sehan and Mina, the two of them arrive at their next quest location. But it's not what they expected at all. It's an amusement park called Lomii World, and despite the devastation gripping the entire world, the staff there greet them with unsettling smiles, as if nothing is wrong. It's almost as if the monsters completely skipped this place in their rampage. However, it's obvious from the wrecked surroundings that monsters have definitely been here recently. And it's strange, but there's no logical way of explaining the utterly bizarre atmosphere of the amusement park. Mina decides to directly ask one of the staff what her deal is, but the woman just tells her she's free to enter Lomii World and look around. The place is very clearly suspicious, but Sehan moves to enter it regardless. Their next quest is inside, so they have no choice but to enter. The atmosphere is excessively clean, and the employees are definitely human, but they are neither monsters nor players. All of these disturbing features must be for the crow's sick and twisted entertainment. It looks like the staff are forced to live here, against their will, despite their kind smiles. It's clear that all of them are absolutely terrified of something, and they're just working to protect themselves as they continue to walk through the amusement park. And just like that, the next quest drops. For Mina, it looks like a walk in the park. Sewon's quest, however, is a different story. It's nothing like what he recalls from his past life. Back then, it was just a simple D-rank mission, but now he's staring down a C-rank difficulty. Mina's mission is the 5 stamps quest, the same one he tackled in his previous life. But his own quest is far more challenging. Just 2 beings can directly mess with his quest, and those are the game master and the system. If the GM had actually tweaked his quest, he definitely would have shown himself to our MC, which means this must be the system's intervention. Though it's only fair. After all, he's taken down 2 sentinels now. He's definitely become a hot topic in the game. Mina spots his grim face and asks what's wrong, but he holds back from sharing his problem. He pauses, gathering his thoughts together, and tries to focus on the positive side. If anything, this is a clear indication that his choices are slowly altering the future, just as he always wanted. The pair keeps walking through the park. Then Sehun asks Mina if she knows a game named Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's a game all about managing an amusement park, and Mina has at least heard of it. He then asks her to imagine that they are trapped inside the game. And everything in the park is under the managers. Absolute control. Because of that, they could do absolutely anything they want, like cutting off roller coaster tracks midair. So all the rides crash straight into the ground. Sales don't matter to them at all. All they care about is watching people suffer. That's the sick mindset running this park. But the Crow constellation cares. Of course, he can't tell Mina that directly, since he's not supposed to have that information yet. But his words are pretty telling. From how this park is currently run, they're using civilians as unwilling employees, completely against their will, and they're clearly neglecting their people. Here in this park, none of the players know about the constellations yet, so he can't directly tell her about them. The world teems with countless powerful monsters. You've got your basic mobs, and then there are the boss monsters. But above them all stand the sentinels. They're the highest caliber of monstrosity. Usually, they're not even meant to be defeated. Yet, the constellations themselves are on an entirely different plane of existence. Their difference isn't merely in strength. It's in their very essence. Constellations are an entirely different breed of beast. Seriously. And get this. The ruler of this park is one of them, named Karis, a low-level constellation. But it still possesses divinity, which makes it incredibly powerful. Normally, it would be far too early for constellations to arrive, but this one's an exception. Its constellation level is just low enough that it can show up. If its divinity is slightly suppressed, it exploited that loophole to sneak into the game way earlier than it should have been able to. Its intention to thoroughly enjoy itself now, while no one poses a threat to it yet. Even with its low divinity level, its inflicted damage on humanity was on par with a constellation of much higher divinity. For now, their best bet is to be careful and stay on high alert while attempting to complete their quests. The environment's infrastructure is definitely different from the Lomii world, from before the world changed. That's because the ruler has redesigned it entirely to their liking. As they walk through the area, an employee shouts at them to join his ride. He sounds utterly terrified and wears a suspicious-looking collar. He gestures toward his ride, which turns out to be a haunted house. Mina isn't thrilled about entering a haunted house, and she attempts to protest. But her bickering with Sahan is abruptly cut short when the employee's collar starts beeping and flashing a frantic red light. The collar then violently explodes around his neck as he screams in utter terror, blowing his head clean off his body. This gruesome event directly ties into Sahan's main quest to save everyone in the amusement park and resolve this dire situation by helping everyone escape the area. Currently, there are 138 players and 725 civilians. But as an employee's lifeless body drops to the floor, right before their eyes, the number drops. The other employees flinch and look away as Mina struggles to comprehend what's going on and the horror that just unfolded. It seems there was a time limit for being a vendor, just like players have time limits for their quests. Mina starts to cry, wondering if the employee died because of her hesitation to enter the haunted house. But Si-hoon quickly comforts her and reassures her that all of this was most likely just caused by the amusement park's terrible design. In Si-hoon's past life, many people perished, and he'd only learned the news from the few survivors who managed to escape. But for what he remembers, the place shouldn't be this empty right now. For now, he can't dwell on it too much, and all he can do is to search for the person he was looking for and try to collect stamps first. He calls out to one of the other employees, asking him to guide them through the rides so they can start collecting stamps. The employee warns them that they won't be leaving the haunted house the same way they entered, but it's not like they have a choice. They'll die if they don't complete the quest in time. Most other players who entered this haunted house died regardless of their enthusiasm. But since they've asked, the staff has no choice but to lead them inside. To complete the ride, all they need to do is pass all the way through to the other side. It's just as scary as it is straightforward, so they need to be incredibly careful. As they step inside, the two walk in, and Mina immediately clings onto Si-hoon's arm. For her own safety, they're just at the entrance, and she's already terrified. They soon reach a bridge, and Si-hoon pauses for a moment to ensure it's safe. Suddenly, a spiked wrecking ball drops from the ceiling, almost crashing into them with incredible speed. No time to process the chaos, as more wrecking balls plummet from above, forcing them to sprint across the bridge for their lives. Mid-dash, a monster suddenly springs out of nowhere. Lunging at Mina, Sahan reacts in a flash, thrusting his spear to intercept the beast. Before it could take a chunk out of her, he then delivers a powerful kick, sending it soaring away before it can strike again. With the immediate threat handled, he rushes to check on Mina, who is now on her knees, sobbing in terror. She's completely paralyzed by fear, unable to move, so Sahan is forced to scoop her onto his back to carry her through the rest of the haunted house. She buries her face into his shoulder, weeping. Throughout the twisted attraction, they encounter countless obstacles and terrifying monsters. But Sahan expertly dispatches every single one, sprinting through the entire ride, with Mina still clinging to his back. Normally, Mina would be more than capable of handling these monsters herself, but she's utterly petrified, too scared to even try fighting. Sahan pushes onward through the haunted house, with the terrified girl clinging to him for dear life. This place resembles a typical haunted house. You navigate its corridors, while traps spring out from every shadow. The only major difference is that these traps and monsters are incredibly real and actively trying to kill them. This is easy for him, but it's a challenge, fighting and protecting someone simultaneously. However, he decides to view it as practice for a future where he will fight and protect others. In his past life, he never would have bothered doing any of this. For another soul, after a bit more intense fighting, they finally make it out the other side, and they even finished in record time. Sahan confidently relaxes now that they're finally free, but Mina is totally winded and gasping for air. It's obvious the whole ordeal utterly exhausted her. She attempts to play it cool, but the sweat and tears streaking her face are undeniable proof of just how much the entire thing absolutely terrified her. Now that their first harrowing ride is over, Sahan takes the chance to inquire about the collar clamped around an employee's neck. He wants to snag one for a closer look. The employee seems confused but doesn't put up a fight and hands Sahan a collar to take with him. The employee explains that users can set specific conditions that will cause the collar to detonate remotely. To put his theory to the test, he encases the collar in a layer of orichalcum. Then he tosses the collar far away to ensure the blast doesn't affect them. He then activates the collar, and just as advertised, it explodes precisely when he wants it to. But surprisingly, despite the explosion, the collar seems completely fine. That's because the collar's inner explosion isn't powerful enough to destroy its outer coating. But as soon as he removes the orichalcum, they see the actual collar is completely destroyed. With this small but crucial test, Sahan has finally found a way to help the other people trapped in the park. Mina never took him for the sympathetic type, so she asks him directly, what sparked this sudden change of heart? This triggers memories of a man from his past life who fought fiercely to protect everyone he met and never abandoned those who needed him most. Sahan couldn't become like that in his previous life, even though he, too, was saved by that very man. This time, he wants to try and be better, but they can't just go around blindly releasing all the park staff. Even if they manage to remove the neck pieces, it's still far too dangerous for them to roam freely. For now, it'll be safer for them to follow the system's demands until the quest is finally over. The best course of action for them is to continue gathering information as they progress through more rides. Mina is thrilled to experience more rides in this amusement park. After all, aside from the haunted house, she's confident she can conquer them all. That confidence lasts until much later in the day, after they've finished all the rides, when she realizes she was completely wrong about her assumptions. This place is clearly anything but a normal amusement park, and the rides absolutely reflect that reality. They're more like death traps than anything, and the two of them barely made it out alive. The roller coasters had no safety bars, and monsters rained down from the sky. The giant monsters also lurked at the end of the water slide, and the Euro drop completely lacked brakes, so they almost plunged to their deaths. Compared to all that chaos, the haunted house was practically a cute little attraction. At least they'd collected 4 stamps, which means they only had one more left to complete the quest. Unfortunately for them, it was already too late. The park was closing down, meaning they wouldn't be able to get the last stamp in time. The sky darkens as evening falls, and the park closes for the night. Then, music starts to play throughout the area, and it almost looks like some kind of evening event is about to start. The two of them hide in the bushes as monsters parade through the streets, screaming and laughing gleefully. Sahan covers Mina's eyes, since it really doesn't look like something a minor should be seeing. The monsters are parading with tortured humans, and it looks like they're having fun, making these people miserable. They even have a dead player among the parade, which just means that this evening's entertainment is purely for their sick pleasure. Sion decides they've seen enough of the parade, and it's time to find somewhere safe. Monsters are roaming all around the park, while the buildings and attractions are occupied by employees. Because of that, the hiding spaces for players are extremely limited. He remembers the survivors from his past life, telling him about a huge safari zone in the park. According to those past survivors, the people trapped in the area constantly took refuge there through their first to third main quests. That would normally never happen. But Karis, the Crow constellation, must have gotten involved. He either cut a deal with the GM or found a loophole in the system. But whatever his scheme may be, Sehun is determined to uncover it ASAP. They finally reach the safe zone, where several people stand guard. Mina asks if they can enter the area, and the guards notice she possesses 4 stamps. Immediately recognizing their formidable strength, they're let in without hesitation. Even the camp's leader only has 3, meaning they're already more reputable than anyone else present. The guard escorts them to an empty spot, a place for them to rest. He then departs to notify the leader of their arrival. According to the guard, around 200 people are gathered here, a mix of players and civilians. Amidst the massive crowd, Sewon quickly spots his intended targets, and the one person he absolutely needed to connect with. That person is a man chosen by Hephaestus, one of Olympus's most crucial gods. He's the sole avatar of Hephaestus, Shusong. In his past life, he was renowned as one of the most famous players in the entire world. He possessed the incredible ability to forge weapons that consistently fetched unbelievable prices at the auction house. All the top players owned equipment crafted by him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that humanity's prolonged survival in the gods game was thanks to Shu's creations. However, the Shu song Sewon is found isn't the Shu song he remembers, though. The man he knew would never surrender hope, even in the most intense situations. But the kid sitting there, head bowed, has clearly abandoned all hope. The person beside Shu must be his older brother, who perished at the end of the 3rd quest. In his previous life, Sehun wastes no time approaching them with Mina for introductions. He manages to get seated nearby, and Shu's brother is more than happy to have them close. Apparently, everyone else has been avoiding them for some reason. Sahan notices Seo's brother appears to be blind, his eyes perpetually shut. He seems utterly unable to see. This detail isn't something he remembers from his past life. Still, with everyone now seated together, Sahan offers to facilitate some light introductions. Seo's brother introduces himself as Changasong. They all pleasantly exchange names and chat. Sahan observes that Mina is unusually polite. It seems she's only disrespectful when he's around. With introductions done, Jisoo and Sahan internally wishes they can all get along. However, something's been bugging him since they met. Changu appears to be an ordinary player, and his sword looks rather normal. But there's something intriguing about that sword. Changu confirms that he was quite formidable with a blade, even though it's now merely a walking stick, ever since he lost his eyesight. The mention of his brother's lost vision causes Seo to grow depressed, and he moves away from the group to rest. It seems the kid has become quite sensitive lately. Sahan promises not to pry into personal matters. Again, considering the settlement's overall mood, it's not odd for CEO to be on guard. Around new people, Changu explains that they barely managed to escape a monster that was hot on their heels. This monster isn't careless, as Sahan initially thought. It's a sentinel dominating the area, a monster known as Chiolwang. That's strange to Sahan, since there shouldn't be any other sentinel here, apart from Orga the Basilisk, whom he killed. It looks like there have been many changes by the system to acknowledge Sahan, who's been making quite a name for himself. The world is fundamentally divided and administered by the GMS, but they aren't the highest beings in the game. Above them, the system regulates and maintains the game's general laws, and the recent changes in the story must be because of it. Considering the system's role in deploying sentinels and concealing hidden monsters, the fact that it's altering so many things means he's certainly drawn some unwanted attention. But Sehun isn't one to back down easily, and he's prepared for whatever changes the world might throw his way. For now, it's best not to fret about all that and focus on his plans for tomorrow. He'll have to start by gathering more intel and meticulously planning his next moves. On a different note, though, it's impressive how soundly Mina is sleeping, despite their unfamiliar surroundings. As he watches her sleep, a sudden sound snags his attention, drawing it to someone, sneaking away from the group. It's Changu, and it seems he's heading out of the settlement. Despite the late hour, he stops by the gate, where the guard question him, but he promises them he just need to step out for a while. They're skeptical of letting him through because of his impaired vision, but he assures them he's familiar with the area's geography and will be fine on his own. Sehun watches him go and notices the Universal Observer is following him. There'd be no reason to follow him if he were simply headed to the restroom. Something is definitely amiss. So Sehun decides to head back into the Gods Forum to figure out just what's going on. He meets up with young Jester, who seems delighted to see him again. She's been seeing him in the chat room more recently, and everyone really appreciates the useful information he provides. Sehun gets straight to the point and asks her if he can use her observer to view something. Normally, a god should have their own observer, but Sehun lies, claiming the Universal Observer has terrible resolution at night, so he wants to watch with her private observer instead. His story is plausible since it's well known that they don't give out personal observers to gods unless they have a chosen avatar. Seon, however, also lies, claiming he's been trying to choose a player, but they keep turning down his offers. So he asks to use the observer to watch a player. The player he points out is none other than himself, and young Jester then reveals that many gods have been trying to recruit him, but he keeps rejecting them all too. She admits she's been watching him ever since he started traveling with her avatar, and if it weren't for Mina, she would have tried to recruit him herself. Seon tries to brush off her words and asks to use her observer once more. With her avatar asleep, she sees no reason to refuse his request, but her one condition is that he shares information with her first. Sehan agrees to the terms, and young Jester prepares to focus the observer for him. He tells her he wants to check on a player who just left the settlement, as there's something odd about him. He uses the observer to follow him and finds him walking into the empty woods. Changa stops in the middle of a clearing, and a large, glowing, white bird descends from the sky and lands on a tree in front of him. As soon as the bird lands, the Changa gets down on one knee and prepares to report the events, shocking Sewon. As the two talk, Sewon notes that the bird's voice isn't Karis. It must therefore belong to the sentinel Changu mentioned earlier, before Chilwon. The bird then tells Changu to keep a close eye on Sewon and Mina and report back to him if any players in the area try to make a move. It then swiftly flies off, leaving Changu alone in the empty field. Sewon has seen countless people lie and pretend in his first playthrough, so he has enough experience to tell that Changu is completely serious right now. Even young Jester can barely believe this insane plot twist. An ally is a spy for the monsters. She asks Si-hoon how he knew something like this would happen, but he remains as secretive as ever. In his mind, though, he struggles to understand why Ching would do something like this. In his previous life, Seo always sang praises about his brother, calling him a kind person who would sacrifice himself to save others. Still, Si-hoon has an idea of what's going on, but he doesn't immediately look into it. Instead, he closes the forums and waits till the next day. His more important task is collecting information from people in the settlement. From what he can gather, it looks like the current situation isn't too different from what he remembers from his previous playthrough. The only new element is the monster called Cheol-wong. It's a rare type of monster called a Bulgasari, which is a metal-eating monster from Korean folklore. It is slow, but it has incredible power, and its body is as hard as steel. A Bulgasari has the ability to become stronger and harder, depending on how much metal it has consumed. So, Si-hoon's attacks wouldn't be very effective against it, and to make it worse, a creature like that is under Karis's command. As he tries to sort out his thoughts, Mina shows up and asks him what he's doing. It would be best not to involve her in this, so he dismisses her concerns, but she can already tell exactly what he wants to do. He's thinking of defeating the Sentinel, which is another impossible task. He went through all the trouble of defeating Orga, and now he wants to fight another one? Si-hoon is sure, though, that if he had some time, and things were under the right conditions, then he would definitely be able to defeat the monster. There's nothing else he could do that would help Shu Song feel better. With a clear plan now set in his mind, he rises, ready to exit the safari zone for a bit. There's someone crucial in the park he absolutely must meet. But before heading out, he asks Mina for a quick favor. He needs her to closely watch the two Song brothers. He can't quite explain why just yet, but he wants her to contact him immediately if she notices anything suspicious. And with that, Si-hoon departs the settlement, heading off to investigate the monster, known as Cheol-wong. Elsewhere, on the opposite side of the sprawling park, within a grand castle, monsters run wild and unchecked, as if this place is their true domain. Amidst all the chaos, sprawled on the floor, is Karis, the formidable crow constellation. He settled his nest in this park purely for amusement, but it's proven to be an excellent choice. After all, the people's escalating fear and their profound awe are precisely what he needs for his grand opening ceremony. He then turns to address the literal giant elephant in the room. Cheol-wong, the imposing sentinel, is here to report on the third main quest. And from what Karis distinctly remembers, the most a single player has ever achieved was 3 stamps. That held true until yesterday, when some players surprisingly earned their 4th stamp. That news instantly wipes the smirk off Karis's face, and he personally checks the status window to confirm it himself. Somehow, without any divine intervention, they've managed to almost conquer the quest. He watches footage of them experiencing the rides, and from what the Crow constellation can see, they'll definitely obtain the 5th stamp and complete the quest by the end of today. Karis can't intervene, though. Things would get far too complicated if a constellation like him gets involved too soon. In the third main quest, he's only here solely because of a clever loophole he exploited. This loophole allowed him to intervene in this game. Maybe there's a slim chance that a player of that caliber might visit him, but the odds of that are incredibly unlikely. He commands Cheol-wong to leave them be for now. It might even be preferable for them if some players manage to complete the quest. Less players have been willing to take on the attractions lately due to their extreme difficulty. If 2 players manage to complete the quest successfully and escape from the amusement park, that would motivate others to try and do the same, which would increase the number of fatalities from the ride. With his report done, Chalun decides to leave the bird brain to enjoy his time, and he heads out for his patrol. The sentinel is surprisingly diligent, considering that the bird once thought that Chalun was just stupid back when they first met. It's rare for a sentinel to be added into the game anyways, and even Arcadius didn't seem to understand it either. Cheol-wong heads out for his patrol, hoping that there are far more people to squash today than yesterday outside. Sehun waits, in a spot that he has heard, is on the path of Cheolwon's patrol. The ground starts to rumble as the giant monster slowly approaches. Our MC confused as to why. A human seems to be fearlessly waiting for it. The monster barely makes any reaction, and instead, Cheolwon raises his hand to kill Sehwan immediately. Since it's under the command of Karis, it's obvious that its way of thinking will be so simple. They only want to see the players run for their lives. Sehwan prepares himself to fight as the beast's massive hand comes crashing down into the ground, sending debris into the sky. Sehwan uses that debris as launching pads to jump into the sky and come face to face with the sentinel. Once he's close enough, he attacks with his sword. But the skin is so hard, even a sword coated with orichalcum couldn't damage it at all. He must have consumed some metal while he was out on his patrol. Despite its appearance, this beast is surprisingly the cautious type. Cheolwon is surprised that Sehwan was able to dodge its attack, and while it wasn't an all-out assault, he never expected to encounter a player of this caliber who could actually keep up in a fight. Sehwan rushes forward once more, dragging his sword across its massive body. Without uttering a single word, Cheolwon's growing concern stems from Sehwan, appearing almost entirely nonverbal. But for Sehwan, this monster is just too chatty. He's here to fight, not stand around, exchanging meaningless words. This infuriates Cheolwon, who now begins to take the fight seriously, hoping to quickly eliminate Sehwan. Another massive fist comes hurtling towards Sehwan, and he deftly dodges it once again, landing atop the sentinel's arm, before rushing up toward its face. There are far more openings Sehwan can utilize now. Thanks to its sheer size, he manages to reach its face and launches a furious attack with his sword. But once again, it's not enough to leave even a scratch. However, seeing his coated weapon remains undamaged, this implies that Cheolwon's body isn't harder than pure orichalcum. The real problem now is his sheer lack of strength. Another crushing fist comes hurtling at him, and he narrowly dodges it once again, before launching a quick attack at its leg, causing it to turn and attempt to stomp him flat. This monster must have some kind of weak point somewhere, but he can't find it yet. It seems he's faster than it, at least for now, since he's boosted his stats as much as possible to combat this monstrous foe. His stats are completely maxed out for an E rank. He can't leave a single scratch on this beast. Another massive strike comes crashing down, and Sehwan barely manages to dodge it, once again landing him in a bush. This is incredibly frustrating for him. He didn't expect it to be easy, but this monster is practically unkillable at this stage. It's no wonder players are terrified by its name alone. If a sentinel like Cheolwon is this strong, then Karis's power must have been boosted as well. His original plan was to defeat Karis right here in the park, but that seems utterly impossible now. He's missing his first playthrough transfer package. Cheolwon, on the other hand, is still absolutely furious and ready to fight. But Sehwan hasn't revealed himself since their last attack. That only infuriates the sentinel even more, especially when he hears Sehwan's voice from the bushes, taunting him for being way too slow. The monster starts ripping apart the trees in a furious rage, demanding Sehwan show himself. Our MC, however, is already long gone, having already confirmed what he came for. There's no way he can kill Cheolwon with his current items and abilities. He needs to find another attack that could deliver a fatal blow to this monster. In the end, it looks like Shu Song is his only option after all. Back in the safari, Mina sits with the two brothers, reading a pamphlet to pass the time. Changu asks her if she's siblings with Sehwan, but that's obviously not true, since their last names are different. Despite that, though, they seem to get along incredibly well, which ironically makes it even less likely they are siblings, especially if they get along this well. Mina was also wondering if Seo and Changu are really brothers, since they seem to get along so well themselves. Changu confirms they are indeed brothers, but the reason he was asking is because the two of them seem so unusual. Sewon even managed to get 4 stamps. Despite the difficulty, Mina proudly displays the fact that she also got 4 stamps. But Sewon shows up to disprove her. Unnecessary boasting, scaring the heck out of Mina. Sehun never seems to give off any presence. When he's around, he joins the conversation, and Changa tells him that they were just talking about him and how he met Mina. He caught her while she was trying to rob a bank. And although that makes her sound like a criminal, it's exactly true. The two of them really get along well, and their playful banter gets a genuine laugh out of Changu. Shifting gears entirely, Sehun decides to pull Changu aside for a moment. There's something crucial he needs to discuss with him in private. The two quickly separate from the group as Sehun guides Changa deeper into the surrounding forest. He wastes no time before confronting Changa head-on about his mysterious connection to Chaiwan. Immediately, Changu unsheathes a sword, pressing the blade firmly against Sehun's neck, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. He demands to know how Sewon obtained such sensitive information, but our MC merely retorts that he has his ways. He certainly had other questions on his mind, but those will clearly have to wait for now. For now, he challenges Changa to give this fight his absolute best. Changa wastes no time at all, launching a furious swing directly at Sewon's neck, which our MC deftly manages to dodge. Then, Changu swiftly shifts his stance before Sewon even has a chance to retreat, launching yet another swift attack aimed right at his face. Despite the apparent fact that he cannot see, he's absolutely formidable when it comes to combat. It seems Changu possesses some form of mind's eye, allowing him to perceive and fight with uncanny precision. Despite his blindness, Changu can clearly perceive that Sewon has some seriously impressive moves of his own. But since Changa has no intention of talking, his best option is to eliminate our MC right here and now. Changu rushes forward, poised to unleash a devastating final blow, and from the menacing stance he adopts, Sehun can easily tell that Changa truly knows his way around a fight. However, Sewon himself is an absolute beast. He astonishingly catches the sword's blade with his bare hands, before it can even touch his face. From their intense skirmish, Sewon quickly deduces Changa's agility is somewhere between 60 and 70, while his raw strength stands at a solid 50. These stats are incredibly high for a non-avatar. That must mean he poured all of his stat points into boosting his strength and agility. Changa quickly pulls back and attempts to unleash another relentless wave of attacks directly at Sewon. But our MC effortlessly manages to dodge every single one. Then, Changa lunges in for yet another round, and Sewon somehow manages to parry every single blow with his bare hands. That's all thanks to his incredible night gloves that he took from the ranger, now serving as hand protection. It's clear who dominates this fight. Now that they've both settled down, Sehun wastes no time asking directly why Changa would spy for Cheolwang when her group is this powerful. The answer, though, is obvious. Even as the blind swordsman hesitates, it's all for Seo. He made a deal to ensure Seo's safety. In fact, when he first met Cheolwang alone, Changu tried to confront the sentinel, but he was no match for the hulking beast. The sentinel, in fact, saw Changu as its mere plaything. Ultimately, he lost his eyesight, and Seo lost his will to fight. After witnessing the grim aftermath, he had no choice left but to obey Cheolwang's every demand. Though that day was an experience of nothing but utter, crushing despair, he at least wanted to keep Seo alive, even if it meant a living hell for him. He's been a spy since first arriving at the safari, and most of his reports were on the group's movements. Now that the cat's out of the bag, Changu expects Sehun to reveal his secret to the group. However, our MC has a different plan entirely. Since his double life hasn't harmed anyone yet, they can probably use it to their advantage. They can also use it to learn about Cheolwang's movements and plans. Cheolwang isn't using the information because it simply revels in their fear, and ordered Changu to keep an eye on them, to make sure they don't escape. From Sehun's determined words, Changu can tell that our MC is planning to battle the beast when it launches its attack in about a week. Although Si-hoon is undeniably strong, even Chang-gu doesn't believe he can possibly fight against the Sentinel. Any plans or attacks are futile against its strength. Si-hoon is already well aware of this, since he'd fought the beast earlier. It was unlike any monster he'd seen so far, and its body was incredibly tough. But just because he can't defeat it this instant doesn't mean it's an impossible kill. Without another word, Si-hoon takes his leave, telling Chang-gu to relay any intel he gathers directly to him. There's no more time for explanations, but Chang-gu must reveal everything to Seo. Seo will play a pivotal role in this entire ordeal, and they need him to snap out of his despair so he can give his all. The two head back to the safari, and Chang-gu stays true to his word, filling Seo in on everything that's happened so far. Seo is understandably furious that he was kept in the dark about everything. Chang-gu simply didn't want to cause him undue worry, not more than he already was. Seo isn't having it, though. Something terrible could have happened to Chang-gu if he hadn't spoken up sooner. Mina and Si-hoon watch from the sidelines, and Mina realizes this is why RMC wanted her to keep an eye on them. Now that they've cleared their heads, the next step is to eliminate the monster. Mina can't believe he wants to do something so dangerous again. She decides to leave him to it, focusing on finishing her own quest. That's a terrible idea, though, since Kyle Wong should be looking for him right about now. Si-hoon has been busy, and it's now coming back to bite Mina for being associated with him. She begrudgingly returns to the group as Seo joins them to discuss their plans. They don't have time to waste, since, thanks to Chang-gu working as a spy, the monsters could snatch people up at any moment. On top of that, they have about a week left before the Sentinel makes its move. They have to fight now, and it's their only way to escape. It would normally be an impossible task to defeat the metal monster, but Si-hoon knows he can trust Seo's help too. Balance the scales. He's going to need Seo. Their goal, forge a weapon capable of slaying the monster. Now that Seo understands the full story, he's more than willing to lend a hand. With the kids' cooperation secured, it's time for them to get down to business. Si-hoon snags the basic smithing package from his VIP store, setting it up specifically for Seo. With a setup this advanced, Seo should effortlessly craft anything he desires. Mina asks Seo if he finds it strange that all this gear just materialized out of thin air. But the kid couldn't care less about the details right now. He's just thrilled to finally be useful. Last time, Mina was the crucial piece, and now it's Seo. It's clear Si-hoon had orchestrated their meeting and their involvement this entire time. Mina is just more surprised that Si-hoon would rely on a kid. But Si-hoon reminds her that Seo is only 3 years younger than her. To her, he looked like he belonged in elementary school. Next, he needs her to conjure a barrier to totally seclude the area and prevent anyone from approaching the vicinity. Mina's shocked he knows about her ability, since she only just gained it recently. But Si-hoon recalls that she should have been able to use it by the third quest from his previous life. With just a little practice, she erects a barrier that ensures no one even notices what's happening inside. That's the blessing of a top-tier god. Like young Jester, it's no wonder Mina could escape from any perilous situation in her previous life. This is why choosing a top-tier god is crucial if you're going to be an avatar. Si-hoon then gives Seo some materials that should allow him to forge some truly top-quality equipment. He snagged all these materials from his dungeon runs. But the burning question now is, what exactly should Seo craft with all this? Si-hoon already has a brilliant idea in mind, and he hands the kid a blueprint for a mysterious weapon. Seo has never seen anything like it, but Si-hoon is confident that this will be able to kill Cheol Wong. Meanwhile, the monster continues to rampage through the park. They're searching for Sahan, as the system anticipated someone as strong as RMC would try to collect the remaining stamps. But since no reports have been made, he's likely not at the safari either. As the monster tries to figure out its next move, another monster approaches, reporting that the crow is summoning him. Looks like he'll finally get some fun today, even though the bear warns him that the other monsters are still preparing for the attack. Chi Wong simply doesn't care. As far as he's concerned, he doesn't need any other monsters to get the job done. Meanwhile, Mina and one of the guards from earlier stand watch from a high vantage point above the safari settlement. Si-hoon told them to look out for incoming monsters, while the survivors in the safari start planning their escape. They initially ignored them when evacuation was first mentioned, but after Shi and Sehan showed off their stamps, they immediately changed their minds. Eventually, just as Sehan predicted, something starts to rumble in the distance, indicating a monster is heading their way. Mina quickly transforms into an eagle to try and get a better look. She spots the cause of the commotion. It's Chi Wong, and he looks particularly furious right now. She returns to the group and urgently informs the guard that the sentinel is on its way. The man runs off to let everyone know, so they can evacuate faster. They never expected it to be this fast, and honestly, it would be better for Mina to take this opportunity and run away. But Si-hoon has been so helpful to her, and she's even grown a bit attached to him. Because of that, she doesn't want to just abandon him. The only thing she can do is head in and try to distract the monster. But Mina isn't sure she's strong enough to pull that off. Suddenly, Changgu comes up behind her and tells her there's no need for her to do something so risky. He plans to go and try to distract the sentinel himself. It would be utterly shameless for him to flee after everything he's done. While his skills are no match for this monster, he can at least try to buy them some precious time. With that resolve, he rushes out to confront the beast. Meanwhile, Saewon is still nowhere to be found. The survivors struggle to evacuate upon hearing that Cheol Wong is heading straight for their location. The swordsman is ready to take full responsibility for being a spy for Cheol Wong. He's prepared to buy them time, no matter the cost. Eventually, he catches up to the beast and kneels before it. Still feigning loyalty, he tells the monster that he can guide it through a shortcut so it can hurry up and capture the escaping survivors even faster. Cheol Wong unexpectedly refuses the offer, having already figured out Changa's plan to buy time. Right now, he has no interest in entertaining these meaningless attempts. It's obvious Changgu has something else up his sleeve, as there's no way he'd be so diligent just to run all the way up to the monster. Left with no other choice, Changgu prepares himself to fight the beast for as long as he possibly can. It's been a long time since these two last clashed, and the sentinel is eager to see if his spy has actually grown stronger since then. Changgu immediately takes the initiative and dashes towards the beast, attempting a quick strike before he can be properly spotted. Cheol Wong is barely affected by the meager attack and casually swats his attempt away, as if he were an annoying fly. His agility is utterly meaningless if he can't land a proper hit. With no other choice, Chenga braces himself for impact as the monster reels its fist back and prepares to unleash a devastating punch. As its fist collides with the ground, the very earth starts to crumble and fall apart, and much to the monster's surprise, Saewon stands fearlessly before the monster, calmly holding his brand new weapon that was made specifically to fight this sentinel. It looks like it should have consumed higher quality metals before this fight started. Cheol Woon angrily roars at Saewon, but underneath the anger it's shocked that Saewon somehow managed to break its arm. This new weapon is called the Pile Bunker, and Saewon promises to use it to bash the sentinel. Skill in. Back with Mina, she flies around the area, still in the form of an eagle, to finish an errand that Si-hoon sent her on. She finds SEO and runs over to him, while he's still hiding in her barrier. SEO invites her to come and sit in the barrier with him, since it's the safest place for both of them to be. That may be true, but she's still skeptical on how he plans to defeat the monster sentinel. A sound similar to an explosion rings out, shocking them both, and it's clear that the battle is already in full swing. Si-hoon skillfully dodges all of Cheol-won's attacks as it tries desperately to kill our MC. All it needs to do is land one hit to completely obliterate him, but Saewon is just too fast to go down. It looks like it got even slower than before, because losing an arm has made it less stable. It continues to punch at air, as Sewon successfully dodges each attack. He's waiting for the pile bunker to recharge, so he can use it to end this fight. There's only about a minute left before it's fully usable again, which means that Killwon only has a minute left to live. The giant monster cannot believe that someone dares to try and defeat a sentinel when they are only on the third quest, even though he still proudly attacks and believes he can't be defeated. It's clear that Sewon is getting the upper hand in this fight. Eventually the pile bunker recharges, and Sewon jumps up to his shoulder and places the pile bunker against the sentinel's head, realizing that things have gotten serious. Chillwon tries to bargain and promises that it won't kill any more humans. But Sewon doesn't trust that for even a second. With nothing left to discuss, our MC makes good on his promise to utterly crush the sentinel's head with his pile bunker, defeating it once and for all. And with that, Sehun unlocks the Sentinel Hunter achievement, complete with some sweet rewards, and also boosts the damage dealt to sentinels by a massive 30%. Though our MC try to play it cool, a sentinel is still no joke. He only barely scraped through this battle with his life intact. Now that Killwon is gone, Changgu emerges from his hiding spot in the forest. The area got completely demolished, and not even a metal eating Bulgasari could have survived that chaos. It was all thanks to the weapons Sehun made. And although Changgu clearly has a ton of questions, there are far too many observers watching them for Sehun's liking. It's not just the observers either. The survivors attempting their escape have also been watching the fight from the bushes. Now that the sentinel is gone, they all start to make their move to escape from the park. But then, Mina suddenly remembers that Killwon was only the mid-boss of the area, which means there's one more powerful boss for them to fight. That causes everyone to pause and stare at her in terror and shock. She tries to play it off, but Sehun clamps a hand over her mouth to stop her from making things even worse. It looks like it's time to explain what's going on to the others. And after that, it'll finally be time for Karis to die. The video of Sehun taking out Killwon makes its rounds in the God forums, and people are seriously starting to take notice. A user named Greek Boss comes online for what seems like the first time in ages, and he's also curious about this mysterious, yet powerful player. Sehun managed to kill a sentinel for the second time, despite not even being an avatar. Questions start flying towards young Jester, whose avatar always hangs around Sehun. But she wouldn't tell them anything, even if she knew. Questions just keep pouring in, but the mischievous god completely ignores them. Instead, she fixates on the kid, the one who's gotten everyone so riled up. So he just keeps getting more interesting to her every single time she sees him. But the question now is, how will he handle this crow? Meanwhile, Mina meets up with Sewon and immediately asks if he scored any loot from defeating that sentinel. This time, his reward is a grimoire. And while it just looks like an ordinary rock, it's actually an A-rank ability, one that grants the user a Bulgasari's power. This means they can convert any metal they consume right into their own body. With an ability like that, Sewon could even change parts of his body into orichalcum. This item is incredibly hard to come by, making it a super rare and useful ability. Mina is very obviously jealous, even though she's the one who just asked him about his loot. But to her surprise, he actually gives her the grimoire instead of keeping it for himself. It'd be more useful to her anyway, since with her transformation ability, it would be incredibly useful if she transforms her hands into weapons and uses them in fights. It's a one-use item, meaning once she consumes it, it can never be retrieved or used by anyone else. So she's shy about taking it from him. But Sewon encourages her to take it for herself and find a good use for it. She's unusually timid at times like these, despite her usual strong personality. But Sewon assures her it's her reward for helping him. Up till this point, after more reassurance, Mina finally accepts the offer and absorbs the item, gaining the Bulgasari ability. It's too bad Mina isn't his party, because they could have used skill sharing. But because she's an avatar, he doesn't want to bring her in. But They wouldn't have been able to use her transformation ability if she wasn't. So the good trade-off. The civilians. They frantically dash, still racing towards the exit, as players valiantly fight back against the monsters relentlessly closing in. Meanwhile, Seiwon wields the powerful orichalcum to free those trapped by the exploding collars. One by one, they're all finally set free. But there are just so many people, and doing it all at once will take ages. Mina catches up with him once more, and quickly reminds him that they still need to complete their quest. They need that last stamp for finishing the ride. There's no way they'll ever finish it if everyone just runs away to fix this mess. So, Seiwon calls over a staff member, one who still has their collar firmly on. He should have a quest stamp on him. And even though Mina's pretty skeptical that this crazy plan will work, as soon as the staff member stamps her arm, a notification window instantly pops up, informing her, quest completed. There isn't even a reward for the quest, which only goes to show just how easy the whole thing was supposed to be. This means they didn't have to endure all that grueling effort and danger on all those rides. Now they've figured out. That means they can handle every other player's quest as they move along. That excludes Seiwon, of course, since his quest is totally different. Back at the castle, the crow begins calling for Chi Wong. He hasn't seen the giant monster for an entire day, and things are starting to look quite worrying. A mouse monster appears, answering the crow's call, but he brings truly terrible news. He tells the crow that Chi Wong is most likely dead. The crow doesn't understand at first, thinking the mouse is saying that a lot of people are dead. But the mouse repeats itself and tells Karis that Chi Wong, the sentinel, has been killed. The players launched a surprise attack, and the monsters couldn't react in time. Karis can barely believe it, but he quickly orders the mouse monster to unleash every monster in the park, to obliterate the remaining players in the safari. But that's where our second problem swoops in. The truth is, all the monsters have already vanished into the safari park, and according to them, the entire place is completely deserted. That's the absolute last straw for Karis, and in a fit of pure rage, he transforms. Sehun immediately senses the ominous aura descending from the sky, and knows, without a doubt, that the time has finally arrived. Karis is finally making his move. The terrified crowd has slowly started to make their desperate escape from the park, but they're not moving nearly fast enough. There's still so many injured people trapped behind, and their evacuation is progressing far too slowly for Changa's liking. Seiwon finally links up with a blind swordsman, and although things have somehow gone well so far, it won't be over until every single one of them gets through that exit. The real problem, though, is whether they can even make it out safely in the first place. After all, the crow will definitely come for them if they keep this pace. And as if on cue, a pair of ominous dark wings descend right into the center of the park, directly in front of Seiwon and Shangu. The sheer overwhelming presence of the being that landed before them is enough to instantly convey just how much of a threat this monster truly is. It spreads out its massive wings, and the colossal gust of wind that follows is powerful enough to send some people staggering back, while others instinctively cover their faces to shield themselves from the sheer, intimidating pressure. The crow, Karas, has arrived right in front of them, and he doesn't seem pleased in the slightest. This definitely won't be an easy opponent to fight, and Seiwon hasn't felt this nervous in a very long time. He was tense when facing Orga, but he knew how to manipulate the situation and secure a win. And with Chi Wong, he was thrown off by the sudden, unpredictable changes, but never truly afraid. This time, however, he's feeling something deep inside, something aching at him. It's not fear, though. It's the burning anxiety to save the people who are depending entirely on him. In his previous, colder life, he would have abandoned these very people without a second thought, but things are drastically different now. He turns, shouting orders for everyone to get out, as he holds the constellation off, buying them precious time. Mina wastes no time, yelling for everyone to stop staring and start moving. Of course, Karis isn't just going to stand there and watch them get away. He unleashes feathers like deadly projectiles, soaring toward the surging crowd. Sahan is forced to activate his final hour ability, rushing over to deflect every single one. Karis is slightly impressed that Sahan somehow managed to block all his attacks. If things continue like this, though, and the crow uses area of effect abilities, it'll be difficult for Sahan to protect the civilians. Instead of directly fighting, he starts talking to the crow. Despite Sahan actively belittling and antagonizing Karis, the crow finds it more amusing than anything. Sahan thinks he deserves it, though, since Karis had to come all the way to the park just to personally capture a bunch of humans. That annoys Karis a little, and the crow constellation spreads its mighty wings, preparing to attack. It looks like Sahan has successfully drawn its attention. All he has to do now is keep stalling. Right now, about half the people haven't made it out yet, so he just needs to stall for about 30 minutes. This moment is what he's been preparing for. This entire time, the crow leaps off the ground with tremendous speed, aiming right for Sahan. But he uses his shadow rush ability to blend into the ground and escape just before the crow's attack can land. Sahan tries to stay calm as the crow moves around him. It's obvious that Karis outclasses him in both strength and agility, but our MC has his survival abilities and special items that guarantee his attack will connect. He leaps out of the ground right as the crow returns to the air to make another strike. Then, he uses his guaranteed shot ability. He launches a sharp projectile. Normally, Karis would be far too fast for that to pose any threat to him, but thanks to his guaranteed shot ability, his attack surges forward and nearly lands a blow. Karis is forced to halt in midair, catching the projectile before it strikes. He then plummets to the ground, shattering the pavement beneath Sahan's feet, sending large rocks flying into the sky. Sahan skillfully dodges them, but the crow uses the dust as cover to launch another swift attack, swiping his taloned feet directly at Sahan. Our MC barely manages to evade, but a cut slices his cheek at the last second before he can fully leap clear. As the fight rages on, Karis's annoyance visibly mounts, and it's clear he's done playing around. He raises his hand into the air, and Sahan recognizes the ability he's about to unleash as something utterly terrifying. The constellations' strength is completely beyond what Sahan was expecting, and now it looks like things are about to get much, much worse. The crow soars into the sky and uses his wings to send another burst of projectile feathers towards Sahan. There are far too many to dodge, and Sahan is forced to take most of them head-on. But the crow relentlessly continues the attack, throwing even more feathers towards our MC. Faced with no other choice, Sahan is forced to activate his Celestial Slayer ability, and thanks to it, his movements become significantly faster, completely surprising Karis now. He's now able to dodge all the feathers being shot towards him. On top of that, thanks to the effects of Celestial Slayer and his regeneration ability, he's able to recover from the damage of the feathers that Karis fired at him. With these abilities combined, stalling for some more time shouldn't be a problem anymore. It looks like most of the people have made it out by now, so he just needs to stall for a little longer. Karis is forced to unleash his full power, and Sahan can hardly believe how absurd things have become. While Sahan's plan requires everyone in the park to escape, Karis is certain he can still slaughter everyone before he's forced to leave this realm. What's more, in his new form, he won't be confined to the park any longer. This means Karis can become even more terrifyingly powerful, even with all his abilities. This advantage is still blatant cheating. He used a succession ability, which made him many times more powerful than he has any right to be. At this stage of the game, Karis lunges, moving with such blinding speed now that Sahan barely has any hope of dodging his attacks. Without an ability, he uses Shadow Rush once again to escape a fatal strike, then seizes the chance to run. Karis continues to be impressed by the fact that Sahan has survived this long, and it's clear he's no average player. The crow then flies into the sky and uses its wings to send out sharp bursts of wind that destroy everything in their path. Even with this barrage, Sahan is able to dodge them all and survive, even as the entire area around them has been completely demolished. But it's already too late for him to run, with nowhere else to hide. Karis walks up to our MC and calmly grabs him by the neck, ready to end him in an instant. Before he can kill Sahan, though, our MC has some final words for the crow. Next time, when it seems like you've won, Karis shouldn't take so much time to finish the job. And just like that, all the people in the amusement park finally manage to escape, which means that Sahan has completed the third main quest. This means he can now purchase his first playthrough transfer package. As soon as he gets the transfer package, he uses an ability called Proof of Transcendence, and Karis barely has any time to react before he starts to cough up some blood. While they were chatting, Sahan deftly maneuvered his spear, aiming right for Karis's gut. Despite the element of surprise, Karis skillfully dodged a fatal blow, reacting in a split second. Proof of Transcendence is an S-rank upgradable ability that grants a whopping 100% stat boost and critical damage against Celestials for a full 30 minutes. But once activated, it's on a 30-day cooldown. Karis drops Sahan and quickly retreats before Sahan can launch another strike. The crow is absolutely astonished that a mere player possesses such power, despite not being an avatar. With no other option, Karis is forced to get serious, going all out to defeat Sahan. He unleashes another barrage of feathers at our MC. But now, thanks to his buffs, Sahan easily dodges every single one. Then he aims and fires another spear at Karis. The crow is confident that this attack won't even graze him. But Guaranteed Shot isn't just for show. Despite the formidable wall of wind Karis erected to defend himself, the spear slices right through, impaling Karis before he can react, sending him crashing to the ground. Even so, the spear couldn't pierce his heart, despite Proof of Transcendence and Guaranteed Shot being active. Somehow, Karis is still strong enough to soar back into the sky, unleashing another storm of razor-sharp feathers. With no time to dodge, Sahan raises a shield, blocking every incoming attack. Then he pushes forward, struggling against the immense weight of the feathers, pressing against his shield. He then hurls another spear at the crow, and this one hits its mark perfectly, plunging straight into Karis's thigh, bringing him down to the ground once more. At this point, Karis is completely out of options. Sahan then asks him, "Are you finally feeling the fear now?" Karis absolutely refuses to accept that he's been bested by a mere human, and he rages, insisting Sahan is nothing more than a system bug. But despite his protests, the gap in their power levels is simply insurmountable now, especially as Karis has already been weakened by numerous attacks. Everything he throws at Sahan is easily nullified, making it clear this fight is over. Karis launches one last desperate attack, but Sahan uses Shadow Rush to evade it, then surges towards the crow to deliver the finishing blow. Karis surprisingly blocks it with a wall, made of his own feathers, shattering Sahan's weapon. This leaves him completely weaponless. With no other choice left, Sahan leaps toward Karis, knowing he can't possibly win. In hand-to-hand combat, Karis effortlessly slams Sahan into the ground, seemingly regaining the upper hand in battle. But instead of quickly finishing off our MC, he begins to mock him for letting the small advantage he had get to his head. And that's exactly what Sahan was hoping for. He once again warns the crow to stop taking his sweet time, to finish fights before using the spear, still lodged in the crow's stomach, to stab him once more. This final blow finally brings him down, and the crow collapses against Sahan, lifeless and dead. In the supreme upper realm, where most of the gods reside, Arcadius, the game master in charge of the Korean server, stares intently at a status screen displaying Sahan's image. Because of the crow's decision to enter the human world and his subsequent death, the GM is left in a precarious position. Ultimately, his death was brought about by the unfair balancing of our MC, and the fact that Sahan somehow managed to use a succession ability. The constellations are still limited in power in the current game patch. For now, Arcadius decides not to file a bug report about the situation, since Karis was a relatively unknown constellation. No one should even notice his absence for a while. But from now on, the GM will have to pay extra close attention to him going forward to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. After the third quest finally wraps up, a massive update drops into the game. From now on, the main quest line will be open world style, meaning players can now freely travel to other regions and stages by train or subway. Multiple quests can also be tackled at once, and new subquests will be added. On top of that, players can now create guilds with a significant number of points. After that, the next main quest is set to kick off soon, and it's going to be a huge raid. A massive raid boss will appear in each region, and players are expected to engage in intense combat with the boss to gain participation points. They can also obtain special materials and equipment. By defeating these formidable raid bosses, Sahan and Mina pore over the information about the new update and the upcoming quests, while relaxing in an abandoned restaurant. The raid boss quest, unexpectedly, has a surprisingly long time allocated for its defeat, but that's probably because most people haven't even completed their third quest yet. Changu and SIU are also there with them, and it seems the four of them are sticking together. For the time being, SIU managed to fix Seiwan's damaged equipment, and now that Seiwan has fully recovered from his brutal fight with Karis, it's time for him to figure out his next moves. His injuries were pretty serious, but thanks to that miraculous healing, all his wounds, raising his regeneration ability from F rank to E rank. His next stop is the Dijon region, which is surprisingly far away from the raid boss. The reason he wants to go there? He heard they sell some incredibly good bread there, and he also has some urgent business to take care of in the area. Mina can't help but let out a sigh, since this is absolutely normal behavior for Sahan. She's used to him being unnecessarily cryptic, but for this mission, she'll pass on following him. Young Jester's observer slams against the store window, clearly unwilling for Mina to depart. She's right by Seiwan's side, blatantly spying on them. At this point, it's a stroke of luck that Karis's veil of darkness ability had shrouded the area during their fierce battle, because of which the observers never witnessed Karis's heart being pierced at the very climax of the battle. Young Jester continues her tantrum with her observer, but Mina is resolute. She won't follow Seiwan this time. Since Mina has made her firm decision, Seiwan decides to present a proposition to Mina, as well as the two Song brothers. He wants them to join the guild he plans to establish in the near future. Mina isn't exactly keen on guild activities, and Changu is more worried that he might not be any help to Seiwan in his current state. Siwo, on the other hand, is absolutely thrilled to be in the same guild as Seiwan, and he eagerly encourages his brother to join too. Seiwan then tells them all to calm down, stressing they shouldn't feel any pressure. For now, it's best for them to do whatever makes them comfortable. However, joining his guild would prove incredibly useful for Seiwan. For starters, Siwoo Song is set to become the world's finest craftsman, while Changu Song is a player as formidable as a chosen avatar. He also possesses immense potential with his rare mind's eye ability. Looking at everything objectively, Mina and the brothers decide to agree to join Seiwan's guild. Now that the matter is settled, Seiwan prepares to depart for Taejun. He heads over to a train station and boards a train bound for Taejun Station. On the other side of the train, far from where Seiwan is situated, a few ruthless players from the Waning Crescent Guild attempt a hostile takeover of a train. Civilians begin fleeing from the dangerous men, wielding large weapons amidst the growing commotion. Jisoo steps onto the train, immediately noticing the rogue players gathered at the front. Meanwhile, Sahan observes the other side of the train, growing increasingly chaotic and noisy. Perhaps a monster has appeared or something similar, but he's not concerned. Most passengers are players, after all, so he dismisses it. Instead, Sahan reviews the rewards from his third quest. They feel surprisingly underwhelming this time, a bit disappointing to receive such ordinary loot, despite all his efforts. His first reward is the Hunter's Instinct ability, which estimates monster locations based on their trails, but he also snagged loot from defeating Karis, and a huge gain was becoming the new master of the Crow constellation. He even acquired Karis's abilities, like Eye of the Crow and Veil of Darkness. However, to unlock the Crow constellation's full power, he must accumulate more divinity. As his divinity grows, more abilities will be revealed. Eye of the Crow lets him summon crows to scout the area from the sky. There's no limit to how many he can summon, but controlling them gets harder the more he creates. Next, the Veil of Darkness ability lets him seamlessly blend into shadows. It's different from Karis's version, though, as the effect likely changes based on the user. Even with only the lowest level of divinity, it's still an immense gain. He might also be able to locate the observer of a specific god. In Daejeon, this god is a witch who loved humanity, and yet desired every human to live and die. For Sehwan, with nothing else to do, Sehan decides to grab a quick nap until they reach Daejeon. On the other side of the train, however, a lone player is running for his life, as his comrades drop like flies. This is undoubtedly the girl from the rumors. All black clothes and dark hair. And when her hair flares crimson, no one escapes alive. He continues his desperate dash, but a heavy blow smashes into the back of his head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Before he can even think of escaping, Jisoo looms menacingly before him, and it seems all hope of escape has vanished. He grovels, begging for his life, vowing he'll never pull a stunt like this again for the rest of his miserable life. If only she'll spare him. However, Jisoo isn't buying it. In fact, she finds his pitiful begging quite amusing, so she flashes him a chilling smile as she extends her hand to finish him off. The train pulls into Daejeon Station, and the moment the doors hiss open, people pour out, screaming for their very lives. Sehun steps out from his carriage, perplexed by all the commotion, down the other end of the train. His answer arrives, calmly strolling down the stairs, greeting him with a wide smile. It's Jisoo. And somehow, Sehun had no idea they were even on the same train, now that they've reunited. He asks if she successfully handled her business. She confirms she took care of everything, then hopped on the train. Once she realized Sehun was aboard, she was constantly checking the map to always pinpoint his location, so they could meet up again. That's pretty obsessive. But Sehun wisely decides not to comment. But if she was constantly aware of his whereabouts, that means she knew he was in Lomiai world. Fighting the crow would have been much easier if Jisoo had been around. At first, she wanted to rush right over, but the third main quest kicked off while she was en route. It wasn't particularly difficult for her, but there was a lot to manage, and because of that, she ended up running a little late. Sehun admits he came to Daejeon to fight the area's boss, and Jisoo isn't surprised at all. She doesn't even ask why he traveled all this way, because she's completely used to him engaging in such illogical actions. She would have been perfectly fine with his decision, even if he'd only come all this way just to buy bread. It's strange to hear that from her, and Sehun isn't sure if she thinks highly of him. For now, the two of them start moving towards their final destination. En route to Dunsan, Sehun explains the details to her as they make their way there. Back in Seoul, Silom, Mina walks through the city streets, searching for the people Sehun told her about. She doesn't know their exact location, but she's been walking for a while now, and still can't find them. Before he left, Sehun wrote down some distinct characteristics of the people she should be looking for. They're a blonde-haired family of two, though his drawings are rather crude. The father is a large American man with a strange laugh, and the daughter, a 13-year-old multiracial girl. By the looks of the area, there seems to have been a recent monster attack that killed a lot of people. As she walks through the wreckage, a wolf monster leaps out from the darkness and tries to ambush her, but Mina is prepared. She turns to finish the beast in one blow, but someone else beats her to it. slamming a large chunk of concrete onto the beast and knocking it away. Mina turns toward the direction the concrete came from and sees two people who perfectly match the descriptions and drawings Si-hoon gave her. She goes up to meet them and thanks the man for helping defeat the monster. As they talk, even his laugh is exactly as Si-hoon described, but the man's daughter stops him before he can embarrass her further. The girl can tell from the number of gods observing her that Mina is probably even stronger than her father. All that's left is to confirm their names. The man is Luke Taylor, and his daughter is Lynn. These are the people Si-hoon was looking for. Mina seizes the opportunity to ask if she can join them on their travels. The man just hurled a massive chunk of concrete. This clearly marks him as a powerful player, but she's still uncertain about the girl. Luke, however, is thrilled to have her join their group. Lynn, on the other hand, is much more skeptical about helping someone who's potentially stronger than them. As the two of them continue to bicker, Mina turns away to send a discreet message to Sewon, confirming that she's found the people she was sent to look for. Traveling with these individuals might be worth it, especially since Sewon recommended it. He even called them the key to humanity's future. Back into Hugh. Soldiers sweep the streets with heavy artillery, searching for any signs of monsters. It seems society is attempting to pick itself back up, despite all the chaos unfolding in the world. A soldier approaches the two of them as they scan the area, asking if they are players. Apparently, there's been an order to examine all existing players. It appears the government is trying to control the players in the world's current chaotic state. Instead of answering the soldiers' questions, Si-hoon discreetly tells Jisoo to sprint towards a building in the distance. The two of them move separately before leaping away, before the soldier can even react. They land atop a towering skyscraper, and Jisoo walks up to Si-hoon. Curious why they'd come all the way to the top of this building. Si-hoon wants to try out his new Eye of the Crow ability to scan the area for the raid boss. He activates it, and crows begin to pour out of his shadow, soaring into the air. The ability is still crude, and he has much to improve, but this will still grant him a bird's eye view of the entire area. Meanwhile, he asks to check her stats, which Jisoo is more than open to. It almost seems Jisoo never says no to him. No matter what he asks, he opens her status menu, and her stats are incredibly strong for someone who should be playing the game normally. She also picked up two powerful new skills called Anatomy Mastery and Vital Strike. And get this, she somehow managed to boost her regeneration ability all the way to C rank. Even her Celestial Slayer ability has leveled up to a phenomenal 3-star, which is super strange because she really should have shown at least some signs of utter madness. With her Celestial Slayer ability at such a high level, while he's deep in analyzing her stats, he suddenly receives a signal from the scouting crows, telling him they've uncovered something major. They immediately rush to the area the crows pointed out, and just from surveying the sheer damage, they can tell whatever was here was absolutely no ordinary monster. This wreckage has to be the brutal aftermath of a raid boss. Jisoo asks Si-hoon how he's privy to all this intel, but true to form, he offers no answers. This raid boss showing up so early is totally bizarre though, especially since there are still so many hours left on the official timer. But the timers aren't reliable, and most of them are just a clever trick to throw people off. The area is scarred with huge markings from massive claws and wings. It looks like some kind of winged monster battled a completely different beast. But here's the twist. All these terrifying markings were made by the exact same beast, and that very beast slams down heavily right behind them, immediately attempting to swipe at them with its giant claws. It's a gungy, a terrifying black tiger with colossal white wings, and also happens to be one of the 4 deadly mythical monsters from Chinese mythology. Si-hoon expected to be searching for this thing for a while before ever finding it, but instead, the beast practically walked right up to them. This means the dungeon must be nearby, since this powerful beast has been lurking around the area. And right then, the 4th main quest pops up. It's a quest to defeat the creature before it utterly obliterates the city Sehun and Jisoo stumbled upon it so unexpectedly, which is why this specific quest only popped up for these two. Jisoo also picks up on an incredibly strong blood scent wafting from somewhere close by. Sehun, meanwhile, spots a horn embedded right in the gungi's chest, meaning it recently clashed with another beast. The creature attempts one final attack on Sehun, but before fleeing, they spot the horn in its chest, and that shouldn't have been there yet. Not for a very long time. According to Sehun's memories from his past life, it seems things are already starting to change. Diverging from what he remembers, with the creature gone, Sehun dashes into the dungeon, Jisoo right on his heels. And just as he suspected, this dungeon wasn't the Gungi's lair. It belonged to a Kirin, a magnificent one-horned divine beast, and that very horn, brimming with divine power, has been forcefully embedded in the chest of the already powerful Gungi. The Kirin's horn possesses immense potential energy, and it's the absolute source of the beast's power. Sehun originally planned to acquire the Kirin's horn while they were searching for the Gungi, but that entire plan has been completely derailed. And to make matters worse, if the Gungi manages to fully absorb the horn's power, it will become an absolutely catastrophic threat. Jisoo suggests they thoroughly search the area, as there might be a hidden reward lurking somewhere. But given the dungeon's unimpressive tier, there's likely nothing valuable enough to replace the Kirin's horn. However, quite unexpectedly, Jisoo uncovers something amidst the wreckage. Sehun wonders if it's mithril, the strongest metal, second only to orichalcum, but even that wouldn't be enough to replace the horn. What Jisoo actually found is an egg. And not just any ordinary egg, either. It's a Kirin's egg. Usually, when a Kirin sits on it for an extended period, a new Kirin is eventually born. However, now that they possess it, they can use it to forge their own divine beast. Sehun immediately buys even more items from his premium store and prepares all the necessary equipment to hatch the Kirin's fruit and birth a brand new divine beast. After setting everything up, all they need to do is just add a player's blood to act as the catalyst. This blood must be applied within the next 48 hours, and it will directly affect the nascent beast's stats and abilities. Sehun knows they're certain they can do better than just his blood. Initially, he considers using Jisoo's blood. However, her celestial slayer abilities could complicate things later on. Then, he considers Mina instead. It will be impossible, after all, to find a decent player within the time limit. Mina's stats and abilities are better than average, so it should work out just fine. As he's trying to figure out what to do, he suddenly gets a message from Mina, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Mina waits with a family of two, amidst the rubble of the ruined streets. Sehun never replied to her, and she has no idea if he's even coming. Eventually, he finally messages her back, asking her where she is at the moment. Not even a compliment for her hard work or anything. She begrudgingly tells him their location. And after a brief, tense moment of silence, Jisoo and Sehun suddenly appear right behind her. From the sweat on their bodies and their labored breathing, it looks like they sprinted all the way from Dijon. Luke comes over to introduce himself to the new arrivals, while his daughter timidly hides behind him. Sehun introduces himself and Jisoo, and Luke immediately assumes Mina must have given them his name, since they've just met, and Sehun already seems to know him. With introductions done, Sehun turns to Mina, and she's still clearly annoyed that he didn't even compliment her hard work. So, he gives her a gift as a thank you for everything she's done for him so far. It's mithril ore, which should be perfect for her to eat, since she can absorb it directly into her body. Mina can barely believe she received something so precious. Her anger quickly melts away as she clutches the gift. Next, he goes over to Lin and shows her the divine beast egg. He's going to need her help to awaken it, and all she has to do is lay her hand on it. Despite her fears of something bad happening, Luke encourages her to go ahead with it. Since Sehun doesn't seem like a bad person, she places her hand on top of the egg, and immediately a sharp spike shoots out from the top, and it pricks her hand, drawing a drop of blood. He quickly lies, claiming the egg's outer layer must have accidentally scraped her hand. The ritual is complete, however, and the tools, except Lin's blood, as the catalyst for the fruit of Karen. All he needs to do now is add some nourishment and patiently wait for it to hatch. Mina approaches and asks exactly why. She was supposed to find these two people anyway, but it's difficult for Si-hoon to explain. She'll figure out eventually, but for now, he wants Mina to stick with them as much as possible. That won't be too hard, as they seem to trust them, and she's already expecting a reward for her efforts. Originally, Si-hoon thought he wouldn't need anyone else, since this was his second playthrough. But then he realized something crucial. After seeing how Kara and the Minotaur had changed, he will need to take the system's interventions into consideration from now on, and that's why he will need Lynn Taylor, the player whose sheer strength and talent surprised even the gods themselves. She is the very pinnacle of humanity. Now that the catalyst has been added, the egg begins to rapidly grow, and it looks like it's preparing to hatch. Si-hoon tells Lin that she doesn't need to call him Mr., since he's not that old. But Mina reminds him he's a full 10 years older than her. Mina also considers calling him Mr., since he's 4 years older than her as well. That visibly angers Jisoo, though, and Mina quickly clarifies it's just a joke, to avoid Jisoo's intense, burning stare. Now that introductions are out of the way, it's time for their next course of action. Mina asks Si-hoon if he's returning to the Daejeon dungeon, but it's not like he can defeat the raid boss, even if he goes back there right now. Currently, Mina still believes the raid boss hasn't spawned yet, but Jisoo clarifies they've already encountered it, once the three of them step away for a moment to explain everything that's happened so far to Mina. They tell Mina the raid boss is incredibly large and comparable to a sentinel in raw strength. While the sentinel might be a tougher fighter, the raid boss boasts a massive HP pool, making it far more challenging to take down. Plus, its attack range is significantly wider than any sentinels. This means the havoc it could wreak would be devastating. All these factors point to one thing: Si-hoon needs to eliminate it and fast. However, it's still much too soon, and the other players are nowhere near prepared. A new variable has also emerged in the current situation concerning the raid boss. It's actively absorbing a Kirin horn. Si-hoon racks his brain, trying to recall if the raid boss was stabbed with a Kirin horn in his previous life too, or did his decision to go to Daejeon alter the timeline? He never ventured to Daejeon in his past, yet the raid boss ambushed them, as if it had been expecting them. What's more, it left numerous obvious traces, almost like a deliberate lure. The Gungi also engaged with the Kirin, far too prematurely. It hasn't even been 3 days since the raid boss was announced. Too many unknowns cloud the present, and the more he ponders, the stranger it gets. Could the system be meddling with him again? Or is there another cause entirely? One thought that sparks is Arcadis, the GM of Korea, the god himself, sits upon his throne, watching a replay of Si-hoon and Jisoo battling the Gungi. He hadn't expected an ordinary player to escape with such ease, and they even snatched something from the dungeon on their way out. It's most likely a Kirin fruit, but Arcadis is certain that he wouldn't know how to hatch it, even if it is a Kirin fruit. The more pressing question, however, is why the Gungi is so utterly weak. It's completely exhausted from a mere horn in its ribs. Arcadis even granted it a chance to absorb the horn, but it's still pathetic. He resolves to subtly alter things, ensuring it won't be too obvious, by slightly boosting its regeneration. And boosted adaptive abilities with this small buff, it could end up transforming into a truly monstrous being. 2 weeks pass. The raid boss's release date draws much closer. Si-hoon and Jisoo return to Daejeon. There's a noticeably increased army presence, far more than their last visit. They're likely trying to prove they only lost the last invasion because they weren't fully prepared. It's quite foolish, though, since guns are utterly useless against monsters. While they might not inflict much damage, they definitely still sting quite a bit. Against a raid boss, it would be completely pointless. Still, they'd be better off leaving it to the players to handle it. But if they did, the players would gain too much authority. The government has only just regained some power after the open world announcement, and they're not letting go of it. Jisoo doesn't like it, but there's little she can do to change it. Si-hoon encourages her to move where the other players are. For now, there are noticeably more players in Taejun than in his previous playthrough. It looks like many of them are seeking party members to defeat the raid boss, while others prepare for the quest to begin. Suddenly, someone approaches him and asks if he wants to join their party. But Si-hoon refuses, since he has no intention of joining a party. The player continues to pester him, assuming he's only refusing because he wants to make an impression in front of the girl. But people who act like that will only end up dying in the end, as Si-hoon and Jisoo ignore them and walk away. And the man walks away in a huff, convinced both of them will learn their lesson sooner or later. It's painfully obvious, though, that he's the one trying to impress Jisoo. He clearly wants her to join his party, but he clearly doesn't know what he's dealing with. Jisoo overhears his snarky attitude and offers to take care of the guy, but Si-hoon quickly calms her down, telling her to just keep moving. They'll be the first to charge in when the raid boss finally appears anyway. As they continue to navigate the crowd, Si-hoon spots Dongwon Park stealthily lurking through the streets. Dongwon notices him too, immediately covering his face in a desperate attempt to hide. His attempts, however, are utterly futile. Si-hoon quickly walks right up to him before he can even try to walk away. According to Dongwon, Hyung-Yun headed to Cheongju to check on his family, and Dongwon was told to come to Taejun. Judging by his brand new gear, Si-hoon can tell this guy accomplished quite a lot. During his third quest, he should have also gained some new abilities. It probably wasn't a succession ability yet, though, since those can't be acquired through any ordinary means. A chosen avatar can only learn one directly from a god, which is exactly why these abilities are unconventionally powerful. Hyun-Yun, or perhaps an honest life, must have been the one to order Dongwon to come to Taejun. Si-hoon decides to take a quick peek at the god forums, and they're still buzzing about him ever since he defeated Karis. Everyone speculates he must be in Taejun, since something interesting is definitely brewing there. Young Jester is still disappointed that Mina decided not to follow him, but she reveals that he left something quite interesting with her. However, despite others prying, she refuses to reveal what that interesting thing is. It's obvious she's talking about the Kirin fruit. But knowing her, she'll hoard that knowledge to herself, since she absolutely hates sharing any info. Luke Taylor's goddess should also be trustworthy, as she's not one to spread rumors. Then, he turns his attention back to Dongwon and asks if he managed to learn the crown manipulation ability. Dongwon tries to lie, but Si-hoon shows off the crystal controlling his collar, and that immediately changes his attitude. He reveals that he learned it, and Si-hoon is about to tell him to use it. But one of his crows, soaring high above, spots something seriously dangerous. His tone instantly shifts, and he barks at Dongwon to use his ability now, because if he hesitates, even for a second, everyone in this entire area will perish. The raid boss is rapidly closing in on their location, and it clearly plans to ambush the unsuspecting players. They're completely unaware, thinking there's still plenty of time before the boss is even supposed to spawn. This means its main goal is to grab a quick, bloody feast before the actual main battle begins. Since Dongwon is agonizingly slow on the uptake, Si-hoon desperately tries to warn everyone to flee before the boss appears. But no one, not a soul, believes him. There are still 10 minutes before the raid boss is scheduled to arrive, so people just think he's lying. They continue to completely ignore him. And it's crystal clear that mere words won't convince them of the impending doom. So, he rushes back to Dongwon and commands him once more to unleash his power. However, he can't just use it on any random person. He first needs to be in a specific situation where he can effectively worm his way into the target's mind. Psychologically, since that's the tricky case, Si-hoon tells Jisoo to whip out her weapon and prepare herself. When he gives her the signal, he wants her to shatter a nearby fire hydrant to create a massive distraction. Then he tells Dongwon to deploy his crowd manipulation ability as soon as the raid boss appears, and throws everyone into utter panic. Dongwon reluctantly agrees, but even he doubts the boss will show up early. And even if it does, It's unlikely the crowd would be so easily sent into a frenzy by it. However, Sehun assures him that things are about to get absolutely wild, and he steels himself for the impending battle. The very ground begins to tremble violently, and people start glancing around in terrified confusion as the colossal monster draws near. Some even nervously check the raid boss's supposed arrival time, but it's already far too late. The ground erupts violently, and a monstrous paw comes slamming down right at Sehun. He expertly uses his pile bunker to counter the crushing blow, as Jisoo boldly leaps in to aid him, slamming its massive paw back down to the ground, causing the monster to roar out in agony. The other players quickly realize that the raid boss has truly made its appearance. The military also takes immediate action, opening fire with everything they've got towards the area where the monster emerged, emptying every single weapon in its direction. However, once the smoke clears, the monster is still very much alive and well. The soldiers begin to retreat in utter fear as it ominously stalks towards them. Then it roars out one more time, fully clearing away the smoke, revealing a drastic change in its appearance, with pristine white fur now instead of black, and massive red spikes growing all over its body. It looks like it's evolving into its final form, which will be a huge problem for the players if it does. Once it properly evolves into its final form, the Gungi will become as mighty as a sentinel. And on top of that, its active area will expand even further, making it far more difficult to deal with. For it to have absorbed the horn's power so easily, that means the GM himself was personally involved in this whole mess. The raid boss lets out a furious roar and starts savagely attacking the surrounding people with absolutely no hesitation. The soldiers continue to unload bullets at the raid boss with everything they've got, but the bullets show absolutely no effect on it, and its single powerful breath sends them sliding back from their positions. Kim Se-han urgently yells at Dongwon to do exactly what he was told earlier. Dongwon immediately abides by the order, and using his crowd control skill, he urges the crowd to evacuate the area right away and leave it all to the players. When they try to argue, he asks them to notice that their contemporary weapons are utterly useless against the raid boss. However, before the crowd is fully convinced, Dongwon's ability duration is unfortunately over. Meanwhile, Kim Se-han realizes that the players have now received their fourth main quest. This results in the crowd, once again, charging headfirst toward the raid boss, ready to strike, when suddenly a civilian gets dangerously close. The raid boss nearly crushes the person underfoot, but Kim Se-won leaps in and saves the man just in time. The man quickly thanks Se-won, admitting he let his guard down for a mere second. But Se-won warns him to be far more cautious, reminding him that the raid boss's power isn't just its size. Kim Se-won contemplates the best strategy and weapon to take down this colossal raid boss. Meanwhile, the civilians also realize that the raid boss won't be fazed by their typical long-range attacks. Kim Se-won worries about how to tackle this raid boss because it could transform into its final form at any moment. Suddenly, the raid boss's wings expand even further. Then it flaps them, grunting powerfully, and soars high into the sky. This unleashes even greater destruction upon the buildings, leaving the people utterly astonished. They certainly weren't expecting it to suddenly possess flying capabilities. They frantically debate whether to run or stay, knowing the raid boss will decimate the entire city if it decides to attack the ground from above. Kim Se-won decides he has to drag the raid boss down before it can unleash its aerial assault. He connects his spears with powerful chains, then hurls them at the flying raid boss, leaving the civilians stunned by his incredible strength. Kim Se-won then calls out to the crowd, urging them to help him pull down the raid boss using the chains. When the civilians witness that Han Jisoo has already joined Kim Se-won, they realize if she can do it, then so can they. Therefore, the people join in, grabbing hold and pulling the chains. On his command, they all yank it down with a mighty jerk, and the raid boss crashes violently to the ground. But ominous blue currents begin pulsating through its body. Kim Se-won wonders if its dreaded metamorphosis, has already begun, transforming it into its final stage. Determined to stop it, he leaps high into the air and plunges his sharp weapon deep into the raid boss's face. However, after a deafening grunt, the raid boss leaps up, completely unaffected once again, forcing Kim Se-won to admit its sheer toughness and strength. Kim Se-hoon can't believe his attack did nothing. He felt that hit connect with its skull. Han Jae-soo tells him to leave this fight to her, because she's better equipped to handle the raid. Boss. With that, she stabs herself right in the heart. This maximizes the Celestial Slayer's effect, cranking up her damage output. Her regeneration ability instantly heals the wound, letting her move without a hitch. Han Jae-soo leaps high into the air, landing right on the raid boss's head. As Kim Se-hoon realizes Han Jae-soo's next move, he screams for everyone to back away as fast as possible. She slams the raid boss's head with all her might, and as people scatter, it smashes its head into the ground. With one final swing of her weapon, she delivers the finishing blow. The raid boss roars out in agony. It grunts and roars even louder, attempting to strike Han Jae-soo. She's about to land another hit on the raid boss when Kim Se-hoon screams her name, telling her to stop. Things could get really dangerous for her. In this situation, after taking several brutal hits from Jae-soo, the raid boss groans in pain and chomps down on her, but it can't swallow them. Thanks to their magical properties, the raid boss totally loses it, grunting and roaring wildly, thrashing its head all over the place. The crowd wonders what's happening, until the raid boss finally loses consciousness and crashes to the ground. People start cautiously approaching, eager to see if the raid boss is truly dead or just playing possum. As everyone takes a closer look at the raid boss, Jae-soo suddenly emerges from its mouth. She calmly walks over to Se-hoon. The chat room for the South Korean server explodes when they find out how Kim Se-hoon and Jae-soo managed to defeat the raid boss. After praising them and Dongwan, people start debating why their regional raid bosses' stats were so much higher than they should have been. This sparks their suspicion, realizing the GM might be actively inflating the raid boss's stats. When pressed for the source of their suspicion, a fellow player explains that it's widely believed, as everyone else is saying the same thing, especially since the GM even took down Kara's. One of them proposes sending in feedback, highlighting the danger of the GM starting to harm even the avatars if he's left unchecked. Thus, they collectively decide to put a stop to this madness by submitting their official feedback. And so, thanks to Kim Se-hoon's suggestion, the infamous Player 48 GM Arcadius was prevented from interfering with the Korean server for some time. As a reward, after their decisive victory over the raid boss, Se-hoon receives the code of Gungi. After carefully reading its description, he realizes Gungi had reached its final form. Right before Jae-soo delivered the finishing blow, he's already floored by this revelation. When Jae-soo then reveals she's received the dark gem of sacred dissonance in her inventory, after seeing that, Se-hoon's astonishment skyrockets even further. He immediately starts planning how they can craft an extremely powerful weapon out of these materials. However, he quickly realizes they're missing some crucial components. Still, he feels grateful to Arcadius for this unexpected boon. Jae-soo offers her reward to Se-hoon, insisting she only dealt the finishing blow to the raid boss while he did all the hard work. But he firmly refuses, telling her she should absolutely keep it, since it'll surely come in handy when she eventually finds some truly good materials. He adds, explaining to her that gold rank is a more than sufficient reward for him, especially since so many players were involved. As Jae-soo reveals, she's also acquired gold rank. Dongwon approaches, revealing he's actually received a silver rank. They can't believe how Dongwon managed to snag a silver rank when he spent the entire time just running away. He quickly reminds them how he secured the fighting area by evacuating everyone. Jae-soo then questions Kim Se-hoon about her involvement in the fight, but he refuses to have his rank lowered to gold. He insists that if she hadn't interfered, the fight would have dragged on for much longer. He then asks Dongwon if he has any business here, Dongwon affirms this, thinking to himself how it would have been better if Dongwon had just stayed with Yongyun, but permits him to stay with a warning. Before heading off to Seoul, Jisoo expresses her worry about her mother's whereabouts. This makes Sewon wonder why her mother hasn't revealed her location to Jisoo. Sewon then looks at Jisoo, wondering what would have become of her had he not killed her in her previous life. He now sees her as his milestone, as she represents the possibility of change and altered destinies. A few men drag little kids with them, the children tied to each other like animals and crying. The men wonder if their higher-ups asked for children to extract their souls and blood, since these higher-ups are demons. Suddenly, Shinjan arrives, seeking someone who intruded into his territory. When asked who he is, Shinjan claims he doesn't know. Therefore, he's decided to kill everyone here. Mina and Linda are walking through the streets, carrying heavy grocery bags, when Taylor suddenly thanks Mina for enabling them to afford so much more with their points. Mina also flaunts her gold rating. However, she secretly admits it was only possible because of the grimoire Kim Seohan had given her. Suddenly, someone creeps up on Mina from behind, but with Taylor's quick help, Mina manages to dodge the attacker's strike. She then slices the man's weapon in two, transforming her hand into a deadly blade, and punches his face with a metal fist. The man falls to the ground, and his partner realizes that these kids are not ordinary. Thus, he calls out all their gang members out of the alleys to attack the girls en masse. Out of nowhere, the first man's eyes change, and Mina wonders if he's a humanoid monster. However, Mina remains confident and transforms her arms into that of a mantis as she swiftly slices through their weapons. With just a single swing, one of the thugs barks at the other to chase Taylor. The men charge straight for Taylor, but she swiftly dodges their assault. Minsu breathes a sigh of relief at this, then rushes the thugs to finish them for good. However, the men quickly make their escape. After the immediate danger passes, Mina notices something strange. The blood from the injured, or dead thugs, is pitch black. This immediately raises her suspicions, so she plans to discuss it with Kim Sehwan later. Later, when Kim Sehwan returns, Lee Mia tells him how she and Lynn Taylor were ambushed by suspicious thugs. He ponders the situation and suddenly realizes their dark blood signifies they were demons' servants. This means they belong to the Dark Sky clan. This makes him wonder why they're simply lurking about instead of building up their power. He then questions himself. Is this because Kim Ju-won is no longer here? Kim Se-hwan recalls how the Dark Sky clan couldn't have held any sway over Seoul, thanks to Kim Ju-won's guild, the Sins, if things had unfolded like his previous life. However, since the Sins aren't present, the Dark Sky clan has gained influence, and Kim Se-hwan has unintentionally accelerated the demon's advancement in Seoul. When Lynn Taylor asks Kim Se-hwan if he knows who those people might be, he confirms before he replies. He glances at Mr. Taylor, surprised by his worried expression, clearly concerned for his daughter, Lynn Taylor. He then informs the girls that those thugs were most likely associated with a demon. However, he admits he isn't aware of their current whereabouts, as he never truly encountered them in his previous playthrough. Suddenly, Jisoo steps forward, revealing she knows exactly where those thugs might be. She reminds Si-hoon of her crucial third main quest, a quest she found incredibly tough to clear. He instantly recalls it, since he himself had to defeat Kara's back then. She adds that she also met a dark-blooded individual there, making him realize just how incredibly serious the situation is. So he asks her to lead him there. Si-hoon arrives in Waguk, a district within Seoul's Gangseo area. He finds that strange businesses are already reopening. He then approaches a shop owner and directly asks him if there have been any child kidnappings here. The seemingly calm and collected man suddenly grows scared and hesitant after Si-hoon's question, and quickly walks away, denying anything happened. After a few more attempts, a man finally agrees to talk within his shop when Si-hoon reveals a picture of Jisoo and asks about her. The man informs him the guild wasn't local, and that the lady in the picture completely annihilated the area's original organization, paving the way for the outside guild's takeover. The man further discloses that those people threaten them into silence or risk losing their businesses. After hearing the full account, Si-hoon grasps the entire situation and realizes those people must be kidnapping children for the Mask of Anguish. Initially, the gods used the world as their game, but now the demons have also reached a supernatural level of power to treat this world as their game too. The gods only appoint a maximum of 2 avatars to maintain strict control over them and pay close attention to each of their avatars, leading to their frequent intervention. However, the demons operate quite differently, as they share their power with countless contractors and command a vast group of servants, sometimes even an entire guild. Unlike the gods, the demons care nothing for a contractor's talent, abilities, or compatibility with their power. They only care about the sheer desire for power and their susceptibility to temptation that their contractor holds over them. In other words, they only care about how well their servants will obey their commands. Because this game is much more than mere entertainment for the demons and all their interests clash with the well-being of humans. This signifies they're after the Mask of Anguish. The Mask of Anguish is crafted from demon flesh, infused with pure misery. Its owner is the 27th ranking demon, Neveroth. He draws his strength from sadness and the life essence of humans, converting them into points for his own use. To amplify the mask's power, Seon exits the shop, determined to demolish the Dark Sky clan. He transforms into a crow and begins searching the white building, where he was told to find the demon's servants, as the shop owner had told him. However, he finds all the buildings are white, and everyone has dark hair and dark eyes, finding it hard to pinpoint his targets. He heads elsewhere to confront their boss. Seon brutally beats down several Dark Sky Guild members when more men appear, asking if he's from the Dark Moon Guild. He just juggles his daggers, telling them to prepare to die by his hands, using the Eye of the Crows. He then summons a massive swarm of crows that quickly confuse the men, while he slaughters the men one after another. When the remaining men start to fight back, Seon uses the Shadow Rush technique and expertly dodges the attack. He wonders where the kidnapped children are, but decides to search for them. After he has dealt with all of these Neveroth servants here, Seon manages to wipe them out and begins looking for the kidnapped children. When he opens the door to the room where the kidnapped kids are, one of them asks if he's going to take them to that one place as well. Oblivious to the kid's question, he asks the kid what place he's talking about. The child insists they promise to transform these kids into players. Si-hoon quickly realizes that those gang members had manipulated these kids and clarifies that no human can simply turn into a player, nor does any human possess the power to transform them. When the child tries to argue, claiming to have seen other kids turn into players, Si-hoon tells him that they must have already been players. This deeply offends a child, and when he demands that Si-hoon release them, if he can't keep his promise, he tells them he was already there to free them. After freeing the kids, he decides to investigate the building's interior. He heads straight to the 7th floor to see if a manager is present there. Shin Hwan sits in a room with a cage positioned before him and grows annoyed by the loud noise. Suddenly, a man approaches him, notifying him that their Wagak branch has been utterly annihilated. After inquiring about who it was, the man explains that the cameras were blocked by crows, but it was a single man clad in black. One wonders if it was a servant of another demon, but can't fathom who it could possibly be. He then heads to the 5th floor to his boss, Gong Shunbu Kinu. Keanu orders him to handle the situation and advises him not to let his guard down. One sets off on his way, confident in the fact that Neveroth calls him the strangest contractor of all. Thus, even though he acknowledges the immense strength of the man who slaughtered his gang members, he marches forward, determined to finish him off. Si-hoon looks through some documents and learns that the Dark Sky Guild's base is located in the Wan neighborhood of Incheon. He then notices the observing eyes of the gods floating around him and feels uncomfortable due to their presence. Suddenly, he notices that the shining, golden eye is still tracking him and wonders if it belongs to the witch. However, he figures she should have sent him an avatar invitation by now, just like she did in the previous playthrough. If this was truly her doing, that is. So, he opts to ignore it instead and shifts his focus to handling the guild members. There will be far more of them than there were. In Wagik, after being challenged by an observing eye, he resumes his journey, with his first task rescuing the kidnapped children from the ancient branch's basement. He knows they must be using the children to awaken the mask of anguish. Arriving there, Sehun peeks from behind a wall and spots some men dragging dead children from the basement room. They're discussing why the kids are dying far faster than they were expected to, and confused, ask each other what to do with the dead bodies, since Shin Hwan usually handles them. Sehun hears the name Shin Hwan and wonders if that name appeared in his previous playthrough. Realizing that, he couldn't glean much more from behind the wall. He reveals himself to the men. They mistake him for a new guy because of his black clothes, so they tell him to help out by taking care of the bodies. But Sehun wastes no time swiftly slicing their throats. Approaching one of the dead bodies, he finds it strange that the dead girl has a peaceful expression. He recalls how the mask of anguish absorbs the sadness of its victims, leading to their miserable end. He also notices the power accumulated in the mask is far smaller than it technically should be. Suddenly, Sehun notices a stasis-inducing gas orb, indicating someone used an item here. He ponders who could have been here, trying to rescue the children. But he decides to prioritize saving the children first. Meanwhile, Gang Chi-Inu flares up in anger upon learning that Hwan still hasn't found the wanted man. Nevertheless, he decides to request more time from Neveroth to gather the children once again. He suspects this person is a demon servant, judging by their described attire and the ominous presence of crows. Yet, he realizes no one weaker than Hwan can possibly face him. This makes Chi-Inu's informer doubt Hwan, and he discusses his concerns with Chi-Inu. But Chi-Inu vehemently denies any such claims. Suddenly, Chi-Inu notices a massive swarm of crows outside his window, which shatters the glass and floods inside. Chi-Inu's informer warns him about bombs attached to each crow's foot. However, by the time they even spot them, the entire building erupts in a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Hwan is on his bike when he learns the base has been attacked. Neveroth informs him the entire building was destroyed, with the mask now buried beneath the rubble. They'd assumed the player would take it away with them, too, along with the children. Suddenly, Neveroth reveals that the Crow constellation was recently replaced when someone killed the previous one and inherited its power. The constellation's seat is still empty, since the killer isn't ready to take it yet. When Hwan asks if he knows who the killer is, Neveroth confirms, stating he's one of the most famous players. However, the man claims he can't access the gods' forums as a demon. Hwan quickly gathers information about the player, and, knowing he won't openly challenge Hwan to a fight, he decides to create a situation where the player has no other option than to fight Hwan. Hwan asks Neveroth to tell him the location of the player's teammates, but Neveroth suggests he should first retrieve the mask from the base in order to ensure his victory against this powerful player. Neveroth then helps Hwan retrieve the mask and leads him directly to the player. At Sehwan's teammate's doorstep, Mina gazes at the pouring rain, drying her hair, remarking on the heavy downpour. Lin appears, offering her some hot tea. Mina thanks her, asking if she knows where Jisoo is. Lin replies that she's still outside. Mina says Jisoo must be on the lookout. Even in this pouring rain, Taylor sighs, admitting he can't figure out these abilities. Mina insists it's as easy as breathing. Taylor sighs again, admitting he still can't get it. Mina fixes him with a determined gaze, vowing to help him understand. Suddenly, Lin shatters a plate, staring out the window. Mina asks if she's hurt, or just startled by the lightning. Lin trembles, warning that something terrible is approaching as dark shadows loom over their door. Just then, their door swings open and Juan stands there. Mina thinks, wondering if he's a friend to say hands, but he brutally strikes her face. Mina takes a fighting stance, wondering who this assailant is. He hits her again, and Mina thinks it still hurts, even after covering herself with mithril. He advances, ordering her to stay put, so he can end it quickly for her. Mina transforms into her alternate form and attacks him. He dodges just as he was about to strike her. Taylor blocks his punch and taunts him. "Looks like you know how to fight," he says. "What a shame, because you must have been pretty strong." Before the game began, Juan takes his position, declaring he's in a hurry, because they all need to die. Taylor laughs, saying, "That's not happening. I have a daughter I have to take care of." And they both clash, fighting fiercely. At the Dark Sky clan, the crow admires the bomb he made, musing how summoning crows gave him a slight headache. He thinks about how others can retrieve the mask themselves, just as the eye keeps bothering him. He moves toward it, asking what's wrong. The eye tells him her avatar is in danger. Juan stands in silence, now looking at Mina's and Taylor's unconscious bodies. He ponders how terribly this could have gone awry if their stats had been any higher. He sees Lin weeping over Taylor's side, desperately begging her dad to wake up. A vivid reminder of his own younger self flashes by. He swiftly shoves those haunting thoughts aside, as a mysterious voice abruptly cuts him off, warning him not to kill the kid. The voice reveals that she possesses an incredible amount of potential, and magic this pure is an excellent offering. He asks if he can do whatever he wants with the others, and upon receiving a yes, he tells Lin to follow him. As Lin looks reluctant, he sternly declares that it's the only way to save her dad and keep Mina alive. Lin stands up, her gaze fixed on her unconscious father, then moves toward Juan, agreeing to go with him to spare their lives. He swiftly takes her out by striking her head from behind, catching her limp body. But just as he was about to move away with her, Jisoo suddenly attacks him with a hatchet. He asks if she also lives with them here, to which Jisoo replies with another furious attack, completely shocking Juan with her blinding speed. He realizes she's faster than him. Juan targets her wrist, but she effortlessly dodges, making him think her wrist should have shattered. He marvels at how inhuman she seems. Jisoo asks why he's moving so strangely, while gracefully dodging her relentless attacks, to which he replies her movements are even weirder to him. He explains that it's a boxing move called sway. Sway. Jisoo cracks her neck, then takes a boxing stance herself. Juan watches her, clicking his tongue in annoyance, getting into position too, muttering about how annoying this is. Jisoo launches a punch at him, which Juan dodges with equally blistering speed. He tries to copy her attack, but she dodges by a hair's breadth. Juan snickers, calculating that Jisoo simply knows how to aim for the head, but since she's a natural, this could quickly turn dangerous. He decides to finish the fight with a decisive blow, so he throws a direct punch at her. Jisoo blocks it, simultaneously launching one of her own. He staggers back, stunned by how fast she pulled off that trick. He believes it's best to leave now, before things spiral out of control. Jisoo stumbles, losing her balance, and Juan lets out a frustrated groan. Juan hops on his bike, Lin in tow, but finds it utterly ridiculous that Jisoo is still hot on his heels, matching his pace. Even with him on a motorbike, she's gaining speed with every second. Just as Jisoo closes in, he shifts gears and speeds away. The voice taunts him, declaring, this is the final time it will aid Juan, as Jisoo cannot be allowed to spoil the main event. Juan arrives at the ancient port, as the voice warns him that the crows will be arriving shortly. Juan muses about Taylor, Mina, and Lin, sensing a deep connection between them all. Then his thoughts turn to Jisoo. The demon's voice taunts him once more, commanding him to don his mask. He explains he's helping Juan solely because he dreads finding another pawn. The contract will be terminated the moment Juan fails. Juan tells the demon he'll make his decision once he sees the target. Just then, a crow appears, and Juan recognizes him from an MMA fighting ring. He's definitely a fighter. The crow demands to know why he kidnapped the child, to which Juan calmly states, "It was the only way to lure him out." The crow then inquires if this is about what he did to the Dark Sky clan. Juan nods, his expression grim, declaring he has a score to settle. Sans signe Juanes Bawerfulora. The crow reveals his friends were ambushed by demon servants. Some time ago, he decided to eliminate anything connected to demons before they could cause further harm. Juan drops into his fighting stance. The crow notices Juan's hands morphing, wondering if he can alter his body parts at will. As their one-on-one combat begins, they clash fiercely, exchanging powerful punches, no weapons involved. But suddenly, the crow launches an unexpected attack on Juan, shattering his hand. The demon scolds Juan for not wearing a mask, regretting ever trusting a mortal again. Juan wonders if he's even worthy of wielding the mask of anguish. The demon grows furious, declaring if one won't accept it, he'll force it upon him. The demon then asks if one knows the difference between a contract with a demon versus a god. Just then, Juan starts trembling as the demon reveals that demons can impose their will by force. Juan dons the mask of anguish, even against his will, as the demon declares it was getting tedious, watching him fight like a weakling. He lets out a scream as the mask fuses with him, and the crow realizes this could be a major problem. He considers how Juan's stats might now rival his own current power, and now that Juan wears the mask, that has always bothered him. He quickly rushes to Lin, holding her tight. He looks at Juan, who laughs maniacally as the mask consumes him, proclaiming how good it feels to control the mask. He introduces himself as the 27th ranked demon, Neveroth. Neveroth cackles, claiming it's quite fun to take control personally. Just like that, the crow finally draws his sword, directly warning him to bring it on already, because he doesn't want Lin waiting in the rain for too long. Neveroth calls him an arrogant mortal, asking if it's true he defeated Karis. As that couldn't possibly be true, he argues it would be impossible for a mere mortal to defeat a constellation with that level of power. As Juan lunges, the crow thinks the mask isn't fully stabilized yet, but still, the raw power of the mask is truly impressive. The crow moves towards him, and they both engage in a back and forth of swinging and dodging attacks. The crow thinks how he can easily handle these movements. The crow manages to bring his sword close to Juan's neck, but the blade shatters into pieces upon impact. Neveroth just laughs, commending Juan for being quite strong for a mere human. He then violently claws at him, declaring he still can outmatch a true demon. The crow swiftly notices that Neveroth's movements have actually become slower than before. He realizes Neveroth strikes again as Juan stumbles backward. The crow understands that if this is indeed the case, then he is nothing more than a punching bag right now. He thinks how Neveroth can prevent his body from being sliced with his powers, but he can still feel the pain. The crow stops, seeing Neveroth still laughing. He considers how his rank in the demon hierarchy must have some deeper meaning. Neveroth boasts that his arrogance wasn't unfounded, as he can actually fight pretty well. Just as he was about to complete his sentence, he suddenly plops to the ground. The demon confusingly asks what's happening, claiming that he can't move. Just then, Juan reveals that he must have been beaten quite severely from within the same body. Neveroth demands to know how he can still talk like this. Juan replies that his mind has become utterly clear after being beaten this badly. Neveroth asserts that he can still take control as long as he's wearing the mask. Juan excites and smashes his face into the ground with full force. The crow looks on at the scene, thinking if he regained his consciousness, then he's resisting the demon's mind control. He thinks how utterly unusual this sight is. The demon continues screaming, taunting Juan, asking if he thinks he can break the mask. A demon's artifact can only be destroyed by the demon itself, an entity of equal or greater status, or the demon's contractor. The demon screams, asking if he knows that. He is basically terminating their contract by destroying the demon artifact. Juan grabs the mask and violently pulls on it. He says that he knows Neveroth was planning to abandon him anyway, so he will throw him away first before Neveroth does. Juan faces the crow as the crow asks if he's still planning to fight him. He declares that the demon had nothing to do with their battle. The crow ponders how he still wants to avenge his boss, whose face he can't even remember. Juan rejoices that his stats are still intact. After ripping off the mask, Juan notices he can see his opponent's moves with perfect clarity. He swiftly dodges the incoming attacks, but the crow still manages to throw him off balance and taunts that luck wasn't on his side. Juan plummets from the sky, crashing into the water below, floating lightly on its surface. The crow laughs, mocking that he must be incredibly lucky. Then, Juan's eyes slowly flutter open, wondering how he could still be alive after such a fall, just as a mysterious figure hovers over him. He looks up at a girl holding an umbrella, who welcomes him back. She tells him that he has piqued her interest. He asks who she is, to which she coolly replies that she is Azazel, one of the 7 prime demons of hell. Meanwhile, the demon Azazel, in a towering building in Gangnam, Seoul, Genesis Guild Master Park, holds a critical meeting to discuss an alliance with the Uprising's Guild Master, Gang, in Crimson Spider Lily. Guild Master Lee Park proposes an alliance with Gang due to the Uprising's ongoing power struggle against the waning Crescent. However, Gang sees Park's own guild as a greater threat to him. Meanwhile, Lee grows visibly tired of the constant quarreling between Gang and Si-hoon. Gang grows increasingly frustrated, but Park calms him down. Beyond the alliance, Park gathered the 2 guild masters to discuss the elusive main quest. Much time has passed since the last update, and there's still no sign of a main quest. But Park senses there have been subtle hints. He believes the numerous dungeons that have recently spawned are directly hinting at their next main quest, seeing how the guilds have been fighting more frequently over the sudden increase in dungeons. Park deduces that the next main quest will be a fierce competition between guilds over control of these dungeons. Therefore, he suggests not a full-fledged alliance, just a truce to prevent them from fighting each other. Players can finally form guilds after the 4th main quest. They can then purchase guild houses in a city's central area to mark them as safe zones. Park's initial plan was to form his guild later on, but since his members were already grabbing far too much attention from the gods, his original plan was to join another guild as a mercenary. However, meeting John Shin changed everything, and Park realized he needed a safe zone to protect himself from intruders and observers. Meanwhile, Si-hoon's friends are surprised to see the tall building. Si-hoon tells them about his initial plan of purchasing it sometime later, but he tells them it'll be good for them to stay away from the observers. They all head inside the building to discuss the details. As they walk inside, Si-hoon notices that Jisoo's been down lately. Jisoo tells him she's upset that she failed to protect everyone. The incident reminded Jisoo of her shortcomings, and she feels that she needs to learn more techniques, instead of only relying on her stats and abilities. Si-hoon is surprised to see Jisoo wanting to be stronger than she is now. However, the encounter with John Shin struck something in him. Si-hoon didn't chase John Shin because the ground was blown away, but something intervened to nullify his attack against John Shin. Si-hoon believes only a demon could have intervened directly like that, and if the demon was strong enough to cancel his attacks, it might be one of the 7 deadly demons of the Dark Realm. Mina asks Si-hoon when the next main quest will begin, and Si-hoon tells her he'll tell them once everyone gathers. After everyone gathers, Si-hoon tells them about the competition. He addresses their concerns that they're right, and yet the exploding number of dungeons isn't enough proof to back his theory. Si-hoon then clues them in on the dungeon imprint. Once a dungeon receives its unique imprint, only its designated group gains entry. Right now, dungeon entry is completely unrestricted, but Si-hoon believes that could change in a flash. Because of that, it would be incredibly advantageous for them to conquer as many dungeons as possible. What's more, these dungeons promise a stable flow of resources, points, and experience, helping players grow stronger. This is precisely why it's a golden opportunity for a guild to absolutely dominate Seoul. It's a fierce cutthroat competition, and several guilds have already popped up in Seoul. Si-hoon has gathered everyone here to discuss their involvement and participation. In the guild, everyone agrees to join Si-hoon's guild, except for Luke and Lin, that is. They believe they aren't strong enough to join in. However, Si-hoon makes it clear he'd love to have them. He knows full well. Lin is the most talented player existing right now, and Luke is also destined to be a god's chosen avatar. He even became the strongest player. In the last playthrough, even if only temporarily, Luke agrees to follow Si-hoon. Since he considers Si-hoon a hero himself, Luke has always wanted to be a hero himself, but he feels he's already failed by losing once. Mina asks Si-hoon if she can name the guild, if he hasn't already decided on one. But Si-hoon tells her he's already decided, actually, and it's called Deicide, the Destroyer of the Gods. Luke stands in the basement of the Deicide headquarters. He's impressed by the fresh, new building scent. Meanwhile, Si-hoon and Jisoo continue their gym training. As he spars intensely with Jisoo, he quickly realizes there's nothing modest about her killing intent. You can feel it even as she suppresses herself, and her control over it is truly impressive. Jisoo continues exchanging powerful blows until Si-hoon finds himself cornered against a wall. Jisoo swings a devastating punch, with Si-hoon having nowhere left to escape. Jisoo drives her punch straight into the wall and decides to end the training right there. Jisoo, despite all that, couldn't hit Si-hoon even once, making her wonder where he picked up those fighting skills. Si-hoon's puzzled why she's asking that question now, especially after she's seen him fight countless times. But Jisoo argues that seeing and actually fighting are entirely different matters. Nevertheless, Jisoo now grasps how she needs to move when suddenly Mina bursts into the training gym. Si-hoon plans to have her spar with Jisoo later, but first asks why she's here. Mina then explains the egg incubator was making a strange, trumpet-like noise. Si-hoon grins with pure joy as he realizes the Kirin's egg is finally hatching. Si-hoon and Mina stand by, eagerly awaiting the egg to hatch. Then suddenly, the system notifies them. The egg has hatched. With the birth of the first Kirin child, Si-hoon unlocks the achievement, Beast Tamer. Mina sees the tiny baby before her and instantly scoops him up. A Kirin child is born, a unique combination of a prodigy's blood and the mythical powers of a Kirin. Within just a month, a Kirin child grows to resemble a teenager, and after that, they mature like a regular human until they reach their 20s. However, despite their inherently kind-hearted nature, a Kirin child is vulnerable to corruption, their lives heavily influenced by their upbringing. Mina immediately grows fiercely protective of the tiny baby. She decides to name the little girl Baxel, because she's as white as fresh snow. As she leaves to show the baby to everyone, Si-hoon decides it's best to leave her with Mina for now. Meanwhile, Si-hoon informs everyone they need to remember the unique scoring system for each dungeon. In this dungeon race, no one can participate unless they're part of a guild. The higher their ranking, the better the rewards they'll achieve. The number of points awarded depends on the dungeon they imprint. Jisoo thinks it would be tough for their small guild to compete. But Si-hoon doesn't plan on occupying all the dungeons. He only wants to focus on those dungeons that are worth a high amount of points. However, Mina wonders, so how does Sahan know which dungeons are the most valuable? Well, it's because when she infiltrated the 3 major guilds that used to occupy these dungeons, she discovered that even they didn't know their true worth. Mina only learned that Genesis was the sole guild actually doing anything with them. And even then, they were only analyzing the dungeon's spawning patterns. Sahan agrees. There's definitely a pattern to dungeon spawning. He then shows his team a map of recent dungeon spawns, which he'd mapped out with his crows over the past week. Luke, however, doesn't believe the map alone can determine a dungeon's worth. But Sahan quickly assures him they have all the information they need. Sahan reveals they're spawning in a constellation pattern. He points towards Lyra and the herdsman, but warns they're only worth 3 points maximum. The key hint, the upcoming quests, will all be constellation-related. So if they want the highest rewards, Sahan believes they should head towards the dungeon, located at the brightest star of the zodiac, and that one should be worth a whopping 10 points. Sahan believes the most important person for this quest will be Mina, but he doesn't explain why. He chooses Changu to travel with him, and tells Jisoo to keep fighting with other players to a minimum. As for the bad guys, Sahan leaves it to Jisoo, but tells her to avoid gathering too much attention. Suddenly, Sahan receives a message, and he realizes it's from the one who had him as their avatar. In his previous playthrough, The Witch of Dreams, the players keep chatting enthusiastically about the contest when an anonymous person joins their chat to drop some intel about the dungeons. The Norse beauty offers to let the four seers avatar in her guild, but the anonymous person declines. He proceeds to tell them about the Gangnam region dungeons and how they'll be worth a lot of points. The Norse beauty immediately claims the dungeons for herself, and the other guy asks about Summon Gang CEO. The anonymous user plans to give them intel about dungeons with 3 to 5 points, and sometimes even throws in a 10-point dungeon to earn their trust. However, he suspects Tyr has him completely figured out just based on his exclusive focus on interest in 12 Zodiac dungeons. The anonymous person then realizes this means the Genesis Guild Master is also in on everything. With all that information delivered, Sehun decides it's time to address the message sent by the Witch of Dreams. Each god gets 10 messages to send to players every single month. It's highly unlikely for a god to waste such limited messages on an ordinary player like Sehun, and he's never received a message like this in his previous life, ever. And Sahan is shocked to see the goddess messaging him continuously. The goddess disagrees with the other gods, who believe Sahan is already chosen. She knows his power is purely human, and that impresses her greatly. She invites Sahan to become her avatar and promises to make him the champion. Sehun is relieved to know she holds no memories of his past life, but he doesn't wish to repeat that ending, and so he refuses the goddess's offer. The goddess respects Sehun's choice, but offers her unwavering help if he ever needs it. Meanwhile, Mina stands waiting because Sehun asked her to hide by the gate. She sees countless people gathering around the dungeon, which makes her realize Sahan was absolutely right. Mina then transforms into a fly and discreetly sticks to the mercenaries who are preparing to enter the dungeon. And they gather into a formation and leave a back row behind to watch out for other guilds. Then they jump through the gate. The mercenaries remind each other to be cautious as they venture into the dungeon. Mina quickly flies to the very end of the dungeon and transforms back into her human form. She takes out some bombs and lays down a metal pipe. Mina sticks the bombs onto the cave walls and triggers them. A huge explosion goes off, causing the walls to cave in and completely block the way as the metal pipe secures her exit. Mina just needs to follow the trail and finish the dungeon. Meanwhile, in a different area, a group of people cheers, having found the dungeon gate. They hesitate to enter, worry the major guilds might spot them, but their leader assures them no one would enter this area. The leader is ecstatic that he might even snag a promotion for finding this dungeon. Suddenly, Jisoo strides in, astonished to see the dungeon, surrounded by a throng of people. One of the guys hastily explains he let her in. The master grins mischievously and orders his men to seize her. As the men try to grab Jisoo, they start trembling in fear, realizing they can't even budge her. Jisoo spots the moon tattoo on their arms and realizes they belong to the guild, the Waning Crescent. She counts 34 of their members. Their faces turn ashen in fear as Jisoo's eyes blaze red with killing intent. Meanwhile, Park learns he's in second place, just as he planned. His strategy is to let the Outrising take the lead for a week, and then establish their own dominant lead. He realizes that the Outrising and the Crimson Spider Lily don't know about the constellation pattern. However, Sai is tied with their guild, and not even God knows anything about them. Given that Sai is in second place, Park realizes that they must be aware of the constellation patterns, too, and it's better if he keeps an eye on them. Sewon, on the other hand, continues to observe his grand plans unfolding. The small dungeons are being claimed by the three big guilds, and Mina has managed to secure them. 2 high-point dungeons, while Jisoo has scored a 5.1 as well. This puts Sai at 25 points, and Taylor and Changu seem to be performing well too. Meanwhile, Lin walks in on Saewon, asking to hold Bexel, but Saewon tells her he's too heavy for her right now. She then asks him to train her the way he did Jisoo. But Saewon outright refuses her request. He tells her that truly understanding herself is actually her very first step. Lin doesn't quite grasp what Saewon means, but the truth is, normal training simply isn't right for Lin. She gets stronger just by observing their fierce battles, and she needs to be fully aware of that before any training. Suddenly, Bexel releases a flurry of refreshing bubbles, which makes Lin feel incredibly refreshed. Just think, Bexel was born only 2 days ago, and she's already wielding magic. Then Bexel sneezes, unleashing a powerful laser from her horn. This completely catches Saewon off guard, as he's never seen a Karen do anything like that before. Saewon and Changu officially begin their travels, and Saewon is confident that the Genesis will be trying to contact them very soon. He believes they would make the first move to contact them, because the Genesis Guild believes itself to be the only one aware of the secret constellation pattern, and D-Side claiming all the high point dungeons must have definitely caught their attention. However, Saewon doesn't plan on meeting them just yet. Changu worries he might not be the right choice for this journey, because Saewon could easily find someone better suited for his travels. But Saewon quickly assures him he's perfectly fine, and anyone truly better would likely already be chosen. As an avatar, Saewon checks his party window and realizes he can now accept another party member. He even considers Jisoo, given how strong she's become. Saewon and Changu quickly continue their journey, before Mina gets furious with them for being lazy. However, Changu is quite surprised, because he'd thought Saewon would only be tackling 10-point dungeons, but this one is only 5 points. Saewon tells him all the high-pointer dungeons are currently being monitored by the Genesis, and a smaller point reward isn't bad, since the points for individual monsters don't differ much. They soon reach the ominous dungeon gate, and Saewon tells Changu to put away his weapons. But he wants to test out the new A-rank equipment he crafted using the code of the night, and some tough gungy hide. Meanwhile, the local people gather around to check the guild rankings. They're absolutely shocked to see D-Side, a guild no one knows anything about, ranking first. Park, Gang, and Lee regroup to strategize once more. Park reveals G-Side has been snatching up all their dungeons, yet they lack any witnesses to support their suspicions. A chilling sense of being watched lingers. Gang also suspects a shadowy figure has been tailing them recently, yet they can't seem to track him down. Park presumes it's a G-Side operative, out to collect crucial intel. However, Gang is absolutely furious that Genesis now dominates the leaderboards, especially since Outrising was previously leading by a solid 20 points. Park plays dumb, claiming they've simply gotten lucky, that the dungeons they imprinted just happen to be worth a ton of points. He suggests shifting their focus to G-Side, because it would be mortifying if the 3 guilds continue like this. Park informs them they only have 2 weeks until the quest ends. He proposes halting dungeon hunting and uncovering Diacide's associates, while fiercely guarding the remaining dungeons with their respective guild members. However, there's a catch. Lee points out that's precisely what she's been doing, but G-Side has still been robbing them blind. Park reveals G-Side hasn't just been targeting high-point dungeons. They're also going for low-point ones while they focus on the high. Lee and Gang concur with Park. This is the opportune moment to hunt down G-Side, so they agree to cease dungeon hunting for now. In exchange, Park promises to track G-Side down. Both Gang and Lee agree to halt their dungeon hunt, with Park vowing to locate G-Side himself. Meanwhile, Si-Hoon continues his watchful observation of the dungeons and their active guards. He realizes the guild masters are now more keen on finding him, so he decides to fulfill their wishes and pay them a visit. Sahan positions himself outside Genesis's safe zone, with guards patrolling all the dungeons. It's surprisingly easy for him to slip in. He moves Inside, seeking someone to lead him to the guild master, Sahan utilizes his shadow rush to conceal himself, then stealthily approaches Gayan Hong. But Gayan spots him. Before he can reach her, she swings her blade. Sahan blocks it and attempts to introduce himself, but Gayan refuses to listen. She immediately starts swinging her sword. As Gayan attacks with her sword, Sahan dodges her blows with surprising ease. He quickly realizes she's no ordinary intruder. Sehun insists they talk things through. Gayan drops her sword, revealing another weapon, which leaves Sehun completely stunned. He's astonished to see a whip sword in her grasp. Gayan continues her relentless assault with the whip sword, but Sehun skillfully evades every strike. He throws her own sword back to disarm her, but Gayan instantly pulls out her dagger. Sahan is shocked by how many weapons she carries. After a tense exchange of blows, Gayan falls to her knees, accepting her defeat. Sahan then tells her he's only here to speak with her guildmaster, as a representative of the Deicide Guild. Gayan is utterly surprised by this revelation, and agrees to lead Sahan to her guildmaster. Sehun is amazed at how easily Gayan led him straight to her guildmaster. Park refuses to believe Sehun is from Deicide, so Sehun tells him about the constellation. Park is stunned. He knows very few people are aware of this secret, and tells Sehun to take a seat. Park tells Gayan to rest. Sehun insists she stays, but Park insists, so she leaves. After a brief bit of small talk, Park asks Sehun the real reason for his visit. Sehun tells him he's the one who invited them. Seeing as Sehun knows about the constellation pattern, Park assumes Sehun is here to ask them to give up their control over the dungeons. However, Sehun prefers that they control the dungeon, but asks Park to keep their meeting a secret, because others might act inappropriately. Park wonders why Sehun wants them to control the dungeons. Sehun shows him a map and tells him to stay away from the 2 dungeons, in Seoul and 16 others in the area, at all costs. Park perceives the warning as a threat, but then he notices the Scorpius pattern. Sehun reveals that bombs were planted inside these very dungeons, and now fragments of the vicious Scorpios are scattered throughout the dungeons, and even Sehun himself isn't sure where these bombs are located. Without diving into the full details, Sehun warns Park there's a monster within the Scorpio's dungeons that could turn Seoul into a bloodbath. Park refuses to believe Sehun, demanding proof. Sehun offers Park some highly reliable information. Sehun doesn't want the incident from his past life to repeat ever again. And for that, he absolutely must gain Park's trust here. Of all the catastrophic events Sehun experienced in his previous playthrough, this was undeniably the most diabolical, and he must avoid it at all costs. Sehun doesn't know exactly how it all began, but when an unknown guild plunged into the dungeons, the monsters broke free, spreading their nightmare. Sehun assumes the publishers created them as sick entertainment for the gods. But once the Scorpios consumed all the players' mana, they burst out onto the surface, and that's how the destruction truly began. 2 Scorpios emerged from the star pieces of Antris, and within only a week annihilated a third of Seoul. The incident devastated the Outrising and the Crimson Tiger. Lily and Genesis had to reorganize their groups. The disaster withered the growth rate of players in Seoul by a devastating amount, and eventually all of Korea was ensnared. This is precisely why Saewon has to prevent it from happening. Again, hopefully, 2 of the 18 dungeons that represent Scorpios are still the triggering conditions of this catastrophic event. Park didn't fully trust Saewon's words until he received a message from his scouts, confirming the mithril deposit Saewon mentioned. Park still wonders how Saewon knew about it, and what his position is within Deicide. However, seeing that it's mithril, and Saewon is willing to just give away the deposit, Park wonders if they possess something even better. Saewon quickly grasps that. Park struggles to fully comprehend the situation, but in reality, Deicide already possesses 2 mithril ores, plus a refined iron deposit. So this isn't a significant loss for him. Park understands that halting these creatures must be their absolute top priority, But Sewon tells him that's precisely why. He wants him to continue monitoring the dungeons for a little longer. Park proposes alerting other guilds about the imminent danger, but Sewon explains the others wouldn't simply believe him and fall in line. Park then asks Sewon if he had already anticipated that other guilds would attempt to claim the dungeons. Sewon assures him he had alternative plans if they hadn't acted that way. Seeing Sewon's unwavering confidence in his different plans, Park wonders if it's arrogance or pure confidence. But witnessing Sewon's immense power, Park decides to put his trust in him, because he knows if Sewon can't halt it, then the others stand no chance at all. Park offers his assistance to Sewon anytime he's needed, hoping to repay their debt for the mithril deposit, and Sewon takes his swift departure. Park is left utterly shocked as Sewon vanishes. In an instant, he realizes that Sewon could assassinate anyone he pleased. Meanwhile, Sewon arrives at DSA headquarters. The Scorpions are dangerous, but not as dangerous as a sentinel. With proper preparations, Sewon believes he can stop them. He tests out the mask that Seo made. It's no ordinary gas mask, crafted from a unique blend of mithril and 8 other materials. It enables the user to breathe freely, even amidst the most toxic gases. Sewon finds the masks flawless, and for now, Seo has crafted 5 of them. Sewon offers to reward Seo with anything he desires, but Seo assures him he's already satisfied with the workshop. However, knowing that Sewon is the one truly benefiting from his workshop, he decides to get him a gift later. Sewon is also immensely satisfied with the vicious Seo's custom-made Code of the Night. Its stats are all A-ranked, and it grants him the Wings of Gungi ability. However, Seo can't help but wonder why Sahan is coating all his gear with mithril, even though refined iron is technically stronger. Sahan explains it's due to mithril's unique properties, but doesn't elaborate further. Knowing Seo will piece it together himself. Seo wonders if Si-hoon is going alone this time, but Si-hoon quickly clarifies, absolutely not. There's simply no time. The system could intervene at any moment, so they need to be lightning fast. And Si-hoon declares, it's time. Mina and Si-hoon gather to scope out the dungeons. Si-hoon informs Mina they won't need to clear every single one. He'll pinpoint exactly which dungeons to hit. He asks Luke to stand guard over the other players and hands him a special bracelet, one he acquired from clearing a dungeon. Luke tries to check its effects, but since it's under Si-hoon's ownership, it's locked. Si-hoon immediately sends out his crows to search and quickly locates traces of star power. At the 5th and 12th dungeons, Si-hoon quickly realizes that one of the dungeons hasn't fully formed its gate yet. He believes this must be the final dungeon and the location of the brightest star of Scorpius. The gate will take a couple of days to fully form, so Si-hoon suggests leaving it alone for now. They first check out the dungeon right in front of them and find it absolutely packed with people. Mina could transform and sneak inside, but she wonders what the others will do. Si-hoon assures her he'll handle them before going in. Mina is momentarily surprised by the chilling expression on Si-hoon's face. Jisoo then volunteers, offering to take care of it herself. She used to only target the truly evil, but now she's ready to act without hesitation. Si-hoon reminds Jisoo to always think before killing, even when it's necessary. He knows Jisoo is incredibly dangerous right now. She had been suppressing the Celestial Slayer's powers up to this point, but Si-hoon senses a shift in her. So Si-hoon prepares to handle the situation himself. Si-hoon then sweeps through the soldiers with blinding speed, leaving Mina completely taken aback. They all make their way into the dungeon, but even though it looks perfectly normal, Si-hoon advises them to wear their masks. Changgu quickly realizes the monsters in this dungeon must be truly special, if such intense precautions are necessary. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 18th dungeon, Luke keeps a close watch on the entrance, just as Si-hoon instructed him. Surprisingly, Luke receives an unexpected message from the goddess, which immediately fills him with concern. The dungeon's formation suddenly begins to accelerate. Luke realizes this must mean the publisher or GM might have intervened, just as Si-hoon had predicted. He considers informing Si-hoon But then the dungeon itself seizes his full attention. Its incredibly unique appearance makes him assume this dungeon must be worth a staggering 10 points. The dungeon's striking appearance also catches Gang's eye. He starts to get greedy, even though his people warn him against breaking their promise. Gang believes just one dungeon won't be a problem. Gang grows increasingly impatient, seeing how the Genesis has been spotted around the other dungeons as well. He decides to boldly enter the dungeon and orders half of his troops to stay behind, while the others eagerly follow him inside. Meanwhile, Si-hoon's team encounters their first monsters, who lunge at them, but Changa calmly slays them. As they stand idle, another monster suddenly leaps at them, but Changa calmly draws his sword and cleanly cuts the monster in half. Changa has grown this strong because Si-hoon boosted him. Mina gets incredibly excited to hear about the boosting and immediately asks Si-hoon to boost her as well. But Si-hoon refuses, revealing he has an entirely different plan for her. Si-hoon intends for her to train with Jis because he firmly believes only a true prodigy can teach another prodigy, and Mina would become significantly more powerful after just a few sparring sessions every week. At last, they reach a mysterious place where they spot a massive crystal floating ominously. Si-hoon realizes he's finally found the legendary energy of a star. He takes out a specialized spear and instructs everyone to meticulously check their masks for any potential openings. Si-hoon then stabs the crystal with the spear. A blinding glow immediately engulfs the crystal. Suddenly it cracks, and a giant scorpion bursts from the crystal. The scorpion's poisonous mist nearly wiped out Seoul's entire player base during Sehan's last playthrough. Its damage was absolutely catastrophic, because regular gas masks completely failed. Sion assure his friends that they can fight this monster, since it's weaker than a sentinel. Plus, they still have another to kill. The team prepares to fight, drawing their weapons, but then Sehan suddenly receives a message. Meanwhile, in the 18th dungeon, Gangs, soldiers are excited to find moderate mana stones, because up until now, they've only been finding lesser mana stones. Gang finds these mana stones impressive and believes they could craft equipment with them to outperform other guilds. These mana stones reassure Gang's decision to farm these dungeons. He believes Genesis broke the promise first, so he isn't obligated to follow it. Gang's men call him after. His scouts find a giant hole, and Gang follows them in. Luke continues observing the guild's movements. He knows they're in danger if they keep going down the dungeon. If this were a normal situation, the goddess would have told Luke to save these people, and he would have followed. But instead, the goddess desperately keeps trying to get Luke out of danger. Luke knows that even if he decides to follow them, the Outrising's guild master will overpower him, and he might not be able to help them. The goddess tells Luke to leave, but he refuses to abandon the civilians. The goddess tries to convince Luke they're players, not civilians and stronger than him. Even then, Luke has the spirit of a true soldier, and to him, players are still civilians. Luke's happiest moment in life, after the world changed, was when the goddess chose him as her avatar and told him he had the heart of a hero. The goddess was impressed by Luke's courage and his heroics, offering to work with him. And as Astria's avatar, the goddess of justice, Luke thinks turning back now would be utterly laughable. Meanwhile, Kong stands admiring the crystal. He believes it's the dungeon's imprinting stone. Luke barges in, urgently telling them to evacuate. A monster is about to burst forth from that crystal. The crystal begins to crack. Kong refuses to believe Luke. Then, he finally receives the evacuation message. But alas, it's already too late. The crystal shatters violently. A massive scorpion bursts from its shattered shell. It's Enterus, the Scorpius. He didn't expect the rift to appear so soon. Enterus became interested in this game, all because of the crow constellation Karaz's death, and that Karaz's position was inherited by a human. So when Enterus was asked to lend some of his scorpions to the game, he decided to join in personally. However, since the 12 zodiac constellations were beings of mid-level or higher divinity, Enterus's power had to be adjusted. This adjustment was based on the difficulty level, which led to this very situation. Interest immediately starts wreaking havoc in the dungeon. His reduced power is, at best, a mere inconvenience. The players scramble, running for their lives. Interest decides to reserve his poisonous mist for now. He recognizes Luke as the avatar of Virgo, but doesn't believe there's anything special about him. The game began quite a while ago, but even then, Interest doesn't believe a mere player should be capable of killing a constellation. Yet, he suspects there must be a special method. Only the one who defeated Karas can tell him. Interest begins mercilessly crushing everyone in his path as he swings a devastating attack at Kong. Luke heroically steps in and blocks it. Interest now realizes an avatar is special. Kong and Luke barely manage to hold off the attack. Kang's arm snaps from the blow. He realizes now he was far too greedy. Luke tells Kong to escape, but Kong insists on staying. But then Kong realizes they both stand no chance against this monster. He makes the painful decision to leave. Interest is impressed by Luke's selfless sacrifice, but mercy is clearly not his strong suit. He swings another devastating blow, but Luke barely manages to block it. He struggles, barely holding his ground against the assault. Luke realizes this is truly the end. In his final moments, his thoughts drift to Lin. He knows the guild will keep her safe. Luke is on the verge of giving up defeated, when suddenly, the goddess Astria calls him to become her herald. Interest is both surprised and visibly annoyed, because Astria has never made such a pledge before, not even during the ancient age of mythology. Luke is stunned that the goddess wants him to become her personal herald. Interest is taken aback by Astria's offer, but his surprise escalates dramatically when Luke's bracelet suddenly begins to glow. A mysterious voice commands the goddess to reconsider her decision. Interest is shocked by this sudden interruption, but he's even more bewildered by Sahan's sheer strength as he holds back Interest's powerful claw with just one hand. Sahan tells Astria that Luke is fit to be her herald, but she knows it simply shouldn't be done. Astria is surprised he knows such specific details. Sahan adds that since her offer was only to save Luke's life, it's no longer necessary. Sahan knew that Recall Bracelet would prove useful. Luke wonders if Sahan believes he's unworthy to be the goddess's herald. But the truth is, Luke is too perfect to be her herald. His human body simply can't handle such immense power. In the previous timeline, during his last playthrough, Luke's body shattered. He pushed Astria's power to its absolute limit and paid the price. And Sahan refuses to let that tragedy repeat itself. Luke thanks Sahan for saving his life. Sahan tells him to rest while he takes care of everything else. Interest is absolutely offended, watching them casually chat. Sahan knows Interest is here to learn how he defeated Karas, and he decides to give him a live demonstration. And Interest and Sahan continue to unleash devastating blows on each other. But while a mediocre constellation, like Karas, was stripped of most of its power, Interest, a top-tier constellation, should have been nerfed even harder. Sahan unleashes his proof of transcendence, launching a fierce attack, and Interest the Scorpius is utterly offended by being underestimated. But here's the kicker. Sehun puts serious power behind his strike. But Anirai's armor is unbelievably tough. So, Sehun shifts tactics, aiming for the joints instead. Anirai retaliates, unleashing a suffocating poison mist. Sehun shouts for Jisoo to strike at its head. Jisoo leaps down from above, delivering a powerful blow to Anirai's skull. Sehun seizes the moment, aiming for the Scorpius's eyes, and Luke barrels into the fray as well. Anirai, however, quickly realizes this fight is no laughing matter, finding Sehun's strength utterly shocking. But he can't figure out what special abilities Sehun possesses, since he lacks any visible special equipment. Anirai feels deeply humiliated, desperately wishing he could use his succession abilities. He spreads the poisonous mist far and wide. But Sehun knows, and Anirai should too, that the poison is absolutely useless against them. Then it suddenly dawns on Sehun. Anirai is escaping through a hole in the floor. Sehun warns everyone to stay on guard, predicting Anirai will ambush them from below. Suddenly, Anirai's tail bursts from the hole, lashing out. They dodge it, and Sehun quickly realizes Anirai must be detecting their locations. through vibrations in the ground. He asks Jisoo to keep the monster occupied. Si-hoon then tells Luke to send a message to the goddess, urging her to speak with them. He wants to borrow the power of the seventh sign. Si-hoon again asks Luke to summon the goddess, because he wishes to borrow the power of the seventh sign. Luke calls upon the goddess, and Si-hoon asks her to summon the seventh sign of the goddess Libra. Astria knows Si-hoon, won't tell her how he knows, but she refuses to grant him Libra's power if he intends for Luke to wield it. Si-hoon reassures her that Luke will not be the one to wield Libra's power, and so the goddess agrees to summon Libra. Jisoo continues to skillfully keep Anirai distracted, and Si-hoon asks her to hold out just a little longer. He then coats Anirai's claws with an orichalcum coating. Luke gets his cue, recognizing the target. He tries to summon his power, but he feels suffocated just by trying to pronounce the ability's name. But at last he gathers his energy and summons the scales of the goddess Libra. Meanwhile, Park and Gaeun gaze up at the sky. They recognize the light from the surface world. As the sky begins to glow intensely, Park is completely bewildered by what's happening. He wonders if this is precisely why Si-hoon warned him to stay out of the dungeons. A brilliant glow then descends directly into the dungeon. Even Terry is shocked they actually managed to summon Libra. He knows absolutely no one here possesses an ounce of divinity, which makes him question why they'd summon the scales at all. Luke barely holds out as the scales finally descend. Si-hoon, concealed behind cover, sees the scales shimmering, but they begin to fade away, since no one is currently using them. Si-hoon realizes Luke must have fainted, but he performed his duty admirably. Now it's Si-hoon's turn to act, and he unleashes a torrent of fire upon Antaras. As Si-hoon leaps directly toward him, Antaras suddenly finds himself completely cornered. He's astonished that someone on only their fifth quest has managed to corner a being as mighty as himself. Antaras simply can't believe this is happening. Soudainement, a massive explosion erupte, and Si-hoon discovers Antaras has vanished. However, Si-hoon knows the death of a zodiac would have far greater consequences than Karis's death, which is why the publisher had to intervene. Si-hoon is absolutely furious, because he could have reaped immense rewards from killing Antaras himself, but seeing that the publisher intervened, he figures the system must have had some countermeasure and rewards for almost killing Antaras. Si-hoon checks his system, and just as he predicted, he receives his rewards. He unlocks the Scorpion Hunter achievement and is rewarded an A-rank ability ticket. The achievement itself is practically useless, but that A-rank ability ticket makes the whole ordeal completely worth it. However, Si-hoon still finds it a bit of a disappointment, because he could have gotten an even better ability, or divinity, for actually killing Antaras. Si-hoon then notices an incredible flow of mana, and as he looks down, he's surprised to discover Esther. It's a celestial stone as strong as mithril, and boasts excellent magic resistance. Esther is renowned as the best conductor of mana. It boasts the combined merits of other metals, along with its truly unique properties. This makes it an incredibly rare and precious mineral. Sahan is completely satisfied with his incredible rewards, but one burning question remains. How will he carry Luke and Jisoo, both completely unconscious, out of this place? He spots the opening above and considers flying them out. Meanwhile, the other players realize this unknown guild must be dominating the rankings. They start gossiping about the star that suddenly descended and Si-hoon's abrupt flight. The guild rankings pop up, and just as everyone suspected, D-side is indeed ranked first. Sangwon confidently declares that Sahan can never truly defeat him. With such cheap tricks, Azazel is absolutely bored, constantly lying around in bed. So, Hwan Shin suggests she have a training match with him instead. But when she playfully refuses, he tells her to return to the Dark Realm, as some demons might complain if she continues to just lounge around. Azazel, however, is more than certain no one would dare speak a word against her, claiming she's just lazy because she's so incredibly strong. Hearing all this, the biker can't help but burst out laughing, finding it hard to believe that she's the third strongest demon considering how incredibly slothful she acts, giggling while still sprawled on the bed. She reminds him her immense powers allow her to be lazy, as she never needed training in her whole life, because she was simply born with them. However, just then, our silver-haired girl recalls the blonde girl from earlier. She even considers resigning from her position as the demon of sloth if that blonde girl truly wants to become a demon. Her attention, however, shifts back to the biker, who still doesn't understand why Silver stays with him, as he's just a player, who only wants to train all day. Realizing Huan Xin is completely overthinking, she explains his personality absolutely thrills her, as he's the exact opposite of everything she is. She loves how he works double to compensate for his lack of talent. Also, simply observing others tends to frustrate her, since it's far more exciting to witness things unfolding firsthand. Azazel demands to know the true reason for his sudden urgency to grow stronger. She even speculates that perhaps it's all about revenge against that crow from earlier. Without holding back, Huan Xin confesses he lost that battle. He has no specific plan to hunt him down, and is simply making the most of his current predicament. This revelation makes Silver realize that this guy currently lacks any clear objective, and it's precisely at this moment she immediately spots a flicker of hesitation within him. And then she abruptly demands he go to the convenience store with her. Confused, Huan Xin wonders aloud if she needs to buy something, but Azazel offers him very little information, leaving him utterly curious. Later, both of them arrive at a deserted industrial site. At this point, Huan Xin is utterly puzzled, wondering why she brought them to this place. Sitting atop a pile of broken compartments, Silver dramatically declares they'll meditate here, while Huan Xin just stands there looking around, completely baffled by this girl's antics. In an instant, his gaze snaps toward the child, running in sheer horror. Inside a building in the side area, a sly grin spreads across Azazel's face, because she knows the biker won't ignore this. He previously saved imprisoned children using an item, so earlier, without hesitation, Silver challenges Huan Xin to go after the kid, or she will surely die here. Huan Xin can't grasp if the demon's job is now suddenly to save children. On the other hand, the little girl Swamin is desperately running for her life. Worried, she reveals her future previously showed her death, but her destiny has become incredibly hard to foresee. Recently, this makes her realize a presence that shouldn't normally exist is currently intervening in the situation as she runs for her life. The poor kid spots 2 or 3 jerks chasing her, but unexpectedly, her head hits something hard. When she looks up, it's Huan Xin. Suamin has fallen to the ground, scared, thinking he might be one of the demons himself. Demon minions hot on her heels. But then, she senses a contractor's aura. Suamin immediately curses her luck. She just ran right into a contractor while trying to escape the demon minions. The poor kid is absolutely terrified, just hoping Huan Xin doesn't harm her. The demon minions are utterly confused to see him, while Huan Xin recognizes them as demon minions, though he doesn't understand why they're dressed in indigo. They're usually dressed in black. One of the minions confronts Huan Xin, demanding to know who he is. He attempts to intimidate Huan Xin, not wanting anyone else to snatch this kid. Yet, Huan Xin punches him square in the face, slamming him to the ground before knocking them all out. He's just given them a warning. They'd all be dead later on, as the bodies lie sprawled on the ground. Huan Xin questions the little girl. He wants to know why these people were chasing her. As the girl tries to explain, he suggests she leave, assuring her he has no intention of interrogating her. Right now, the biker thinks he's just gotten far too nosy, telling himself it's not his concern if this girl gets caught again. Instead of leaving, the little girl follows Huan Xin, who returns to Azazel after seeing the kid. Silver demands to know the girl's name, grabbing her chin, which scares her. Suamin introduces herself, but is also puzzled about Azazel's identity. The biker warns Silver not to scare the kid, but Silver informs him they'll go separate ways if he's planning to bring her with him. Walking towards his bike, Huan Xin begins to leave, having no intention of bringing her along, which shocks Azazel, because this kid is a valuable companion. knowing that this man changed her destiny since she was going to die today. Sua Min stops Huan Xin, requesting him to take her with them. Huan Xin doesn't understand where this little kid is from. He's audacious enough to even ask, but he's stunned when the little girl reveals that she can see the future. What's more, Sua Min explains she's the goddess's avatar, Skuld's chosen one, blessed with foresight. Huan Xin's eyes light up with excitement when the little girl admits that she can predict how this game will end. This shocks Huan Xin, and to be precise, she explains that she is the goddess of the future. However, the thrill in Huan Xin's eyes vanishes, and he doesn't understand. If this little kid thinks this is why he should bring her along. Stuttering, the little girl reveals her older brother will die if he leaves her here. Trembling, tears streaming down her face, Sua Min admits her brother is in very serious danger. At first, her brother was supposed to live for revenge after she died here today. Yet she's alive right now. Thus, he will be the one to die as destiny changes. Having heard that, Huan Xin lets out a heavy sigh, wondering if Azazel planned all of this for him. So he questions Silver if she'll be able to find her way back home. Smirking, Azazel tells Huan Xin to go ahead, as she'll take a lazy walk before getting back. Upon hearing this, Huan Xin gets on the bike and tells the crying little kid to hop on. Confused, the little girl doesn't understand what's going on. So Huan Xin tells her they'll talk about all of this after they get back. Back at their place, Sua Min, while having tea, informs Huan Xin that the guild who kidnapped her older brother is the Waning Crescent's enemy guild, and calling themselves the Shaded Sky. The moment Huan Xin hears the name, he remembers they were a branch division of the Dark Sky clan. Realizing they might be free now, to cause this commotion, curious, the biker asks Sua Min if this group was kidnapping children too, but she clarifies that wasn't the case. They simply wanted to capture her for her extraordinary ability, hoping to exploit her unique capability to dominate all the guild events. But the little girl had absolutely no intention of helping them, so they took her brother hostage to extract information from her. Suddenly, Azazel makes her grand entrance, leaving the startled kid intrigued. She then questions Sua Min about how far into the future she can actually see. The innocent girl reveals that she can glimpse roughly 3 seconds ahead, a short but incredibly precise foresight. What's more, this foresighting can be activated at any moment, with an incredibly short cooldown. Sua Min can also pick a specific date to look into, be a few days or even a month or two away. However, the further she attempts to look, the longer her ability's cooldown becomes. Surprisingly, Sua Min's physical stats are completely normal, yet her abilities far outshine those of average avatars. Perhaps they're amplified by her own immense potential. One thing's for sure, Skuld must truly favor her, given how incredibly compatible this girl is with her power. Just then, the little kid drops a bombshell, reminding them that she even knows the game's ultimate ending. A puzzled Huan Xin immediately demands to know the answer. Simultaneously, Azazel voices her concern, wondering if such a thing is even possible, questioning if a goddess should be prohibited from doing something so impactful. However, it might just be possible that Sua Min bypassed the system and uncovered the ending, simply by being immortal yet without divinity. Sua Min clarifies that she can see the type of ending, meaning she knows precisely how this entire world will conclude. A confused Silver urgently asks if it's a bad ending, since almost every single planet that transforms into a game usually ends in utter disaster. When the little girl denies this, they're hit with a sudden ray of hope that maybe it's going to be a happy ending. But Sua Min promptly shoots that down too. The game's ending has actually changed once already. Sua Min has no idea why it changed, but she was aware of it even before the game began. It's an ending where only one person survives. However, the ending was altered right before everything started, and what she witnessed back then was this very ending. They're plagued by the demon lord's madness. Meanwhile, in a different setting, our boy Yawns, having played for ages, he expected to land in second or third place, but ended up clinching first. That's because the dungeon opponent's performance was quite abysmal. The MC's gaze shifts to Bake Seal, who's staring at our protagonist, pondering what to call him. Sweat trickles down his face from pure embarrassment and shock. As she playfully suggests calling him father. Playfully, Si-hoon asks who her mother would be then. Baek-seol precisely explains that she has no mother, but if she gets to choose, she'd pick Lin as her mom. Our guy finds this completely absurd, insisting she call him by his name only. At this point, Si-hoon wonders how Miho finds this kid cute, enough to take her everywhere. Yet, he can't help but notice her inheriting Lin's bloodline. She's already got 5 offensive spells and a regenerative spell. This makes him realize she'll become someone incredibly powerful. Seeing her staring quietly, the protagonist tells her to speak whatever she wants, so she spills the beans. Chonchu wanted Si-hoon to know he'd found the dungeon our boy was initially looking for. Our boy gets confused, but then recalls Chonchu mentioning doing something around that area. That's why he was so eager to train. Every day in dungeons, using the crow's attribute, he's found the Dungeon of Dreams. Abruptly, Si-hoon stands up, telling Baek-seol to accompany him. They truly need her power this time. Baek-seol never expected our guy to ask her to join him, but this time, they desperately need her powers. They need the power of a divine beast to unlock the dungeon entrance. The Dungeon of Dreams is generated in a separate realm, due to it being a unique instance dungeon. But even among all the instance dungeons out there, to step into this Dungeon of Dreams, a divine offering is absolutely essential, despite such a critical requirement. This dungeon's grand prize is the Lapis Hourglass. The Lapis Hourglass, an S-rank item, can reveal someone's future, but only for 30 minutes. However, it's widely considered a rather poor reward, due to its severely limited 30-minute activation time. But Sahan has made it his ultimate goal to acquire it, no matter the cost. A smirk graces his lips when he spots Jisoo, with Baek-seol by her side. He finds it impossible for them all to enter together. This time, however, Jisoo explains she wants to go, because she's curious to see what an instance dungeon truly looks like. Also, Baek-seol will need protection once they step inside the dungeon. So, Jisoo's presence will be invaluable. Standing before a massive, imposing door, our boy turns back, facing Baek-seol, confirming if she's truly ready for this. Nervously, Snow White nods, and with a slight tilt of her head, he charges a magical orb straight towards a door, which crashes directly into it, causing a brilliant glow to erupt. And just like that, the dungeon door swings open. Impressed, our boy gently pats Snow White's head. Just then, Jisoo asks if they should wait for him there, but Si-hoon instructs them to head back for now. After that, our boy extends his hand towards the dungeon's gate, channeling illuminating energy from his body into the gate. A short while later, Si-hoon finds himself lying on the floor of a building he doesn't recognize at all. This Dungeon of Dreams, it turns out, tailors different missions for every person who enters it, and more often than not, it connects directly to what a person desires the most. Even though this is our guy's very first experience, upon waking up, Si-hoon wonders if he's stuck in a dream or a memory from his past. Our protagonist sinks deep into thought, unable to recall a time he used to stay here. But before he can fully grasp what's going on, a loud voice echoes out, and just before a catastrophic explosion hit, our hero sensed the danger and made a swift escape. He shielded himself with a powerful barrier. Si-hoon now realizes he's been sent back to the very quest he regrets more than any other. Glancing around the devastated landscape, our protagonist pushes onward. But the moment he feels a presence right behind him, he freezes. The one who was just about to strike him down? It's none other than Suho Min. Suho Min breathes a sigh of relief, because the magical arrays our boy summoned to hold him could have easily killed him, but luckily, he managed to escape. Leaping higher into the air, Suho Min lands gracefully on a nearby rooftop. Seeing him there, our protagonist demands to know why Suho Min is here, and why he's so late. Smirking, the cool shade confesses he's here to kill our guy. Hearing this, Si-hoon smiles nervously, realizing it's all unfolding exactly as he remembers it. A perfectly constructed simulation. Following that, Suho-min lets out a heavy sigh, mocking our guy for not settling for a compromise, though the cool shade acknowledges what our boy might be thinking, that keeping players alive is better than civilians. There are just so many of them this time. With that, he reminds our hero that he was even planning to sneak attack all of them. Si-hoon stands there dumbfounded, utterly displeased with the dungeon's games. The quest was the very thing Si-hoon regretted the most, and its objective was painfully simple. There was one team with 1,000 skilled players and another with 100,000 civilians. Thus, they had to save only one of the two groups. The GM assigned a limited area to each team, and the outside players had to choose just one. Additionally, they then had to eliminate the team they neglected. Our guy decided to save the 1,000 players because more players were needed to continue the game, prioritizing them over the civilians. And that's why he had to fight this guy. Suho-min looking at Si-hoon, standing like a statue. Suho-min offers him a chance to turn back and be spared. He claims to be different from our protagonist, insisting not all his foes deserve to be murdered. Our hero, however, retorts to cool shade. That's an easy claim to make. He then announces his temporary retreat, but clarifies he won't abandon the quest. Suho-min couldn't care less, damn certain their victory is assured, no matter what moves Sewon's team pulls. Such confidence was understandable, given the guild Cool Shade belonged to as the strongest there was. However, our protagonist declares a retreat, something Suho finds uncharacteristic of him. Sewon swiftly covers a vast distance, moving with swift speed despite his body feeling older. Ever since this quest was issued, in his past life, he was only 30. Our MC had actually killed Suho-min, so things have definitely changed from his previous life's path. Too many thoughts race through his mind. He wonders what Suho's guild would think of him backing down so easily as he pushes forward. His gaze darts toward Lynn Taylor, and that's when he recalls the greatest mistake of his previous life. In his past, Si-hoon killed Lynn. Sometime later, Si-hoon is walking down the road when a familiar voice calls out to him. It's SIU, eager to know how everything went, and if our hero succeeded. Looking at SEO, the protagonist freezes for a few moments, finding it odd to see him there, but then reveals he backed off because of too much intervention. Hearing this, SEO sighs in disappointment, but can't say much more. Behind him, a crowd of people gathers, questioning Si-hoon about myriad things. Some are concerned if enemy players are planning an attack, while others beg him not to leave. Desperate for answers, they have little time left until the quest is due. Nervously sighing, the hero explains he isn't aware of everything either, so they should all just calm down, as he himself has a lot on his mind. Exhausted, Si-hoon finally makes it to the bedroom. His mind, however, is a whirlwind of racing thoughts. He can't believe how terribly designed this dungeon is, constantly messing with his head like this. Out of curiosity, our hero checks his status window. He discovers that his progression speed is incredibly slow. Currently, his progress is painstakingly slow, but frankly, he already expected as much. Still, his eyes widen in shock when he notices new, additional abilities. His main quest, clear the Dungeon of Dreams, a place where his memories have come alive. To finish this, he must complete his past quest, all within the original time limit. This revelation utterly astounds our hero. It means he'll have to kill his opponent again, just like in his previous life. He wonders if things will be easier this time around. However, something about this just feels so wrong, and that's exactly why he plans a different approach. He's determined to find another way through this. His attention then shifts to Yadra. In his past life, she always appeared out of nowhere. And even now, she's motivating our boy, assuring him of her unwavering support, confident that his decision will ultimately save many lives. Yet, to him, it all feels like a lie. Yadra was already well aware about how the world would plunge into chaos if things continued down this path, and that he was already past the point of no return. Still, Si-hoon can't bring himself to blame her, as she genuinely cared for all humanity. Following this, our protagonist addresses her by her true name and demands to know the answer. Hearing her name, Yydra is completely awestruck, since everyone only ever calls her the witch, Dream Witch Yydra, an outer god from the Cthulhu mythos, and the only god truly interested in humanity. Yydra is a deviant goddess from another realm, who boldly joined the game, yet no one dared to stand against her, because her power is flawless and truly unmatched. The truly wild part is that even the system itself didn't dare interfere with her. Our protagonist is still unsure why Yydra chose him as her avatar, but she always took his side. Her sole goal was humanity's survival. Yet she left Earth after the world ended, blushing. Yydra senses her avatar is acting a little different today, though. Cleverly, he hones in on what Sahan wants to ask. Our guy then asks her about the Dungeon of Dreams. Upon hearing this question, Yydra is visibly shocked, since she wasn't expecting it at all, but our boy pretends to just be curious. However, Yydra understands that this entire reality is just an imagination of his memory, which is why she called him by his actual name. When our guy tries to pretend otherwise, Yydra reminds him that someone's attitude doesn't change overnight. She understands it applies to anyone with humanity, revealing that humanoid gods are no different. She notes that Sahan doesn't cling to the past enough to mention this out of nowhere, and he has never, ever been to the Dungeon of Dreams either. Thus, she can only think of this as a simulation, as there's no connection between the current situation and the Dungeon of Dreams. Her being so cool about it shocks Sahan. She doesn't seem bothered that this is a simulation. Yydra clarifies that it doesn't matter to her. But then she realizes that our hero never actually addresses her by name. In reality, she finds all of it pretty thrilling and even has some questions. But she decides to keep this curiosity to herself, ignoring that the MC shows severe urgency to learn about the Dungeon of Dreams. Something about it being too perfect bothers him a lot. He explains that he doesn't remember every player he's met in the past, but those people exist in this world. So he wants to know if they're here randomly, or if they really existed in this timeline. The question makes Yydra proud, and she explains that a reality as complete as this cannot only be built from memory, which means his timeline was searched based on the information his memory holds. This is how the dungeon has managed to copy that entire world. All of this was made possible by the system itself. In conclusion, this is all a pure manifestation of his past, or even his future. Everyone here is doing the exact same things they once did, but in reality, they're just an illusion, created by the Dungeon of Dreams. And that even includes Yydra. After hearing all of this, our MC finally understands how to complete this quest. He has to clear this crappy quest all over again, and he has to do it by repeating the same events that unfolded in the past. But he needs to try different things to get a better reward. It's possible that the dungeon doesn't want the same outcomes as before, and wants Sehun to achieve things he couldn't in the past. At this point, our guy wonders what will happen if he saves Lin. Later on, the MC meets Seo, who's busy weaponsmithing. Sewon tells Seo that he needs to meet Mina Lee. Upon hearing this, the protagonist gets confused, wondering aloud if Sewon wants her help for upcoming battles. Not sure if she'd actually consider how self-centered she is. However, the protagonist needs an item that only Mina Lee can make, an elixir. The fact is, Seo isn't very good with alchemy, which is why he can't make it. Though, he's more than sure no other player knows Mina Lee. Just then, Seo leaves, but the conversation makes one thing crystal clear. No one knows Mina Lee because Seo, being the best blacksmith, literally knows everyone. And if he isn't aware of her, then no one can be, having no choice, and not even able to open the chat room. In his status window, our boy calls for Yydra to know where Mina is. The moment she appears, she grabs his face from behind, playfully taunting him for being so needy, given how dismissive he used to be. With a smirk, our hero admits his own shame. After learning they're all just fabrications, he genuinely wants to know, simultaneously, if she absolutely had to manifest herself, instead of just writing a message, especially since it costs her so many points. But if all of this is truly a simulation, Yadra couldn't care less about the points. And with that, she reveals Mina Lee is currently in Cheonan. Upon receiving this crucial intel, they decide to leave as soon as possible. Sehun arrives at Cha-eun High School, right where Mina was said to be. Upon entering the school, our hero witnesses countless dead bodies on the floor, blood gushing out of them. It was the perfect set for a horror movie. While surveying the dead bodies, Sehun's focus shifts to the uniforms worn by the deceased. They're identical to Mina's. In an instant, the hero senses a presence behind him, but before it could cause him any harm, Sehun swiftly blocks the attack with his sword, without even turning around. The attacker is none other than Mina herself. She clearly hadn't expected our hero to block an attack like that. But then again, he hadn't expected her to ambush him either. As she approaches him, Mina suggests it's better to be the hunter instead of the hunted, given recent circumstances. The MC expresses how utterly cruel this all sounds to him. At their reunion, at first, Mina doesn't grasp the meaning behind this. But then she realizes she saw his face, maybe 2 years ago, without beating around the bush. Mina demands to know the reason for his arrival here. She just hopes he isn't here for her. She's also curious how he found her. Proudly, the hero flicks his finger, showing off the witch's observer, leaving Mina utterly shocked, as she never expected an avatar could still communicate with their god. This reminds Sehun of another god, who was also very fond of Mina, but she lost all contact with her a year ago. This reminds our protagonist that the last time he saw Mina, he didn't see her observer around. So, for them, this is nothing but a game to expand. However, Mina is now aware that our boy truly wants to discuss something serious. So, she suggests he follow her to a proper place where they can finally talk. Both of them enter a room where Sehun immediately spots several memorial pictures. But unfortunately, Mina couldn't find all the photos of her classmates. Seeing her behavior, our hero assumes she must have been incredibly close to them. But he gets a shock when he hears she doesn't have many friends at all and ended up this way due to how the world situation drastically changed. Since she used to be a pretty shy kid before all of this even happened, the way she is now makes it incredibly hard to believe she was ever shy. But she completely changed after the first main quest. She became eager to survive and even got better at acting. She precisely remembers the day all of this began. At that time, she was skipping classes with some friends in Seoul. And in an instant, everything changed. As soon as he hears this, Sehun inquires if she's originally from Seoul. Mina explains she was only visiting there because her friend's sister had some business. So they just went there for fun. But eventually, they were separated. Therefore, she stayed in Seoul for some time, desperate to find them. She even robbed banks to get money. But it was all completely useless. The only connection they had was their school uniform, so she kept wearing it. Eventually, she found them too, but it was tragically too late, because they had probably signed a contract with some nefarious demon, and it used them to their last breath until they died. All of this made her realize how utterly pointless everything is, and this is precisely why she's holding this little memorial service of her own right here. Even her parents died on the very first day, so she truly had nowhere to go. The mention of the demon's name immediately triggers a thought. Sehun wonders if the girls were manipulated by the Dark Sky clan. But then his eyes widen in pure shock, and he flinches back. He remembers killing every Dark Sky clan member. In this timeline, unable to hold himself back, the hero can't help but question Mina. Were you or your friends ever involved with the Dark Sky clan? Mina isn't sure about that, as her friends belong to a different group. This revelation makes Sehun a little relieved, and he realizes he shouldn't kill demon contractors so carelessly. He decides to tell Jisoo about this too. Getting right to the point, Mina wants to know what our guy was going to ask earlier. The hero reveals that, originally, he was going to ask for her help with their current quest, but that's no longer happening. So instead, he wants to know if she can make him an elixir. Hearing about the quest, this girl yaps on, saying she accidentally chose to save 1,000 players. Hearing this, Sehun can't help but nervously grin, because he only ever ran into tragic accidents. Yet she stumbled into something good. Bored, Mina decides to make it for him and asks about the quantity. Sehun only wants a single bottle, though he does want something extra, which is pretty simple. Our boy reaches into his pocket and requests, Mina, make it usable for top-ranking players. On the other hand, Suho Min is very puzzled, sure that something is going on. He's well aware that the MC never backs off this easily, and now he's just missing. His attention shifts to Taehan Kim, who reminds him they're in the middle of a meeting, so he should daydream somewhere else. A meeting of the guild, Erget Lam, is being held right now. Sangwon Cheon, the guild master, tells everyone to wrap things up quickly, as they have very few days left before the quest ends. He smirks. Kong Yoon-suk advises him to handle it himself, confident he can finish everything with just one ability. So Sangwon Cheon reminds Joon-suk not to underestimate their opponent. He agrees their guild is undeniably strong, but the opposition boasts formidable players too, like the Saint Shin Yuhua. Joon-suk, however, tells the guild master not to call that girl a saint, as she abandoned 100,000 civilians, though Joon-suk does know one player among them, a guy in black who uses many different weapons. He's talking about our protagonist, when Sang-hoon realizes Joon-suk is referring to Sehun. He can't help but admit the strong capabilities Sehun holds, and that he is one of their strongest members. Who is their opponent? Yoon-suk is Geisadagens, and an evil grin spreads across his face as he looks at Lin, who wants to kill Sehun, before Sang-hoon can scold Joon-suk for passing such irrelevant comments. A man bursts into the room with immense urgency, informing them all about a significant number of players being spotted just outside the containment area. That being said, Joon-suk is more than ready to face them after a long wait, but Kim Taehan volunteers to go instead, since Joon-suk could damage his own team as well. Before leaving, Taehan assures them he will put an end to these players as soon as possible, in just 2 days. Meanwhile, Mina has made an elixir and fulfilled all the other requirements our hero wanted. Her speed definitely surprises and impresses Taehan, making him realize that she will be on another level in the future. At the same time, he regrets not asking her for help, as she is so cooperative. However, today is the day Sehun's side took a devastating loss. After our hero returned from his fight against Min Soo-ho, his side barely managed to fight against the opponents, though Sehun had to kill most of them himself. After checking the time, the protagonist plans to leave quickly. After meeting Seo, he then recalls Kim Taehan. He's the one who spearheaded the attack against them, which means he must be arriving at the battlefield completely alone. And so, the hero decides to turn this into an opportunity and crush him right here on the battlefield. Kim Taehan has actually come through. A wave of panic sweeps over everyone's faces when he threatens to give them all one final warning. By this point, the players deeply regret not backing up instantly after their ambush completely fell apart. The low-level grunts who came with this giant brute chuckle at their plight, while their chief is just baffled, unable to grasp what to do next. They're even fixated on their pride, because backing off now would be incredibly humiliating. Taking a moment to analyze the situation, the chief notices that Taehan actually gave them a warning, even though he's undeniably superior to them. So if he had truly desired, he really could have wiped them out in mere seconds. This implies maybe there's a reason he isn't fighting them right this second. So he resolves to take Taehan head on. Instead of fleeing, grabbing his weapon, the chief boldly declares he'll take Taehan's head today. And when Taehan's lesser grunts try to attack them instead, he sharply tells them to back off, insisting he'll handle everything from here on out. His teammates frantically try to warn this hulking brute, reminding him that among his opponents are even high-ranking players. But the small fries fall silent when this giant Hulk fixes them with his deadly gaze. Without so much as a warning, he leaps even higher into the air. The chief aims his aura axe directly at Taehan. Much to his surprise, however, the giant Hulk isn't blocking the attack at all. This leads him to assume that perhaps he's simply too fast for Taehan. But the instant the chief lands back on the ground, His axe doesn't harm Taehan in the slightest. Leaving him startled, Taehan looks him dead in the eyes and asks, "Do you know who Balder is?" Scared, the chief grits his teeth. He abruptly recalls a little about him. He remembers Balder as the top-tier god of light, the legendary son of Odin. The chief's eyes landed on Taehan, who was radiating immense power. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist, striking the poor man. He then declared that Baldur was beloved by all, and nothing could ever harm him. He then slammed the chief onto the ground, and revealed that Baldur's blessings extended to him as well. The chief was unable to respond. His eyes had become completely lifeless after the brutal impact of that punch, and being slammed to the ground. All the players present were absolutely terrified, because this monstrous Hulk just knocked out a high-ranking player. In a single strike, panic flashing across their faces, they immediately turned and began to flee. But Taehan had already given them a clear warning, and they stubbornly refused to heed it. So now, they would have to face the consequences. The terrified players froze in their tracks, resigned to their grim fate, as the monstrous Hulk approached them with swift movements. However, before he could land a single blow, his attack was suddenly blocked by none other than our boy, Sehun. Sehun parries the attack with his sword. Upon seeing him, Sehun immediately recognizes him as the same guy everyone's been talking about. He'd always wondered what Sewon was truly like. Our boy's small sword is actually holding back Sewon's colossal weapon. The colossal Hulk is visibly surprised as he hears that our boy isn't one to fight head-on like this. Our protagonist admits that it's true, but clarifies he had to jump in since those clueless players were about to die. Noticing that our guy had blocked the attack completely surprises Tan, since he knows no one is physically stronger than him, even among Urgith lamps. His attention then shifts back to Sewon when he questions the colossal Hulk about the common problems with RPG games. This utterly confuses Tan. Our boy then explains that in RPG games, players often save many items, even when they already have tons of them, all collected but never put to use. This whole situation enrages Taehan, as he can't comprehend a single thing the hero is trying to convey, but his eyes widen in panic when the MC declares that this giant Hulk has zero chance of winning. Before Taehan could even process what was happening, the system warned him to flee immediately, but it was too late. His eyes rolled back, and blood gushed from his body. This is all a complete puzzle for him, because he tried activating his own ability, but instead, all of this occurred, making him realize Sehun has poisoned him. The giant Hulk collapses to his knees, while our guy leaps back, getting away from his opponent, as he wipes the poison and blood from his blade. In a weak voice, Taehan could only curse Sehun, but our boy just stands there, enjoying the sight of his enemy's demise. It's definitely a triumphant start for him. When news of Sehun killing Taehan spreads everywhere, CEO Gyuk Park visits our boy to confirm if it's true. He slams his hand on the table, demanding to know if it's actually true. The way our guy is so nonchalant about killing someone, like Taehan, leaves Bluey utterly shocked. Though Sehun says he believes it'll be easier to operate if he gets famous for this. He regrets not using mistletoe before, since it could have prevented a lot of damage. Right now, Sojiak Park finds it unreal. He always knew the MC was strong, but he never thought this was his true power. Sehun admits he didn't know it himself, but he could have knocked out all the air and taken down Lamb commanders on his own. At that moment, hearing that, Sojiak Park wonders aloud if taking them all down by himself is even possible. He's scared our guy might be lying. Sehun clarifies to Bluey that he has no interest in telling lies and makes him a proposal. The protagonist demands 3 days from CEO Gyo Park to put an end to this quest. Later on, Saint Yua Sin meets Sehun. She's beyond impressed. Not only did our boy slay that monstrous Hulk, but he dragged its massive corpse right here too. She tries to wrap her head around what exactly is brewing in his tricky little mind. Our boy acknowledges Yua as the finest healer he's ever known, so he just wanted to see if she could bring it back to life. This sounds like an absolute joke to Yua, How could she possibly revive something that's stone cold dead? Smiling, he playfully states he thought it might be possible for Saint Yua. Him calling her a saint annoys the hell out of her, but she makes it crystal clear. It's dead. Her healing spells won't even touch it. Though, she notices some wounds look like they've already begun to heal. So the MC explains. He smeared some elixir on the giant Hulk before it died. At first, Yua doesn't quite catch his words. But the moment realization slams into her, and she snaps her head up to Si-hoon, questioning how this creature even died. If the protagonist used elixir, realizing he might be testing something with her, because if it was probably still alive when Si-hoon used the elixir, it must have died afterward. But if the elixir was smeared, it should have healed it. All of this utterly frustrates Yua, because the main lead always tries to act so clueless. In front of her, she now understands our boy definitely has some other grand plan, and this is why he wanted her, to preserve this bizarre corpse for him. She leans closer to him, tapping a finger on his lips, when he admits she's the only one he trusts. With that, she lets out a heavy sigh and confirms if there will be more bodies like this coming to her. Without lying, Si-hoon confesses that there will definitely be more bodies, but he'll take care of them himself, zipping up the body bag and taking it with her. Yua suggests our guy give her some notice next time. Our guy assures her to bring a gift with her too. Next time she leaves, he looks at her quietly, deep down knowing Yua will tragically die in the very next quest. Once this is done, this entire moment is just a fantasy created for him by the Dungeon of Dreams. And once he finishes this quest and leaves the dungeon, all of this will simply disappear. He recalls how he never got to thank her, and how Yuhua was always there for him, and took care of his injuries. After his fight against Suho Min, and after he was healed, he never saw her face again. Therefore, now he thinks of something to give her as a gift. At the Airgate Guild, Jin-suk is finding it unbelievable that Sewon was always this strong. Simultaneously, Sang-won thinks that our guy was aware of Sewon's weakness, and took that as an opportunity. He likely used a mistletoe against him. Jin-suk doesn't think that is the case, but Sang-hoon has heard that Sewon prepares himself for the opponent. Accordingly, ignoring that, Jin-suk turns to Lin, asking her if it surprises her at all. But it doesn't, because Sewon is the one who murdered her father, and this was how our boy got famous. Because of the collapsing soul incident, Aldebaran of Taurus was defeated by Luke Taylor, and Sahan was the one who killed him. Since he couldn't be controlled, the protagonist was in the spotlight for this. For some time, but then people lost interest in him the moment he disappeared. At this moment, Lin reveals that the goddess, Astria, has a contract with her. After her father died, but she never spoke, probably because of Luke's death. Still, she has a feeling that Astria looks over her now. Lin has the urge to kill Sahan, due to the pain and agony he has caused her. Jin-soo is sure that she could gradually be given her prize in magic, but he cannot wait for that, since he claims to be the one to kill Sahan first. Not caring about all of this, Sang-hoon slams his hand on the table, reminding them all that they underestimated everything until now, but right now, they are in crisis and have lost their most valuable person. Thus they have no time to take things lightly and work in groups to be safe. They decide to pay their opponents back as soon as they finish their preparation. After 2 days on the flip side, our boy has arrived at the Airgate Guild very quietly, taking down one of the security guards. In order to get moving, Sahan is now out of the civilian-occupied zone from the witch's observer. Yidra asks the MC about his next move. However, this question is foolish, because the protagonist has no choice but to fight them. Yidra is not sure if he will be able to defeat them on his own. He is kind of surprised to see him being this risky. Being honest, Sahan admits that he would have never done it this way before. But now he has figured out that he has many options, and he should utilize them. He also admits that he never took Yidra into consideration, because he was very hesitant to ask for the power of a god. He thought that it was the same as strangling himself, though he agrees that he still thinks like this now. His point of view has changed little. Now, he doesn't mind a little strangling, especially at a place where Everything is mere fabrication. Just then playfully, our boys question Yadra if she really knows how to edit video games. At the rooftop of the building, Sang-hoon inquires of Suho Min about the number of people being located. Soho and his team are not certain, but they suspect that there are not many of them because they are moving very slowly. It is kind of surprising for Sang-hoon for not being able to detect any of them, which makes him wonder if they have gotten away. Or maybe they have a hiding ability of such a high level. Just then Siren Lee approaches them all. She finds all of this very annoying, suggesting they should attack at this point. Yet Suho Min reminds her that there must be infiltrators among them, planted there just for a distraction. Siren is absolutely certain about one thing, though. Not many people have managed to enter their territory. Since their presence is so hard to detect, she doubts 2 or 3 people could cause such massive damage when they have their own army. So, it's better to make the first move. Still, Suho Min vehemently disagrees with this, arguing they aren't aware of anything yet. This behavior utterly frustrates Siren, as they all look like a bunch of scared kids. But Suho definitely has a bad feeling about this. Moreover, Siren tries to make them understand that this way, they're simply being controlled by the enemy. When no one responds to her, she decides to take matters into her own hands. While moving outside, Siren curses her guild leader, utterly disbelieving that they're scared just 2 or 3 people. Abruptly, she spins around, sensing a presence, but there's no one there, making her wonder if it's just her imagination. But then, she actually senses a trail of energy, making it evident that something is here right now. Her gaze shifts to the ground, finding a bomb. A smirk appears on her face. She's a magician, so she firmly believes she can turn it into a piece of scrap in seconds. The moment she casts her magic, nothing happens. Even after she dispels the mana of the mana stone, the moment she realizes it was a trap, it's already too late. A loud explosion rocks the area, leaving everyone in a panic. Everyone in the air guild panics too. Some people even collapse after inhaling the smoke, making the rest of them realize that something is terribly wrong. With the smoke of the explosion, Siren, who was acting overconfident moments ago, managed to escape the explosion. But now she's gasping for air badly, since she inhaled some of the gas. Sitting on the ground, the girl wonders what kind of gas is this. The thick smoke makes it harder for Siren to see anyone. But the moment our boy strolls right up to her, mocking her, utterly convinced she'll find it first, Siren declares his plan a failure since she's still alive. However, when the smoke finally clears, Sahan's smirk is evident. She actually escaped, but the civilians weren't so lucky. Because of her, the smoke billowed throughout the entire city, making his grand plan 10 times more effective. Panic and gut-wrenching guilt slash across Siren's face. What's more, the MC informs Siren that this is truly the end for her, as he's done dealing with Morgan. Her jaw drops when she realizes Sahan knows about her god too. The realization hits her. This guy is incredibly strong, so she decides to finish him off with one decisive blow. But then, the very moment she's about to chant her strongest spell, blood splatters from her mouth. In the state she's in, it's utterly impossible for her to cast any spell. And our boy just grins, absolutely delighted by this. He can't believe Siren completely missed the illusion. The bomb really did its job perfectly, because this girl is already affected by the bomb. But in her illusionary world, she thinks she escaped it. While Siren lies lifeless on the ground, the hero decides to take care of this quickly, before the others arrive. When June, sick, and Suho realize it might be Surin who's hurt, they both quickly rush out of the building. Both guys grit their teeth in fury upon seeing their biggest threat standing before them. At this point, Suho just regrets letting Sehun go, thinking he would fight for humanity. Suho can't believe this smoke is spreading so rapidly, and countless civilians are already dead. Even Siren is dead because of him. and the players are in grave danger after this explosion. Thus, Suho aims to kill the protagonist. Now, both Jun-sik and Suho glance at each other, determined not to let this guy get away with this. Suho, associated with the god Machu, and Jun-sik, connected to the god Agni, decide to kill Seihan right then and there. Both guys have the blessings of their gods, one wielding storm and the other fire, which now emanates from both of them. Upon noticing it, Sehun finds it utterly terrifying. Not wasting any moment, Suho lunges forward with his weapon, charging swiftly at our boy. The MC can't help but notice how fast Suho is. The moment he sees the cool shade being very close, Sehun summons his clones everywhere to confuse him. This move pulled by Sehun just makes Suho frustrated. However, Jin-suk stands atop the building, summoning an immense amount of fire and striking it at the hero, but without even hesitating or struggling. Sehun creates a shield to protect himself and dodges the immense amount of fire, leaping higher into the air behind Jin-suk, spotting the MC behind him. Sweat trickled down Jin-suk's face. He notices Seiwan having a crystal made by a spell, which is actually fire, and he can easily fire everything by cutting off the oxygen and mana, summoning waves of fire around himself. Jin-sik slams his hand on the ground, causing a huge fire typhoon to appear on the building, to engulf Seiwan in fire, but in the blink of an eye, Sehun escapes the attack. Both Jin-sik and Suho are panting heavily, looking frustrated as hell. Smirking, the main lead assures them of being done with running away. His gaze turns to the side, wondering where Sangwon is, and if he trusts these two guys to deal with Sehun. No matter what the case, this is a win-win situation for him, right? Then, Sehun mocks the guys about looking way too exhausted, but they don't admit it, blaming it on the MC's habit of running away. However, when Sehun assures them that he won't run away anymore, Suho can sense that something fishy is going on. Suho is very well aware that Sehun only shows himself if he sees any benefits, meaning he only fights when he knows that he will win. 100% he disappeared from this world, and then came back to this territory all alone. In addition to that, he is ready to face two urgent lamb warriors. This makes Suho realize that the Seiwan he knows would never do all of this. This is definitely a trap. Instantly, he grabs Jin-sik, warning him to run, but it's too late. As the magic takes hold, they're now stuck fast to the ground. Our boy, though, has already activated the magic devices he set up. This was all to trap these guys. However, Suho isn't ready to give up just yet. He's got the swamp infested with paralyzing toxins right with him, so he tries to slam his weapon to the ground, not caring about his reckless moves. Our protagonist just stands there, completely unfazed, and he suggests that they shouldn't think of this as being cheap, since he's fighting two guys all by himself. Chapter 70. Lying there, Suho realizes he's completely done for. Sir Lee was killed first, and he was the only one who could dispel the magic. All of this could have been avoided if they just played it smart. Later, our main lead finds himself relentlessly chased. Despite wanting the situation to end calmly, chaos continues to cling to him. More importantly, he just can't shake Sangwon Cheon's attention. Then, out of nowhere, Mina Lee appears to check on him, leaving him baffled at how she even managed to show up. As she stands there, a group of men suddenly tries to attack her, but with a simple snap of her fingers, she calmly blocks their strike. She suggests that she could be of help, since she's also part of the quest. However, she makes it clear that the only thing she truly cares about is how the quest will end. During their conversation, she effortlessly dodges several more attacks without ever breaking her focus. Our main character takes note of this, realizing how incredibly mindful she is of her surroundings, and decides he can definitely rely on her. Meanwhile, Seiwan is blaming himself for the terror attack, believing he could have somehow played a role in preventing it. Before long, he storms to where our protagonist stands and shouts his name fearlessly. He effortlessly leaps over the building where Seiwan stands and launches a barrage of attacks. forcing Si-hoon to realize this isn't just a skirmish, one he must take seriously or risk being cut down for good. Si-hoon, unfazed, taunts him, claiming his biggest mistake was overestimating himself. Sang-hoon retorts, admitting instead his true error was being far too merciful and not finishing Se-won off when he had the chance. Our main lead quickly realizes Sang-hoon isn't quite as terrifying as Suho-min, but he's undeniably still a dangerous threat. Se-han then deliberately heads toward a deserted area, intentionally luring Sang-hoon right into his trap. Sang-hoon, confident, mocks him, boasting he has no flaws and cannot be beaten. As they finally reach this lonely, abandoned place, Sang-hoon scoffs, wondering what delusion Se-han must be under to think he can win. But Si-hoon only smirks, revealing all his preparations are finally complete. Si-hoon acknowledges his distinct lack of strength and abilities against Sang-won, but claims he possesses one thing superior to him when Sang-won presses him on it, mocking him, asking if Si-hoon means his villainous nature or his sheer arrogance. Si-hoon simply agrees and accepts those titles nonetheless. He claims there's something else, too. Something Sang-won should experience firsthand to truly understand, and then states the name, Yidra. Lightning immediately sparks at the mere mention of Yidra's name. The other players stare up at the sky, confused, wondering what entity now wanders the heavens. The truth is high above in the sky. Si-hoon and Sang-won still stand pitted against each other. Sang-won fiercely questions Si-hoon about what he's just unleashed. But before Si-hoon can even answer, a gigantic figure begins to manifest from the electrified sky. He attempts to question the appearing figure, but the figure quickly takes on the full form of Yidra. Yidra, now fully transformed into her true form, introduces herself as the dreaded Witch of Dreams and formally requests Se-han to become her herald. Se-han smiles and nods, gazing intently at her, and just like that, he becomes the herald of the outer god Yidra. Following this, he gains the evocation ability, an ability that allows him to channel the power of a god. Temporarily, although Se-han chose this himself, he wasn't aware of the deadly risk that comes. Along with this ability, he could barely feel his body and felt he might even lose his mind if he didn't hold on instantly. Nevertheless, he takes a deep breath because the willpower of humanity's final player can't be weak enough to simply give up. Zion snaps his eyes open once he's gathered all of his strength and confidently rises from the ground. He then leaps high into the air, making the very rocks crumble beneath him. However, Sang-hoon stands his ground, claiming he couldn't care less if Se-won is a herald. As Se-won charges closer to Sang-hoon, he swings his arm, unleashing his lightning ability. Meanwhile, Sang-hoon counters with his own fiery ability. Their arms collide in a furious clash. But to Sang-hoon's utter astonishment, his clam solace vanishes when it strikes against Se-won's attack. Before Sang-hoon can even think what to do, Se-han grabs his own sword and thrusts it deep into Sang-hoon's body, making him spit out a torrent of blood. Se-han then scoffs at Sang-hoon, reminding him of what he was already told. You need to experience it to understand what Se-han has mastered better than him. While Se-won is still holding Sang-won, Lin secretly appears from behind him and lunges to attack him. Even so, Se-won instantly senses it and quickly teleports behind her back, making her stab nothing but air. Lin doesn't give up and quickly turns around before dashing towards Se-won. Se-won notices that Lin is using Suho's ability with the help of her imitation ability. On top of that, she isn't just imitating it, she's even handling it quite perfectly, despite being so inexperienced. Lin gets close to Si-hoon, but he manages to dodge her attack anyway. She then unleashes another fiery ability. She unleashes a swirling tornado of fire. He realizes she's now wielding June 6's very own ability and acknowledges the sheer incredibleness of her talent. However, he questions if her talent is truly ready yet. Then, he steps forward, ready to fight her head-on. Lin continues her relentless assault, but Se-han swiftly dodges. When Se-han finally attempts to strike back, she takes a devastating hit, As Yahello watches the scene unfold from above, her interest absolutely peaks. She hadn't expected Sehun to pull off a move like this. Yahello then declares that the stage is perfectly set, and her avatar, Sehun, also gets charged up with incredible abilities. A fierce battle between a young girl who seeks revenge for her father's tragic death and a chosen herald who has slaughtered countless players begins. This is an intriguing scenario that simply cannot be delayed any longer. Lin and Sehun furiously exchange blow after blow. He questions why she's so adamant about killing him and asks if it's because of what Sehun did to her father. After a brief moment of silence, Lin lunges forward, declaring, "That's certainly part of the reason." Sehun manages to elude her attack. She continues, revealing that the true reason she wants to end him is because he's too cruel to himself and to everyone around him. If this continues, there'll be no one left by his side. Sehun scoffs at her statement, calling it a joke and demanding why she's lecturing him. When she hasn't accomplished anything herself, she ignores his arrogant remark and tries to make him understand he could have turned out so much better if he wasn't so deeply entrenched in the hell of his own ego. Lin conjures up a magnificent sword and claims, "Today's events are merely the beginning." So even if he makes it through this unscathed, he would still deeply regret every single action later. Therefore, she pledges to stop him as Luke Taylor's daughter, since her father would have done the very same. Once Lin's sword fully manifests, she calls upon the goddess of justice, Asura, and requests Asura to accept her as a herald. When Asura sees Lin, she's instantly reminded of Luke and instantly accepts Lin's request. Meanwhile, Jester, resting peacefully, starts feeling quite bored. She wonders if she should just join the game herself and even transform into a male god to spice things up. It's then that she glances at the game screen and sees the two chosen heralds duking it out. Noticing that one is Asura and the other Yahello, she scoffs dramatically, calling it a mere brawl between an ant and an elephant. Jester acknowledges Lin's incredible effort in putting up a decent fight against such an outrageously powerful opponent. She also recognizes Sehun as a man of exceptional talent. She notes how he's still holding himself up, despite being under an evocation spell, and declares he has the potential to become a god, if only he possessed more divinity. Realizing that this intense fight is absolutely not to be missed, Jester shakes herself from her musings and decides to try logging back into the game herself. Meanwhile, once Mina finishes dealing with the players, she arrives to witness the fight between Lin and Sehun. She had expected Lin to struggle with the herald's powers, but after seeing her performance, she can't help but think how much different things would be if she had become the herald instead of her father, Luke. Nevertheless, Mina reminds herself that she has no time to be impressed with Lin, since she could be killed any instant if she dares to let down her guard. While this monstrous prodigy only grows stronger every minute, Sehun then unleashes his extreme abilities, attacking Lin from various directions simultaneously. Lin, however, manages to dodge the incoming swords, then leaps high into the air. She lands stealthily behind Sehun, wasting no time, and instantly pierces her sword deep into his body. Unluckily for Lin, it turns out that the Sehun she just stabbed was merely an illusion of him, which promptly evaporates in a thin air. When she looks up in shock, she sees countless illusions of Sehun scattered everywhere. Her anger peaks, and she grips her sword firmly, unleashing a massive explosion of fire and lava bursting forth from the ground. Sehun then manifests a colossal artificial meteorite, forged from the combined Eternum, or unearthed from the dungeons. He sends it plummeting, crashing into the ground. Upon impact, it instantly cracks. An immense energy bursts forth from it, shattering the meteorite into countless pieces that scatter all around them. Lin is struck by these fragments, and using his powers, Sehun cages her within a giant ball of rocks. However, it wasn't enough to stop her, as she unleashes all of her power and sets herself free from that ball of rocks. This results in the ball of rocks shattering, and she leaps away from it. Sehun starts to find it impossible to keep her down and sees her as the very pinnacle of humanity. The two of them once again prepare themselves for the next attack, and she lunges towards Sehan to land a hit. Lin conjures up a shining blade, intending to slash Sehan, but he immediately leaps upward before the blade can strike him. The sheer spectacle of this escalating battle leaves the players utterly stunned and questioning the shining blade's very existence. Mina's eyes widen and her jaw drops in shock as she wonders if she's dreaming. Just like Lin's outrageous shining blade ability, Sehan's swords, materializing through multiple portals, leaves everyone utterly devastated. Mina remarks that the battle has already gone far, beyond the scope of any human conflict, and she's utterly shocked to witness what a battle between two heralds truly looks like. Soon enough, Lin and Sehan's powers clash violently against each other, and a massive explosion occurs. Meanwhile, Mina suddenly flinches as she senses something behind her, and upon turning around, she sees a vast number of the gods' personal observers floating in the sky. She can't believe the sheer number of those present, and recalls only ever seeing this many in the early phases of the game. All of a sudden, she realizes something about Sehan and acknowledges that he is an incredible person. Without any doubt, Sehan pulls out his sword. While thinking that should have been enough for the visual presentation. Using that sword, he defends himself against the attacks of Lin's shining blade and opens a portal to absorb it. This shocks Lin, and she has a hard time believing that Sion just wrapped her attack into a pocket dimension. Lin has now believed that her simple and straightforward attacks are not going to affect Si-hoon. Therefore, she dashes towards him in order to divert his focus with the attack. So when he tries to block it, she decides that she would attack his neck. From the side, Lin swings her shining blade and thrusts it into Si-hoon's chest. She was expecting him to block it, but he didn't instead. He swings his own sword and thrusts it into Lin. She cannot believe why he decided to exchange blows in a situation like this. Si-hoon pushes Lin back after the attack and places his hand over his chest, whereas she plops down onto the ground. The two of them glare into each other's eyes before Lin completely falls down onto the flower. The gods' observers feel disappointed over this and wonder if the battle is going to end by the death of both of them. On the other hand, Sehan clenches his chest and greatly feels the absence of his celestial slayer and regenerative abilities. He tries to compose by reminding himself that he's still got unfinished work. While he wonders if he has any time to have elixir, he gets notified about his quest. Completing successfully this news makes him relieved, and he looks forward to the spectacular ending. He takes out a magical stone and cracks it, which results in a very bright flash. The players get confused, and Mina wonders about what is going on. Lin wakes up and sees that the once dark place has brightened up with natural daylight. She manages to sit up and asks about what has happened, to which Mina explains to her about the magical item, which emits a kind of gas that puts people into a coma if they smell it. As she pours an elixir over Si-hoon's wound, Mina explains to Lin that only a select few ever use this item, back in the ancient days of the game. It even had an effect on monsters, you see, but since it only worked on weaker mobs, most players forgot about it over time. This time, Si-hoon used it to fake everyone's deaths, so the quest could finally be cleared. Mina then reveals Si-hoon approached her a few days prior to have her craft an improvised bomb that could spread a coma-inducing gas, and an elixir too, made from the concentrated ingredients of that very item. Then, using the bomb, he spread the gas among the civilians and stabbed the high-level players with an elixir-infused dagger. Keeping everyone safe was also paramount. Thus, the gas allowed them to fall into a deep coma. At the same time, Mina tells Lin how Si-hoon was incredibly thorough, even lacing the sewers with the elixir. That's why she also came to lend a hand in dealing with some of the players. And so, this is how everyone involved in the quest managed to fake their deaths after knowing the truth. Lin gets annoyed that they weren't even asked for cooperation. Mina answers that's because nothing would have changed then. Once the quest was done, she adds. After saying this, Mina points at the god's observers in the sky, and Lin finally admits she was wrong about Sehun. He had already found a far better way for them all. And Lin thanks Sehun. Mina chuckles, finding all a bit too emotional. She looks over at young Jester's observing eye and asks for her opinion, calling her by her real name, Loki. Yadra looks over at the result of Sehun's strategy and compares it to a scene from a movie. She analyzes how not a single person has died, and even the gods have returned to this world, making this lifeless game world flourish once again, with a much better ending for humanity. Yadra finds it quite ironic, because this world is just a dream. Yet Sehun showed such incredible determination to see this through. Moreover, he managed to achieve what no one else could, making him far more than humanity's last player. But instead, he's an astounding avatar, one whom Yadra feels incredibly proud of. When Sehun finally used the evocation ability, that's when Yadra finally learned the truth. She never imagined he'd sign a contract with her counterpart in his own world, since that would prevent him from opening the gate, making Lin the most crucial key. Though Sehun actually needs 2 keys to open the gate. Yadra just waits for him to realize this, so she can savor his priceless reaction. Even so, she still feels bad that Laplace's hourglass is the only reward for this ending. So, she decides to bless him with a personal gift. Sehun wakes up in a completely dark place and wonders if he's returned to the real world. This saddens him greatly, since he desperately wanted to witness everything change. He accepts reality anyway. While deep in thought, suddenly, he spots Laplace's hourglass in his hand, which reveals a person's future. He gets up and decides to leave, but suddenly, a notification pops up. Sehun has unlocked an achievement, a herald that I used to know, and he's the very first one to achieve it. Moreover, he obtains a new ability as a premium reward, due to an unknown intervention. He looks at all of this in confusion, wondering if it wasn't just a dream created by the dungeon. Beck's soul. And just so look at him sitting inside and call him out. So he asks them how long they've been waiting. When Beck, Soul claims it was exactly 7 hours and 22 minutes. He's shocked but tells them to come along. As they step out of the place, Sehun realizes he has a chance to change everything in this world. On the other hand, Jisoo hides behind Laplace's hourglass, while Yadra hopes that Sehun likes her gift. After returning, Sehun realizes he has obtained Yadra's succession ability, Pocket Dimension, as his newly obtained ability. He recalls how he used it in his previous playthrough with the evocation spell, but he just can't use it on living beings or massive objects under normal circumstances. Even so, he discovers it's useful for linking the dimension directly to his inventory. Sehun then wonders how he even got this ability when the dungeons themselves never reward a player with a succession ability like this. He understands Yadra must be involved, so he waits for her to reach out to him. Once she learns he now has her ability. When Mina discovers Sehun's new ability, she's definitely surprised. But Sehun is even more surprised to see her back to her old self. Then, when he hears she's going for a walk, he realizes she must be going to look for her friends. So he warns her to be careful of strangers. Once she assures him she'll be careful, he then tells him how much he's changed since he returned from the dungeon. When asked if the dungeon was truly tough, he affirms and tells her to stay far away from them. She then leaves home, after stating she isn't interested either. Sehun wonders if he should help Mina sort out her problems, since it has something to do with a demon. Thus, he decides to first gather some information. Later, Jisoo searches Sewon's place for him, but can't find him anywhere. She's then reminded of Lin and Bexel, and recalls how scary they felt to her, even though she'd done absolutely nothing to them. Jisoo then thinks about how she also entered the dungeon after Sewon and found the place to be an exact copy of the world she lives in, a replication of her childhood nightmare. Even though she failed to perfectly complete the quest, the dungeon was still satisfied. She then takes out Laplace's hourglass and wonders what kind of person she'd see if she used it on herself. Nevertheless, she drops the idea and is reminded of when Luke Taylor asked her if she's a demon contractor sent by the Shaded Sky clan. She remembers that the clan is now taking control over the Gangbuk district, and their grandmaster is supposedly a demon contractor. Therefore, she decides to meet them. John, bored out of his mind, encounters Sujian, a figure from the underworld's deep web, and questions him about the Shaded Sky clan. When pressed on exactly what information he's after, John demands their precise location. Sugan, having already recognized John, can't fathom why he's asking about the Shaded Sky clan, given that John's own clan was utterly annihilated. He finds it impossible to even consider John wanting to take on the Shaded Sky clan, as he'd stand no chance against them solo, even if they're a newly developed guild. Therefore, Sugan deems it harmless to divulge the location of a Shaded Sky clan to John, asking for 1,000 points in return. John finds the price surprisingly cheap, but in truth, Sugan asked for less, because he didn't want to endanger himself by demanding too much. So, after receiving his points, Sugan immediately vanishes. As soon as he's gone, Azazel materializes, asking John why he bothered inquiring about their location when he already knew it. He explains that it's all part of his plan, because he wants them to know he's coming for them. This will inevitably spark rumors, ensuring the clan's grandmaster will be present when he finally arrives. When John confidently declares that he's famous enough for the news to spread swiftly, Azazel challenges his overconfidence, questioning if he truly believes he can handle them all alone. Instead of answering, he turns the question back on her, asking for her opinion. She immediately concedes that her question was unnecessary. He then announces his visit to the Shaded Sky clan for tomorrow, as Sugan will be spreading the word as they speak. Thus, he truly hopes the Steel Demon, Park Do-hyun, won't disappoint him. Once Si-hoon discovers the whereabouts of Mina's friends, he brainstorms ways to terminate their demon contract. He considers a few methods, such as destroying a demonic relic, much like Shin-Jon did, but quickly realizes it won't be easy, as he's only witnessed it happen once, across both of his playthroughs. Meanwhile, the easiest method, the demon himself has to cancel the contract, but it won't be that simple. Si-hoon returns home, only to find the place deserted, except for Lin and Bexiel. When Lin reveals they're out farming points, while Mina just went for a walk, Si-hoon asks about Jisoo. He answers that Jisoo has also gone for a stroll, making him instantly suspicious of her whereabouts. Si-hoon knows Jisoo never just wanders around, unless there's a specific reason, since she was always swamped studying for college, and ever since the world changed, she's either been training or slaying monsters. Suddenly, Lin remembers Jisoo mentioned visiting a guild, so when she tells Si-hoon this, he flinches. The moment Lin mentions the guild's name was Shaded Sky, Si-hoon immediately turns and bolts away. He knows for a fact that Jisoo only remembers the names of guilds that she intends to destroy, thinks about what suddenly crossed her mind, and wonders if she's sensible enough to spare Mina's friends. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster of the Shaded Sky Guild, Doyoung, learns that John is looking for them. He wonders what could possibly be the reason. He flips his table in frustration and thinks about how he also wanted to fight John and become the strongest demon contractor, so he could capture SUA to have the entire Seoul region under his control. He plans on making his minions attack her after he's done dealing with John, because if he can't have SUA's powers, then no one else can either. Afterward, he plans on being called the Shaded Sky Sue, and John's future is changing. So she decides to follow him, because it means someone else is influencing his destiny. However, she doesn't reveal this to him. They enter the building of the Shaded Sky Guild. To John's surprise, the building seems eerily quiet and empty, until he hears sounds from upstairs. Before he can head upstairs, SUA tells him her brother must be locked in the basement. So he heads down to the basement with her. As they descend, one senses two people. They're discussing how it's the perfect hiding spot. So he intentionally looks the other way. But SUA insists he check that exact spot. He then reveals what he'd sensed earlier, adding that the voices didn't sound like her brother. Yet, she keeps insisting. That's when he realizes she must have had a vision. Juan and Sua finally infiltrate the clan that kidnapped her brother. But Juan spots two young girls attempting to hide from them. This catches him off guard, prompting him to ask, what are children doing in a place like this? He mumbles to himself, remarking that he knew this clan's members were despicable, but even employing kids is a new low. The girls in the corner exchange a nervous glance, as one whispers to the other. Where is everyone? She asks. They told us to come up here earlier. Because of this guy, referring to Juan. The other girls' eyes widen with worry, asking, what if they were all killed, and were just hiding because they didn't want to fight? The girl with the ponytail clicks her tongue, then begins to stand up, saying, there's no other choice but to do this, as they both immediately kneel before Juan, pleading for him to spare their lives. Juan simply stares at them, then turns to Sua, asking, without even turning his head, did you know this would happen? Is this why you brought me here? Sua nods. Juan then asks if Sua wants to take the girls with them as well. Sua quickly shakes her head, no. Juan ponders, asking himself, is there something special about these two girls, when they're nothing more than the devil's servants? Sua suddenly dashes off, shouting to Juan, there's no time. We have to save my older brother. Juan follows her, leaving the girls behind. A heavy thump suddenly halts him. But Juan thinks, we'll face whatever that is sooner or later. Sooner or later. Juan stops following Sua. He then asks the girls why they're following him. The girl with the ponytail replies, we somehow ended up here by ourselves. So, we were wondering if we could get out with you? She then introduces herself as Haimi, and the other quiet girl, Ji-Swan. Juan cheekily replies that he didn't ask for an introduction. He thinks there's no way these kids would have joined Cape of Darkness on their own. He turns around to say something, but just then, Sua spots her brother and calls out to him. She sees her brother lying unconscious in a cell. Juan looks at Suho and asks if this is her brother. Sua nods with teary eyes, confirming that Suho is her brother. Juan bends the bars and picks up Suho. He tells Sua that Suho has a high fever, so for now, it's better to take him upstairs. Juan carries him. As they make their way to the upper floor, with Sua, Hemi, and Jizian following him, Juan looks at the empty floor and concludes that something's wrong here. He can't see a single bug anywhere. Suddenly, Sua senses something as Juan yells for everyone to get down. Jisoo cracks the ceiling and descends, holding Doyoung. Hemi recognizes their guild master, as she asks herself if he's dead already. Jisoo throws him on the ground and turns to greet Juan, exclaiming that they finally meet again. She adds that she never thought they'd meet like this. Juan examines her, noting her new, proper weapon. Suddenly, Jisoo charges at him at full speed, as Juan barely dodges the attack. But Jisoo tries to hit him again. Going berserk, Juan wonders why she's acting in such a reckless manner, and punches her in the stomach. But Jisoo keeps attacking him, taking him by surprise. His attack didn't work, as he understands that. Jisoo has no intention of blocking. She attacks him on his face, but Juan heals it quickly, taking a proper fighting position. Now he thinks how he's hardened his body with demonic power, yet he's still in such a state. He looks at Doyoung and wonders if he truly lived up to his nickname, Iron Horse, seeing his limbs are still attached. He stares at Jisoo, her eyes blazing crimson. She stands poised like a hungry tiger. He realizes one thing. If he takes even one direct hit in this fight, he's dead. Jisoo brandishes her weapon, Juan's gaze still fixed on her. She slams it to the ground, creating an explosion before striding straight for Juan, knocking him off balance. As he falls, Juan thinks Jisoo has become incredibly stronger than before. It's not just her stats that have shot up. She no longer relies solely on her senses. She's learned the proper way to react to attacks. She continues to stride forward, her weapon aimed squarely at him. Juan keeps backing up, deftly dodging her blows. He concludes that fighting Jisoo now will only lead to more damage. But if he flees, just because of that, Sua, her brother, and the girls wouldn't be safe. Then a memory strikes him. The girls are already the devil's puppets. He exhales, settling into a proper stance, thinking he has no choice but to fight. And if he can't end this in one blow, then he's the one who loses. Jisoo advances, weapon in one hand, a rock in the other. She then hurls the rock in his direction. Hwan tries to punch it, but from behind the rock. Jisoo lands another punch. He gathers all the mask's magic to counterattack. But the moment he does, Jisoo smiles. And he realizes she has absolutely no intention of avoiding his attack. Instead, she keeps charging forward. She strikes again, knocking him off his feet. And Hwan counterattacks her. Hwan coughs, realizing the sorry state he's in. The damage he sustained would already have brought him death if he wasn't a contractor. He looks at Jisoo, lying unconscious in her own blood, thinking the attack must have been strong enough to finish her off. He stands just as Hemi asks if she's dead, but then Jizian screeches, claiming she's still moving. Hwan quickly spins around to look at her, thinking her spine was completely shattered. So, there's no way she should be able to stand. But Jisoo laughs as she stands. With a smile, she stares at him and says, "That was precisely the amount of damage she expected you to be able to deal." Hwan watches as she picks up her staff, thinking he has no hidden strength left, or a trump card to play. Jisoo is looking at him, as if he's nothing more than a worthless rock by the side of the road. He wonders if this is how she views all humans. Hwan swallows hard, then closes his eyes. Jisoo raises her weapon, placing it against Hwan's face. Hwan's eyes snap open, asking why she stopped what she was doing. Jisoo smiles, declaring she won this time, and asks if he truly wants to continue. Hwan wonders if it's possible. She's still hung up on what happened last time. She's talking about the time when he launched a sneak attack on her comrades. Then she'd probably decide it's better just to kill him. Jisoo replies that he didn't kill anyone that day, even though he easily could have. She admits she does want to kill him, but there are children behind him right now. Then she checks her stats and relays Saewon's message that there's someone else who also doesn't want Hwan to be killed either. Hwan asks, bewildered, if she's letting them go. She clicks her tongue and says she's sensitive to evil intentions, and, at the very least, she can't sense enough evil intent from him to justify killing him at this moment, and asks if he thinks of her as some serial killer. Then, she realizes Saewon knows Hwan will protect the kids, and quietly takes her leave, walking away and leaving them behind. Hwan picks up Suho and thinks about Saewon the Crow, and how he now owes him a debt. Jisoo makes her way out of the building, after her intense fight with Hwan, and a weirdly fast-beating heart could be heard. It seemed Hwan's earlier words had touched something deep within her heart. She remembers what Hwan had said to her, just as they stopped fighting. Hwan had stated he was curious about something, and questioned why she always shadowed him. He suggested she'd grow far stronger if she just operated solo. Jisoo then asked who Hwan meant by him, and Hwan replied he was referring to the crow. He acknowledged that the crow was undoubtedly powerful, but noted Jisoo herself was exceptionally strong. Yet, despite that, Jisoo seemed oddly subservient to him. Jisoo looked down, pondering if that was truly the case. Hwan then reminded her how she checked her stats window during their fight. He questioned if it was a message from the crow. He stated he could tell, simply by how she hadn't killed him because of it. Jisoo turned, declaring a secret. She now realized it was true. She was oddly subservient, and Hwan wasn't wrong. After all, humans don't discard those who obey. But not yet. It still wasn't time. She reminded herself she needed to remain quiet and wait until she was strong enough to hold him fast, even if he tried to escape. Sehun observed Hwan, who was carrying Suho, with Himi, Jamie, and Sua trailing behind him. He mused that they must be Mina's friends, whom he recalled seeing in the Dungeon of Dreams. He then sensed a presence behind him. Without turning, he recognized Azazel. He stated with grim determination, "You're the devil who formed a contract with Hwan." Azazel laughed, finding it surprising, and expressed interest that he knew who she was, despite her not having introduced herself. Sehun thought, surely this one didn't form a contract with anyone in his past life, and he was certain she'd be quite lazy, as the demon of sloth, yet she still chose a contract. He finally turned to face her, and replied that he had his sources. Azazel nodded in agreement, acknowledging there were many ways She began listing the possibilities. Perhaps he'd seen the future, or possessed a skill that revealed specific keywords. From the very beginning, many things in this world had been unknowable, and it's so easy to just make things up too. Then, she admits she thought he'd kill her contractor. Sehun replies, I could have. Azazel then asks, why didn't you kill him? Sehun looks down, stating there's a reason. After a brief silence, he replies, the children need to live. Azazel asks, is that because of the contract? Sehun nods, replying, they're just children who have already formed a contract with devils. Only a contract with a higher-level devil can overrule that. Azazel thinks for a while. Then, she claps her hands, saying, it'll be easier for me either way, since I won't have to put any more effort in. And I don't mind 1 or 2 more puppets. She adds, I needed a maid of sorts anyway. Sehun smiles, commenting that she accepted his offer quite easily. Azazel replies, you're quite interesting too, so I want to have a good relationship with you. And to add to that, most devils only care about their own pleasures, but it doesn't seem like I'm the only one who's taken interest in him, giving him a knowing smile. Azazel clicks her tongue and tells him, you've caught the attention of quite the annoying thing. Sehun looks at her and thinks he should know that he possesses his complete victory skill. So why isn't he contacting me then? Azazel turns around and announces she should start heading out to her contractor. She bids him goodbye, vanishing into thin air. After saying, I will meet you soon, Sehun sits down, saying he should be able to prepare for things, no matter what happens now. He's even assigned a crow to him, too. So if they were to meet again sometime, he asks, would it be somewhere like the Devil's Dumb Tournament, at the Devil's Dumb Palace of Lust? The man in red remembers Sehun, thinking how he wasn't sated with just messing around, doing absurd things. He even got him called for a trial of self-reflection. He wonders who would have thought the gods would stake a claim on something like this. He muses their divinity is just uselessly high. He glances at the palace, scoffing. Honestly, it's quite flashy. He opens the gate, and Anicap's, the 6th demon of lust, greets him with a smile, asking what he desires. The man in red replies, I'm enjoying this game. It's an honor. Anicap's presses, what do you want? The man replies, I've come here to ask for a favor. Anicap gazes at him with sultry eyes, signaling for him to make his request. The man shyly states, to put it simply, I'd like to borrow your power. To be exact, the power of your contract. Sehun checks his stats, gaining another skill. Mental resilience. Sehun beams, thinking, A-rank skill choices are always nice. They've given him mental resilience, a skill not acquired through normal means. It's a growth-type skill. And to top it off, he can advance it to S rank if he puts in some serious work. If he does, he can consider himself immune to mental attacks. The next time Sehun meets Jisoo, he asks if she can help him out a little. He tells her to sit down, and they both take a seat on the gym floor. She asks, am I just supposed to sit here? Sehun tells her, just stare at me. She leans closer to him, asking like this. Sehun leans back and says, if you can, emit the bloodlust from the heavenly murderer's body, and try to show it like you did when you freaked out those guys on the devil's side. She sighs, saying, it seems you've acquired another weird skill. She takes a deep breath and opens her eyes as they engulf in a red glow. Sehun flinches as the skill activates. She asks if he's doing okay. Sehun then asks, can you make it any stronger? She nods, widens her eyes, and Sehun flinches hard. He grits his teeth, thinking just as I thought. The murderous intent, emitting directly from the heavenly murderer's being, it's registered as a potent mental attack. Regular players wouldn't be able to move an inch, allowing him to train effectively in this manner. They remained there for quite a while, until Sehun signaled it was time to call a day. Sehun then asks if there's anything Jisoo wants from him, since it feels like he's always the one asking for favors. Jisoo reminds him she already gave him weapons, making them even. Sehun retorts he only gave them to her, because she explicitly said she wanted them. He then informs Jisoo they'll continue this training for the foreseeable future. Jisoo asks about the duration, and Sehun replies it should take them around a week. He then admits he understands it's a bit of a stretch, considering how incredibly busy they are nowadays. But Jisoo readily agrees, stating she's fine, even if they were to do this every single day. She has no other particular desires. In particular, then, after a moment of silence, she reveals there is something she wants. For them to do this in one of their rooms. Just the two of them, in complete privacy. A clueless Sehun then asks if it's because no one else could get hurt this way. Jisoo sighs, simply confirming something like that. Sehun immediately realizes how much sense this makes, because if Lin, or even Baekhyun, were to come into contact with Jisoo's raw murderous intent, they would receive quite the shock. Sehun then tells her he'll come to her room. She can come to his, starting from tomorrow. 2 months later, Sehun stares intently at the event quest and muses on how polite the message sounds, considering it's an event being managed by the publisher. He's certain the location is Glastonbury, the very place where Arthur was last reportedly seen, the candidate for his third-party member. He's confident he can handle this safely, now that he's reached S rank, in his mental resilience skill too. Sahan alerts them that it should be starting soon, as Mina trembles, admitting she's incredibly nervous, and asks if she actually made it into the top 100. Sehun smirks, retorting, "Who else would be in the top 100 if not you?" Mina replies that she doesn't particularly want to participate at an event like this, and wonders if Himi or Jizian made it into the top 100. Sehun can't help but wonder. It seems she truly doesn't want this. And that's no surprise, really, because she's never experienced anything good while completing a quest. And to make matters worse, she'd feel even less inclined to participate since she finally reconnected with the friends she'd been searching for. Jisoo asks if they're going to group up once they're dropped into their assigned spots. Sion replies that it's better to think about that, only after seeing the quest details. Changwoo notes that Jisoo is indifferent, but he's quite nervous. Sehun encourages him, saying he shouldn't get worried, because he crafted him some equipment. Sehun smiles, thinking he's not worried about Changwoo, and how he's been giving him so many pointers lately, and it seems Changwoo doesn't realize it, because Jisoo is seriously strong. But Sehun is amazing too. He thinks about the 4 of them leaving soon. He's worried about just leaving the kids behind, but it should be fine since Luke is here. Just then, the transportation begins. As they settle into their positions, Sion says he'll see them later, and lands at Glastonbury, England. He asks if this is the main stage for the event. Then suddenly, Baekseal asks what she's doing here. Sion stares at her, asking the same thing. She tells him she was playing with Lin, and somehow ended up here. Sion thinks she's considered his pet in the game. Maybe that's why she followed him here. And for now, he should protect her as much as he can. As a loud clash startles him, as someone attacks Sehun from behind. But Baekseal ends him on the spot. She looks at Sehun and apologizes, saying the monsters appeared out of nowhere, and asks if he wants to say something to her. Sehun meekly replies that even if he wanted to, he better not say anything to her. Now Sehun looks at the monsters in the land, and Baekseal tells him there seem to be quite a lot. Sehun explains that, even with a limited selection of individuals, they've managed to gather players from across all servers. He suspects this situation has come about quite suddenly. He summons his crow, scanning his team members, and presumes they're all doing an excellent job, handling their monster encounters. Sahan waits patiently for a moment, as the sky dramatically cracks open and a man in blue emerges. Sahan instantly recognizes him as Akainen, England's GM. Akainen greets all the players with a grand announcement. He explains that the reason he's called everyone here for this event quest is to introduce a bonus time. He describes it as a special gift, presented to all the players, who are representing their respective servers. While they might have already seen it in their stat windows, the quest is a thrilling treasure hunt. Items of at least D rank and higher are scattered throughout the entire region of Glastonbury. They could be hidden in a simple treasure chest, buried in the ground, or even perched on a tree. He adds that players can also acquire these items by slaying specific monsters. The only thing they absolutely must be wary of is to avoid agitating the Sentinel. Even though this is just a treasure hunt, the Sentinel of Glastonbury is a powerful dragon, so avoiding it at all costs is highly advised. Eric Sanders, contracted to the god of pollen, brazenly asks if he can kill the Sentinel. Sahan observes him, contemplating. For someone chosen by the god of the sun, he views Kong Junsik of Silver Hand as his rival, and now that he thinks about it, several Silver Hand executives must also be present. Latecomers like Suho wouldn't be here, but Kong Junsik, Cheon Sang-hoon, and Lee Soo-rin definitely should be. Akane replies to Eric, stating he knows him, because he's heard of his considerable fame, and that he's even hunted a Sentinel. And now, taking a proper look, there's another player here who has killed a Sentinel. For his information, the Sentinel he killed was actually the fourth. The first 3 Sentinels were all slain by just a single player. Eric clicks his tongue in annoyance, telling him to cut the nonsense. He asks if the player really killed a Sentinel all alone, and 3 of them, even if he thinks he's the fourth. Should he believe this? Akainen just smiles, saying that it's the absolute truth, and he won't be revealing who it is, since they themselves aren't. There is definitely a player who has killed 3 Sentinels present here. Vexel then asks why Sahan is hiding it, to which Sahan simply replies that it'll get annoying if he's found out. He thinks about a certain chatterbox, and that person, it seems, has been going around gossiping a lot. Akainen claps to get everyone's attention back on him and says he'll continue explaining the event. As he mentioned earlier, items have been distributed all across Glastonbury. The players must gather them up and become their rightful owners. He then asks them to take a look at the screen. The players ask if there are no S-rank items or higher. Akainen replies there's just one S-rank item, and that it will be the most valuable treasure of this entire treasure hunt, and it's worth a whopping 50 points. Eric asks if that's the highest grade an item can be. Is this S-rank? Akainen sighs and unfortunately reveals that such a rank doesn't exist here, and it would be quite troublesome if an SS rank item was already given out right now. If an SS rank were here by any chance, it would be worth a massive 100 points. Akainen tells everyone that once the event concludes and all the points are totaled up, the server with the highest points will receive a myriad of benefits. That includes an event to gain double points for a set time period. And with that being said, he concludes that the treasure hunt works like this. However, it wouldn't be any fun if they were just hunting for treasures, right? He reveals there are various other gimmicks, and even subquests ready to go. Si-hoon remembers the crucial details from his past life. There will surely be the crucial fact that the monsters are completely different between night and day, and that a survivor village is nearby, and a subquest awaits them there. The monsters that emerge at night are especially formidable, and it's not just one, but 2 sentinels stationed here. He calculates that he should make his move, using details he heard from his past life as his foundation. He also needs to locate a particular place, as Akina then states there's one crucial thing they all must know. They cannot, under any circumstances, put any items they acquire from here into their inventory until they return to their server. Instead, they must store them in a bag or use another skill. The reason for this? Plundering. With that, he officially starts the treasure hunt, telling everyone that the quest time frame is 2 weeks. He then prays for everyone's success in the battle. Vexel asks Sion what his plan is moving forward, and he suggests they leave together, leaving the others behind, as he's certain they'll be fine on their own. Si-hoon concludes that even though the GM claimed the SS rank item doesn't exist, he's convinced it absolutely does. Si-hoon tells Vexel that there should be a village. He asks, pointing to a location, if that's the village, but Si-hoon tells her that particular place is already overrun by monsters, because he can't see any traces of humans there. Vexel then asks where the village actually is, and Si-hoon replies he'll find out. Using his probe skill, Si-hoon thinks about how he couldn't see any village through Crow's eye, so the village must be in a location that can't be seen with the naked eye. He starts locating lakes because Arthur told him the village is close to a large lake, and finds it quickly. He also realizes Yezu has joined up with Changwu, so she won't do anything rash either. Bexel asks how much longer it will take, saying it feels like they've been in the forest for ages. Sihun assures her they will reach there soon. Just then, he hears some players fighting over an item. Sihun sends his crow to inspect, and stumbles upon Li Ah-hyung of Lacris, alongside Saintess Shin Yua, locked in a fierce battle. He immediately wonders what they're doing here. They already have so many followers, after all. Bexel asks if he plans on helping them out. It looks like things might get serious. He asks if her magic can sense their intent. He admits her abilities are improving day by day. He tells her they'll resolve this on their own. He still can't grasp why they're even fighting, especially since they're from the same server. He adds that it could get troublesome if they spot him. As they finally reach their destination, Bexel alerts him to a strong magical presence. It appears to be a warding spell against monsters. Sihun confirms her suspicion. This must be the lake Arthur mentioned. He figures Arthur must have been mentally exhausted after discovering monsters even here, lurking all around the lake itself. So he chose to drown himself and ended up in this place. He steps into the lake. Bexel nervously asks if this is truly necessary. She confesses, "I can't swim." Sihun gently takes her into his arms and instructs her to hold her breath, asking if she has any magic for underwater use. She shakes her head, admitting she hasn't reached that level of magic yet. Sihun reiterates, "Hold your breath." And with that, Sihun plunges into the water, sinking deep. He scrutinizes the extraordinary lake. He ponders how such a place could be found using magic. He descends deeper until he spots some rocks that shimmer with an enchantment. With practiced precision, he shifts one rock. Instantly, a massive gate materializes underwater. He tells Bexel they're going inside. Just then, a notification pops up, declaring they've entered a safe zone. Guards escort them in, and Sihun keenly surveys the village. He notices how much it resembles Glastonbury, and wonders if these guards are seeing a player from the outside for the very first time, judging by their bewildered expressions. The guards lead him into a room. There, he meets a girl with striking blue hair, who immediately greets him. She warns him to be careful, as he's from the outside. Plus, he's got something intriguing by his side. Pointing to Bexio, Sahan asks her to introduce herself. She introduces herself as Morgan Le Fay, owner of Avalon and the Final Witch. ISU locates Sihun going elsewhere, thinking he must be planning something big. She thinks he would have asked for her help if he wanted them to join, but she doesn't have special skills like Mina now. She can't craft equipment like CEO. She can only fight, which Changwu and Arthur can easily do as well. In the end, she's not special. She remembers she was with him before the world turned into a game, and feels deep regret. She would have done things differently if she had known. For now, she only has her power to show, and she's far weaker than Si-Hoon to stop him. So it's better to just be obedient to him, just like she did with her parents, since she is always a good child, which is why she has a passive immunity that targets mental status effects. And because of this, the urge to kill wasn't much for her, and she was able to remain a good child. However, the feeling of Sahan getting away is eating her. She controls her urges and stops herself from going berserk so as not to make Sahan hate her. She tells herself that this is not the time, and she should remain a good child. And so, she rejects the offer. At Avalon, a utopia where fairies and magicians roam, and where the real witch, who has been alive since the end of Legends, Morgan stays. Sahan tells her he didn't know where he was going. He wonders if the other two witches are gone, since she is the final witch. Morgan asks if she can hear their introductions as well, and tells him that she knows he is the newly appointed crow sign. She stares at Bexio and says that she thought she was a unicorn, but instead, she's a killing. She examines Bexio and remembers how the Celt said that they would become elementals, or within the game, she states, it's been ages since she's seen a human here, without a fairy's guidance at their side. So, she offers to grant him a wish. Sahan asks if she can grant him a legendary sword. Morgan nods, confirming it's no problem at all. And with a snap of her fingers, Excalibur instantly appears. Sahan realizes he can't read Excalibur's details, and he figures it's no surprise at all, since it's only meant to be wielded by its true owner. Sahan holds it, confident he can still use it. Morgan smiles, telling him to ask for something else, as the sword is completely useless to him. But he declares he'll take it and starts pulling. And eventually, he pulls it out. Scaring Morgan, she quickly offers him more. She awkwardly tries to make excuses, but he calmly assures her that he will return the sword to its rightful owner. She scoffs, unconvinced, asking if he even knows the owner, since he's clearly not Merlin. Sahan wonders if she meant that as an insult. He then makes a deal with her, telling her he'll find the owner of Excalibur within 2 weeks, and in exchange, she will reward him with something much better. He asks if he can stay here for those 2 weeks, and she asks for Bexio in return. She promises not to do anything weird, stating she's just interested in an Asian beast. Sahan agrees, but only if she teaches Bexio magic, to which Morgan readily agrees. Bexio looks at him with big, teary eyes, as he informs her it's safer with Morgan than staying with him right now, and tells her to call him if anything happens. He tells her to be nice to Morgan, though, since she's not a truly bad person. Meanwhile, Arthur crumbles, as some players from the Asian server find him and immediately start making fun of him. One of them exclaims the England server is a shit show when a guy like him is among their top-ranked players. One of them taunts him, then kicks him in the foot. Arthur just silently takes the hit. The players then throw him onto the ground as he starts taking out a bottle from his bag. The players worriedly ask what he's doing, but then burst out laughing when Arthur simply pulls out a water bottle. Just as another player swings at him, Arthur snatches him by his collar, demanding to know what they did. The 3 of them mercilessly beat him. Suddenly, after throwing him aside, a swarm of crows descends on them and begins pecking at them relentlessly. Sion appears as one player demands to know who he is. Sion tells them he has some business with this guy, telling everyone else to scram. Arthur asks why he saved him. Sion simply replies, because I can. He can tell Arthur is stronger than those players, and asks why he was just taking those hits. Arthur looks down, admitting he's weak, and can't just display his strength in a place like this. After all, he's a bastard who left his family to die. Sion offers to fix his leg and his mentality and invites him to join his party. Arthur politely declines, so Sion asks if it's because of his visions. Sion says he wants him to see reality, but Arthur declines him again, thanking Sion for trying to help him. Sion smiles, asking if he can change the topic, and asks if by any chance he likes King Arthur. Sion tells him that Glastonbury is a place where King Arthur's legend lives and breathes, so it's a much better topic for them. Arthur laughs, saying his son liked him. Not him personally. He'd promised to take his son there, but he couldn't, and work kept him busy. Sion asks if that was Dragotch, the guardian dragon of Wales. Arthur says he's well informed. Sion tells him they'll go and meet him. Sion then takes him up the mountain, as Arthur takes in the breathtaking views. He's admiring everything around the cave. He says his son would have loved it. Sion says how this remark is simple for seeing a hero with his own eyes, as he stares at the red dragon. Arthur says his son told him how different he is from King Arthur. Sion instantly gets serious and says that he can still be a hero. Just as Arthur begins to waver, Sahan conjures Excalibur into existence, declaring they can forge a new reason to fight. He assures him that would be more than enough if he could just manage to pull the sword out. Arthur finally looks up and asks, "Why are you going to such lengths for me?" Sahan replies, revealing he wants Arthur to join his party. Sahan watches Arthur intently as he stares at the sword with conflicted eyes. He tells Arthur he knows all about the visions he's seeing and that many have died since the game began. He adds that there are many just like him, those haunted by visions of their lost family. Arthur, however, confesses he wants to keep seeing those visions because he can't bear to stop seeing his son. Sihun shouts back, telling him that if it truly was his family in those visions, they wouldn't want him trapped like this. They would have urged him to live a better life, which is precisely why he must take out the sword. He stares Arthur down, finally admitting that as much as Arthur needs a change, Sehun desperately needs him by his side. Just as Arthur reaches out to grasp Excalibur, Sahan's crow suddenly alerts him through a shared vision. He leaves Arthur behind, rushing off to the location his crow indicated. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Chris yawns, impatiently waiting for Sahan to appear, while one of the enraged players screams at her to return his comrade to their original stats. She simply shakes her head, replying that this is the fastest way to summon the crow. According to the devil, she assures him she won't be killing his comrades. But the guy just screams louder, trying to get Eric's attention, who appears to be under Chris's terrifying mentality magic skill. The man grits his teeth, calling Chris a bitch for using such underhanded tactics on his comrades. Suddenly, Sahan arrives on the scene, demanding to know what she's doing and why his name is being dragged into this. Chris smiles, looking straight at him, and calmly tells him she has some business with him. She accepted a job to have him killed. Sehun stares at her, stunned, thinking he knew she was cocky, but he never realized she'd be this cocky. She keeps going on and on, claiming she can't compete with him head-on. Then, with a flick of her finger, she draws the angry guy in her trance too. She warns him not to bother looking around for Sehun, because she's heard Sehun tries to save most people he comes across. She orders him to stay still, or everyone dies. She also forbids him from using his mental resilience skill. Do that, and I won't kill you, she promises. Sehun gives her some credit for only gathering up those susceptible to her skills. He considers opening a shadow space behind her. But then Ah Hyung and Yua storm in, screaming, still bickering over the item. Yua looks at the crowd, wondering what's happening, and Ah Hyung does the same, demanding to know the situation. Chris snags their attention, asking if they're also Crow's comrades. Sehun completely denies it, while Ah Hyung recognizes him, asking if he's the Crow of Dia's side. She asks if he's the one who interfered during the dungeon race. Sehun denies that too, but Ah Hyung insists Sung Hyuk told her he was the one dominating the dungeons. Chris dismisses them, declaring that Crow is talking to her right now. Ah Hyung taunts her, "You talk a lot for someone who plays with dolls." Chris grinds her teeth in frustration. Ah Hyung unleashes her skill, Breezing Gammon, which grants her absolute command over males. She orders the males to abandon Chris's side and join her. The male players all snap out of her spell, regaining control of their bodies. Chris boasts that it's fine, because she has female players on her side. Yua scoffs and points out that those players were under a status effect all along. She snaps her fingers, and all the female players collapse to the ground. Chris screams, horrified, realizing her skill has been completely lifted. She tries again, but is stopped by both Yua and Ah Hyung, as Ah Hyung tells her she's just wasting her energy. Amidst all the swirling chaos, Sehun whips out his sword and brings it right to Chris's throat, declaring it's best to eliminate the devils. Contractor here and now. She begs him to wait, to call it tie, but he doesn't listen to a word. He slashes her throat. Siri watches Chris's head roll, blood dripping from her lips. She sighs, cleans her up, and revives her. Chris takes a shaky breath, waking up, exclaiming how she almost died. Siri scoffs, retorting she's already died once before. Chris thanks her sister for saving her, as Siri complains how easily she dies, and that they'd be utterly doomed if it weren't for Mara's concurrent contract. Chris tells her it seemed possible, but the crows stab her without hesitation. Siri argues it's a valid response from someone facing a devil's contractor. But now, they know this for sure. They can't just lure him with temptation. Chris says she doesn't want to get involved with him, but they can't just abandon the GM's request. Siri tells her not to worry if they fail. Even with this, the GM will overlook it. Drakeskok, the Red Dragon, and Behemoth, the Beast of Legends. Siri assures her sister she already has a backup plan in mind, ready to activate. The battleground shakes hysterically, as Chong Wu warns everyone that it seems like the Sentinel, as its presence here, is on a completely different scale than anything until now. Mina gasps, staring at the red dragon. Mina examines it, pointing out that the dragon is flying, and asks what's causing the earthquake. Just then, a colossal beast ruptures the earth and emerges. Mina's voice shakes as she says, "Even Si-hoon wouldn't be able to handle this one." Jisoo asks if she can go inside its mouth, like she did with Chunky. Mina shakes her head, saying it would be completely different with this beast, and Jisoo would be absolutely nothing, a mere chew toy for these beasts. Chango asks if she's heard back from Si-hoon. Jisoo quickly locates Si-hoon, asking what he's doing in a lake at Avalon. Si-hoon asks if Morgan just woke up the two beasts. Morgan angrily asks if he thinks she's lost her mind. Bexel gazes at the beast, remarking how massive they are compared to him, and wonders if this is how she looks to Si-hoon. Morgan taunts him, declaring he's gotten far too comfortable in her house, even bringing a stranger along. Her gaze fixed on Arthur. Sehon introduces Arthur as the true owner of Excalibur, the very sword Morgan has protected for so long. Morgan demands he prove it so she can believe him. Sion reminds her this is exactly what she wanted to happen right before her eyes anyway. Arthur stares at the sword, remarking that he's certain. He didn't say anything about drawing the sword. Sion screams that he's out of chances, and how can he still stall for time? After seeing those beasts, Arthur asks if it's guaranteed he could draw it. Sehan gives an abrupt nod. Arthur draws the sword, as a notification immediately alerts players across the battleground that the owner of Excalibur, an SS rank equipment, has appeared, shocking everyone present. Morgan praises Sehan for his keen eyes, and Sehan retorts his eyes are far better than hers, making her grit her teeth in annoyance. She takes a deep, steadying breath, and then heals Arthur's injuries. Sehan smirks and declares it's time for them to form a contract. The limbs he couldn't use previously should all be fully recovered now. The players all gaze up at the red dragon, circling menacingly above their heads. But one of the players exclaims, "How absolutely nothing is going as he planned." Another girl replies, confident, "The guildmaster will devise a brilliant plan." The previous player shakes his head, unconvinced, saying there's only so much the guildmaster can truly do, and it's a good thing he isn't competing, given his lack of military might. A group of players devises a strategy. They decide to subjugate the behemoth first, since the dragon will be much tougher. However, they're confident they can defeat the behemoth. Another girl proposes that the players, in the top 10 of each server, should lead the charge up front. Her skill allows her to see the monster's powers, and it reveals a crucial detail. The behemoth increases in size over time. Another player remarks, "It makes sense there's a limit to its growth, but it'll become a massive threat if we just let it keep expanding." The girl with the talent seeing skill calls out Eric's name, telling him he'll have to act as the vanguard. He fought a sentinel before, after all. Eric clicks his tongue, internally grumbling about the terrible timing. The monster he defeated was nowhere near this caliber. The players take their positions, as the leader orders Eric to aim for the behemoth size. Eric swallows hard and activates his skill, but suddenly a figure sprints right past them. Someone recognizes Arthur and shouts, "That's the cripple from earlier." Arthur strides purposefully towards the beast, with Excalibur clutched in his hand, aiming directly at the monster. Players exclaim, "He's not limping anymore." They recognize the SS rank equipment he holds. He pierces his sword deep into the monster's abdomen, and it lets out a piercing shriek. Just then, Si-hoon charges, attacking its massive feet, making it stumble. Si-hoon pulls out his weapon, recalled Seo's words about it. This weapon contains a large amount of ester, mithril, and even perennial cold iron. Seo had told him it would be useless. He'd only made it because Sehan requested it. Sehan takes the weapon, flying towards the monster, aiming it right at him. He smirks, admitting everything has its own use. The monster stumbles, and Si-hoon orders Arthur to attack its legs. Restrict its movement as much as you can. Arthur whines, right from the start, Si-hoon has tasked him with incredibly difficult feats, yet it doesn't feel entirely impossible. He lets out a breath and plunges his weapon into the monster's chest. The other players gaze at the unfolding scene, when the girl from before asks, "Are we just going to stand here and watch?" She urges them all to attack now, before it grows even stronger. Suddenly, all the top 10 players unleash their skills against the monster, creating a swirling vortex of disparate energies. They all wait with bated breath. But the monster lets out a piercing screech. The players brace themselves and attack the beast once more. Eric wonders to himself if they even stand a chance against this creature. He suddenly senses something powerful behind him. Eric whips around, only to find the red dragon charging straight for them. His breath hitches for a second, realizing the dragon is joining the fray. The red dragon sweeps in, circling menacingly around the players. Eric cries out that one beast was already hard enough, and now they have another monstrosity to deal with. He glances at Si-hoon, who is still airborne, examining the outcome and asking out loud why he hasn't done anything since his first attack. Sahan observes the beast from afar, exclaiming that the magic control required for the weapon is proving harder than he anticipated. He wonders if Arthur has meticulously been controlling these kinds of battles. Even before acquiring the mental resilience skill, he allows the energy to flow through him, realizing this is what it feels like. He calls out Arthur's name, but Arthur taunts back, asking if he needs to block this one too, following Sahan's prior orders. Sahan replies that Arthur should simply do his duty. Arthur smirks, noting he has an opiatum, and gets ready. He then declares it's even better that both beasts are coming at them simultaneously. Sahan also moves into position, thinking that Arthur is absolutely right. What if this is indeed the red dragon that appears in the legends of King Arthur? So it won't harm him. The dragon flies straight toward Arthur and suddenly stands right before him. Arthur finds himself plunged into complete darkness, with only the red dragon by his side. The dragon exclaims his surprise. Arthur asks if he can speak human language. The dragon replies he's using magic for that. He smirks, saying he didn't expect to see someone holding that sword ever again, and says his job as the sentinel is done. Arthur asks why the legendary red dragon became a mere monster. The dragon tells him that this is the role the system assigned him, and just like Arthur became a player, he became a sentinel. Arthur tells him to defy the order, saying he is the red dragon. He tells him they're not different, and they can't defy the rules. Arthur argues it makes more sense for him to become the player than. The red dragon explains that the role of a player is a role that can only be granted to humans, as they have the same appearance as gods. And this is why they're able to take them as their avatars. The dragon shares how he has thousands of things he wants to tell him, but for now, he can only help him. As the legend says, they both return to the real world, as Arthur begs for the details. But the dragon turns toward the beast and drags it down, holding onto its thorns. The players stare in shock, asking what kind of fight this is. The dragon then stares at Si-hoon, and Si-hoon wonders if this is the dragon's way of saying that he won't get involved directly. Si-hoon takes out his sword and pierces through the beast, shredding it into pieces. Blood splatters everywhere, completely covering Arthur in blood. The system announces that Si-hoon has acquired a new title, and a special reward will be granted to him. Si-hoon gets back on the ground. As the red dragon goes back, Sahan considers how, as a sentinel, the dragon would have no choice but to fight. If he lingered, players would soon surround him, showering him with praise and introducing themselves. One player exclaims, "I had no idea we had such a powerful player among us." He then introduces himself as Julian. Sahan smiles, recognizing many of them as German players who had formed a contract with a god from another constellation. Just then, the girl from before asks if they could have a quick chat, but Sahan politely declines. The girl understands his decision, saying they'll find another time to chat. With that, he takes off, soaring on his crow wings, flying high across the skies. He thinks to himself that one thing is now certain. From now on, all servers will be connected as one, and the scale of things will become much bigger. It's crucial to know talented players, even just one, in preparation for that time. At the Palace of Lust in Devilldom, Arcadius sternly demands What do you mean by the plan failed? A cater. He presses. Are you saying Sahan withstood her mental attack? A cater smiles, nodding, confirming that's exactly what happened. Arcadius ponders how. He told him the location of the red dragon, and even the behemoth, yet it was still a failure. A cater casually adds that the behemoth and the red dragon weren't even a minor threat to Sahan. If anything, Sahan was merely a bit surprised. He concludes, that player is weirdly strong. Arcadius grits his teeth, noting how a cater seemed to be relishing this. The other demon responds, players like that are excellent motivation for people like us. He's already anticipating the show Sahan will put on for them, especially with the tournament coming soon. In Devil Dom, Arcadius thinks how Sahan already knew how to handle each sentinel, how the monsters weren't even a challenge to him, and concludes that monsters, just that alone won't be enough to stop him. Meanwhile, Si-hoon checks the server. He stares intently at the current competition ratings. He's thinking the GM should be speaking up by now. Morgan asks if everything is alright, as his expression seems grim. He tells her Akinen still hasn't said a word, and that's weird. He then looks at Arthur, who's staring intently at his own screen, and asks if he also hasn't received a reply. Arthur nods, affirming he won't suddenly become brave, just because he has the sword now. Si-hoon tells him to think it through. Once the event is over, Arthur then says, it's weird how Si-hoon has been supporting him since the very start. Si-hoon just smiles and says he simply has good intuition. Axel asks if the event still isn't over. Si-hoon shakes his head, saying the results have already been decided. Arthur stands up and says, I don't know how to convey my thanks. Not just from me, but from all the players of England. Si-hoon replies that he didn't do it for thanks, but he hopes all the players of England and Europe can become stronger. Arthur remarks he's weirdly selfless. He gets up, stating that he'll be back after finishing some things for his quest. Vexel asks if she can come with him, but Si-hoon tells her to stay here and learn magic from a great witch. However, he adds with a mischievous grin that he'll listen to whatever favor she asks for later. A week later, Jisoo glares at her screen, annoyed at how mean Si-hoon is for not even checking on her. After the event, she mutters that she knows he's busy, but he could have at least left her a message. She hears footsteps behind her and warns whoever it is to back off if they don't want to get messed up, but the person doesn't stop. She spins around to find a guy who greets her, says that it's been a while, and calls her Nuna. Jisoo recognizes her brother, Hyun-soo. He says he's glad she's alive, and that he heard from their mother, but he was still worried. She asks if he's been with Mom. Her emotions flare, but she forces herself to calm down. She asks if he's here for a reason, because he's got something to say. He jokes that she's being mean, and claims he just saw her passing by. She smirks, claiming she knows exactly what he's thinking. Hyun-soo laughs, noting she's still cautious as ever, and he knows full well she's lived her entire life in silence. She warns him not to utter anything foolish. He tells her he just wants them all to meet in Seoul, him, her, and their mom. Meanwhile, Sua screams, jolting awake from her sleep, startling Hemi, who quickly asks what's wrong. Suya breathes heavily, gasping about a nightmare she just had, or perhaps a vision of the future. Hemi presses her, asking what she saw. Suya reveals that everyone from Seoul will perish. Hemi nervously asks if she means that girl, the one who brutally killed Doyao. Suya nods. Hemi then asks if that girl is truly the one who will kill everyone. Suya explains she can't be entirely certain because the future keeps constantly shifting. But yes, she's definitely there, the slaughterer bearing the karma of thousands. Sahan checks their status, musing how the Diazide Guild's fame has soared, and it'll become troublesome if it rises too much. He glances over at Mina, who's grinning at him, showing all her teeth. Sahan concedes that it's valid, because a portion of their fame is due to Mina. She was just farming, after all, while the others were solely focused on the dragon, and has scraped up so much loot. But the one thing truly on his mind is how the atmosphere surrounding Jisoo has seemed off lately. It doesn't even look like she's merely sulking. He thinks he should have met up with her once and just said hello. He looks at her, staring intently at her inbox. Just as he approaches her, she swiftly turns her server off, Sahan asks why she's so startled. Jisoo quickly waves him off, claiming it's absolutely nothing. He tells her he caught her staring intently at her inbox and asks who sent it. Jisoo finally tells him her younger brother just showed up. He'd asked her to meet, and unlike her, he was always brilliant at everything. That completely takes Si-hoon by surprise, thinking there's another person out there, even more powerful than she is. He'd never even heard of him in his past life. He asks if she's hesitating, because she doesn't get along well with him. Jisoo shakes her head, explaining it's because he's with their mother. Si-hoon comments that's actually good, since she's been searching for her mother for a while now. Jisoo admits her mother doesn't like her, and to be frank, she fears her. Si-hoon realizes this is why she's been avoiding them. He then asks if she wants to go with him. Jisoo points out how unusually considerate he's being today and warns there's a problem waiting for them, which he'll understand once they arrive. They make their way toward a shadowy back alley. Si-hoon questions if they're even going the right way, since this is where the devil's puppet hangs out. They enter an old, unassuming diner, where the owner shrieks and recognizes her instantly, calling her the Devil's Slaughter the moment he sees her. She angrily demands 2 Americanos, and the waiter nervously nods. Si-hoon thinks about how popular Jisoo truly is in this world, far more popular than he ever imagined. Soon enough, her brother comes inside. She asks where their mother is, but her brother's gaze lands on Si-hoon instead. Jisoo tells him Si-hoon is the guy she likes, which makes Hyun-soo burst out laughing. Si-hoon stares at her, thinking how surprising that is. This is the very first time Jisoo has ever admitted it. Si-hoon shakes off the thought and stares at her brother, instantly recognizing him as a devil contractor. Hyun-soo takes a seat and announces he has something he needs Jisoo to see. He's clearly much different from before, and boldly declares that he's formed a contract with a devil, one ranked 17th in the entire devil hierarchy. He smugly points out that Jisoo still hasn't made a contract with anyone. Si-hoon mentally notes she's already contracted with him. He then taunts, saying Jisoo is just like before, always restraining herself, holding back. Jisoo tells him she's perfectly comfortable like this, but then he brutally calls Jisoo a monster. He scoffs when she doesn't answer. He then promises she can meet their mother and asks her to follow him. Si-hoon stares at Jisoo wondering, is this truly the girl from his past life? Jisoo had always been a child brimming with talent, but the better Jisoo performed, the more her father demanded from her. Her father would scream at her, after all the money I've poured into you, is this all you're capable of? He'd rage, telling her to be better, that she should be showing him results for everything he had done. While he screamed at her, Jisoo's mother saw her daughter's talent for fulfilling all those ridiculous demands, and she felt a creeping fear. That fear soon twisted into violence. She hit and hit and hit, only feeling relieved once she saw her daughter's tears fall. However, violence held absolutely no effect on Jisoo, and when her mother saw her smiling again, even while shedding tears, her fear intensified tenfold. No amount of pain could ever inflict fear upon Jisoo. That's how much Jisoo relied on her mother. She realized this was wrong, but it was already too late. By the time she understood, she needed to be obedient. She needed to hold back. After that, Jisoo started hiding her talents. She deliberately lowered herself, even turning a blind eye to her father's demands. Even so, Jisoo's mother held no love for her. Just like that, her younger brother was showered with her father's expectations, and even her mother's love. Hyun-soo, who had been the center of attention, under the shadow of Jisoo's immense talent, desperately tried to meet their expectations, though it was always a worthless comparison. His father would ask, "Is this all you can do?" Seeing all that was only until her admission to university. After that, it was just a long wait for her mother to forget the past. She'd planned to return once her mother had forgotten everything and live with her without it ever being weird. But then the world abruptly changed. Their father died, and her mother still kept avoiding her. She ponders everything, walking behind Hyun-soo. She wonders how, after all this, she's finally saying she'll meet her. Now, she senses that something isn't right. San calls out, asking what's wrong, and if she's bothered by the other guys here. She tells him that she's fine, but she can still feel their sinister intent. She tells herself to hold back, because her brother is here too. She needs to appear as a good person. Even Se-hun is here, so she can't let her inner self show. She needs to stay calm. Hyun-soo says everyone calls her the devil. Slaughterer. He finds it strange since she's not an avatar, nor a contractor, so he just guesses. The guys she killed were simply weak. They enter a room, and many people greet Hyun-soo, calling him branch manager. She looks at him, questioning him. Hyun-soo tells her how he became the branch manager of the guild. Waning Crescent Moon. He's managing the Fongnam branch. Sounding a little too proud. He says how he's so different from her, as she is still nothing. Jisoo nods. Hyun-soo asks if she's not jealous, and asks if she's finally accepting that he is above her. She simply asks for their mother. He calls her boring, and tells his secretary to bring it here. Something weird happens in Jisoo's stomach, as the person brings a box. Her eyes widen as Hyun-soo gives the box to her, saying that it's a present for her. She shakes her head, saying, "There's no way," because her brother liked their mother. As she opens the box, life drains from her eyes. Hyun-soo laughs loudly, asking if she liked the present. He says the present is their dear mother, who she likes so much. He says their mother was always too scared. And just like that, he murdered her. He declares he took revenge on her behalf, all because of the relentless abuse she endured. He then boasts about how he clawed his way to the top. Yet, despite it all, she still yearned for her, convinced she'd find solace and safety by her side. Si-hoon's mind reels at Hansu's sheer, unsettling insanity. He announces that Jisoo will soon step into the role of their mother, assuring her that their mother will always be by her side. Si-hoon considers how challenging it might be for Jisoo to bring herself to lay a hand on her brother. Suddenly, Si-hoon freezes, sensing a dramatic shift in the room's atmosphere, just as the severed head from the box clatters to the floor. He questions if this ominous feeling is truly coming from Jisoo.